Interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
This has felt even longer trip than I feel like it's actually been. Like with the January being mostly on the road and then finish it with this, and feels like we're being away from home for a lot. So it feels good to go back home.
2 home games now for the Jazz. Lowry Markkanen on the long road trip. They've got 2 games before they hit the All-Star break. PK, you looking for anything special tonight as the Kings come in, and the Kings are sitting, this feels like a half dozen guys, the recognizable names.
Then we need to sit 24 guys.
Couldn't agree more.
Good. I'm glad we're in unison. It's about time you're right.
Ha! PK used to have a line back in the day after I'd say something. Well, I'd agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong.
Yeah, I heard that somewhere along the line.
That was a good line. Seriously, I'm up for playing 2-way guys. What are they doing at the G League?
I've always enjoyed 3-way guys.
Stop. What are you talking about?
What? Well, if you have a 2-way, why can't you have a 3-way?
Because it's the 16th and 17th guy on the roster who can play in the G League or with the Jazz, and they're paid less money. Typically,
you mean like me versus you?
Young developmental.
Am I a 2-way guy?
Not anymore. There was a time between 2002 and 2007. But in 2007, that came to an end.
Paycheck is why I live in Utah.
Full roster status.
I just love the land. I love the people. That's why I live here.
Cool.
I could leave any time, but I've said no, and no.
I've lived in Utah too long. I don't know what to tell you.
I haven't lived here long enough. I know what to tell you. I hope to die here.
Pre-game at 6, tip-off at 7. We'll see how many guys are running around in the third quarter that you recognize. It might get a little lean out there tonight. The Kings sitting on 12 wins with the worst record in the NBA.
I want that tatted up new dude. What's his name? Conchar? I want him 25 FGAs.
There you go. Conchar and Svi play him 48 minutes. If Isaiah Collier can, they can.
If he gets every shot attempt over 25 tonight, I'll get a tat.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
You promised this before and you didn't do it.
This time I mean it.
You're killing me. All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Another steal here for the Lakers. And Fox, oh my goodness, throws it off the backboard to Wembanyama, the 2-hand slam. 59-32. Wembanyama spots Vassell, right wing, back to Harper. Left side, Wembanyama, pull up 3 on the way. Wee-wee! A 40 spot for Victor Wembanyama. His first points of the second half, and it is his 6th career 40-point game.
Victor Wembanyama, 37 points at halftime. He finished with 40. They didn't need him in the second half as they blew out the guys wearing the Laker jerseys. Not typically the players you think of. They started Kobe last night. Kobe Buffkin. But all the big names were out. So the Lakers get blown out. 136-108. Spurs now, what are they, 20 games over? 21 games over 500. Look at them fly along. Clippers inbounded the ball to themselves. That's it. You don't have to sit guys. You could just do stuff. A guy throws the ball in bounds, lets it roll at court, then he goes, picks it up. It's a turnover. You won't hear tank talk then. That was brutal, but it worked. They lost to the Rockets 102-95.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Two guys in the backcourt. One guy inbounds it to the other. Other guy doesn't touch it. He turns and runs away. Ball rolls towards half court. The guy who inbounded it jogs 40 feet up court, picks the ball up, ref blows the whistle, turnover. That happened in an NBA game. It's fantastic.
My wife coached freshman basketball at Cortez High School in Phoenix, Arizona. The former home of Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper. And she told them at the end of the first half, quarter, to roll it to save time. And the ball rolled, and they didn't really know what was going on. And the ball rolled, and all 10 freshman girls watched that ball roll 94 feet.
Oh, man. It was a different era. I wonder if that would happen now. I think now they've played junior jazz, maybe some AAU ball, and that wouldn't happen. Maybe.
I mean, this was in the 80s.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, it just rolled. Everyone looked at it like it was a slow-moving bowling ball.
Brandon Ingram has been named as Steph Curry's replacement in the All-Star game. Curry's injured, so he won't play. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
BYU gets the win, 99-94 at Baylor. A.J. DeBonsa scores 36 points. Rob Wright had 30. Those two had the ball in their hands most of the game, PK. There was a brutal 5-minute stretch to end the game and a hideous 3-minute stretch in the middle of the game where BYU fell behind by 12 there. Had a really good run, up by 17 with 5 minutes to go, and then sweating it out a little bit in the final seconds. Do you care, though? It's a W. They snapped the streak. That effort wouldn't have beaten a lot of other teams. Probably wouldn't have beaten the ranked teams in the league, but they were playing Baylor, and they got the W they hadn't had in a while.
Yeah, any win on this conference on the road is really good. You just look at Arizona going to Kansas. You look at Iowa State going to TCU last night. Oklahoma State a week ago beat BYU on the road, then goes to the desert, loses both games. Now, obviously losing to Arizona, but in the way they lost, I mean, they got smoked. And then they lost to ASU
last night.
They have a dead man walking for their head coach. He's gone and all that. And, maybe 2,000, 3,000 people rattling around. So if you can win on the road, you take it. Houston obviously over Utah. Utah's in a rebuilding situation, so that's to be expected. But other than that, if you go to Colorado or wherever you go, if you can get a win on the road, you need to celebrate it. And sure, there's some deficiencies. Again, they allow teams to shoot over 50%. That's basically who they are now. It's amazing that everybody gets hot when they play BYU. 48% from three. I mean, come on. But A.J. DeBonsa definitively is the best player in college basketball. I mean, it is going to be so exciting for BYU fans over the next 3 years to see him develop. I can't wait till he's a senior.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to be the number one pick.
You mean when he's wrapping up his rookie contract?
Yeah, he should be. I've seen these guys. I've seen Boozer play. I've seen Peterson both times he's played this year as he continues to sit out.
Yep.
DeBonsa's long and just his strides. My wife is sitting there. She watched from the 10-minute mark to the 5-minute mark. She said of the second half, I love it when he takes those strides to the basket. I said, I know. It looks like he covers about 10 feet per stride. And he's just an incredible ball player. The one thing that confused me, you go ahead.
I was going to say, I was wondering if this confused you or if this disturbed you. They had such an easy time getting into the paint. I mean, they ran a few plays, but a lot of it was just isolation, either Wright or DeBonsa, and they just drive straight into the paint again and again and again. Yeah. And then with 5 minutes to go, you got four guys launching threes. On a night, they're 3 for 15 from three, and they missed two, and they call timeout. And I assume in there it was like, guys, take the ball to the hoop. Yeah, well, but they were 3 for 15 with the 17-point lead when they take two bad threes.
Well, obviously Saunders took that. And they took that three in front of the bench. So
they called timeout, and I'm sure the message was, and they took two more after that and finished 3 of 19.
Yeah, it wasn't time and score. But I like Saunders going to the bucket more. I mean, I don't know. It's because he's not getting the FGAs, and last year he was the man. This year he's third on the totem pole.
He had to create his 14 shots, get a steal, run a fast break.
But I love the fact that he had 9 boards. The thing that I don't understand is last Saturday against Houston, he had to take out DeBonza because he was, quote, about to pass out.
And now he plays 40.
Yeah.
So is there a conversation there? If you want to stay in and play all 40, you got to rebound and you got to defend. Now he ends up with 5 boards, but you got to compete for him. You can't be watching. And you're standing, I think you're tired. You got to go.
Well, yeah, and Kadeem Mahoop, 10 boards.
Yeah.
Way to go, son. You got one job when you're coming in. That's the ultimate team player there. He's not looking to jack it up. He's got I'm playing. I'm getting. There's some games he didn't play, if I remember correctly, and you're playing because of your effort, your energy, and your rebounding ability. And you went and got 10 rebounds. You went and got 4 offensive rebounds, 6 defensive. Hats off to that young man for doing what he needs to do to get himself playing time, and he got 27 minutes.
What does
impressive?
What do Kevin Young's actions look like when we know he's cranky? And we know he's cranky because we heard the post game against Houston, and rebounding was a thing. And in the second half, Moop was playing well. He had the boards. It was time for him to come out, rotate or whatever. And Keita comes in. Keita gets pushed under the backboard. Houston, at a time when BYU's playing their best defense of the game, playing their best basketball, they were really good coming out of halftime. And Keita gets pushed under the board, gives up an offensive board, and then the kid turns for Baylor. I forget who it was, but he has a nice little shot, a little half jump hook, whatever, to get it over Keita. Keita fouls him, 3-point play. Boop. Keita right back to the bench, move back right in, and in the message substitutions, this is the old Steve Cleveland thing. You got to have depth. You got to have someone who can put in. Like, if you're not going to rebound, this guy will.
Yeah,
you got to rebound.
His 4th foul in that situation. And they should be able to beat Colorado, and then we'll see about next week. But DeBonza, man, he truly is a star. He's fun to watch.
Yep.
He's my overwhelming, without question, number 1 player in the draft.
36 points. He only made 1 3-pointer. He's 1 of 4, but 14 of 20 shooting the ball, 70%. Highly efficient.
Oh, the mid-range is virtually unstoppable.
Yeah, and 7 of 8 at the line. So,
yeah.
Utah State beat Fresno State as expected. Fresno State nowhere near the top of the league. The Aggies actually alone in first place by a half game now. San Diego State has the bye and will match up. Utah State plays a non-league game on the weekend, and San Diego State will play, so they'll have a chance to tie the Aggies for first place. But Elijah Perryman, the freshman, coming off the bench with 16 points, a season high for the freshman, which I guess obviously makes it a career high. And Houston beat Utah 66-52. Emmanuel Sharp, 27 points in the win and 8 3-pointers and school record for threes for Houston for his career. And Houston wins. DJ and PK.
#NFL.
Really excited to work with Tom, and he made the mistake of giving me his cell phone number, so he might wish he never did that because I'm gonna be calling him a lot.
Clint Kubiak introduced as the Raiders' new head coach. He also said he hopes that All-Pro defensive end Max Crosby will remain with the team, although there's persistent rumors he could be traded this offseason. A lot of people think he wants to leave, so we'll see how that works out. After the quarterback, the pass rush specialist, that's pretty much the second most important thing on the team, apparently. Those guys are getting paid, and you figure there'll be a long line for Max Crosby if they're willing to move him and he wants out.
Tom who?
Tom who? Tom Brady.
You say you got Tom's cell phone?
Yep.
What's he know?
A couple things. Super Bowl and Bad Bunny didn't set viewing records for the U.S. 125 million viewers, a little short of the almost 128 million who watched last year. The halftime show actually outdrew the game by about 4 million. Probably was hurt by people who showed up late and people who gave up when it got to 19-0. DJ and PK.
#college football.
Another day, another bowl game falls. Say goodbye to the Motor City Bowl. Detroit, 29 years hosting a bowl game, and it's going to be discontinued. The LA Bowl is over. The Bahamas Bowl is over, so That's 3 games canceled. The Detroit and LA games were run by NFL teams. So, I don't know what the MAC will do. They'll have to figure it out, I guess. Montana's linebacker Solomon Tuliaupupu has been granted a record 9th season of eligibility by the NCAA. 2 major injuries prevented him from playing during his undergrad run at USC. He endured another season-ending injury in his post-grad years, and he'll be in his 2nd season with Montana this fall. A decade, PK. Could he make it? Take another injury. 9 years, the record.
No, you always want your kids to see you play.
In a letter to NCAA President Charlie Baker, the Big Ten Conference Student-Athlete Issues Commission called for continued push to limit or outright ban prop bets based on individual college athletes to reduce harassment and protect mental health and game integrity. 51% of Division I men's basketball players reportedly have received social media abuse based on their performance, much of it coming from bettors.
So then get off social media.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Do that. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Justin Verlander back to the Tigers. PK, 1 year, $13 million. Former Cy Young Award winner, AL MVP. He'd been there 12 years. Obviously, he's moved around a little bit. We all remember his time down in Houston. Think he's got much left in the tank?
He came on at the end of the season last year
Yeah.
with the Giants. I saw him pitch against Toronto in Toronto, and he was getting smacked around a little bit. But then he got better. So, obviously at his age, he's not going to be what he was, but they're going to still pay $13 million to play ball, and it's a kid's game. And this is something you've been doing probably since you were 6 years old. Why the heck not? It's fun. Detroit's a decent team.
Yep.
And he started there, sort of
coming full circle.
Going back home in a sense.
They drafted him. All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
Rory McIlroy making some headlines, said he likes the 4 major tournament title format. The Players' Championship, he said, does not need to be added to the majors, although he says it has more of an identity than the PGA Championship. And he also wants to see the PGA Championship return to August. I don't expect that to happen. I think that ship has sailed, but
I agree with both
Rory.
of what he's saying.
You want the PGA in August?
I do. Yeah.
Really, I felt like it filled a hole. And football's starting up in August.
It's practice.
Oh, okay.
What do I care about practice?
The anticipation. It's kind of a big deal.
So I'm going to anticipate a game in 3 weeks, which means I can't pay attention to the PGA?
Yeah, but I
make
like
any
May.
sense.
Yeah, I liked it in May.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
To me, July comes too fast. I want something else out there. And
the playoff doesn't do it for you. The playoff
not
and the
to
Tour
the level
Championship.
of this.
Yeah.
These guys, it goes on your record. The playoff goes in your bank account. It doesn't really go on your record. Right? The Ryder Cups and those types of things, they go on you and your teammates' records, and it's important, it's a big deal, and it's fun and all that stuff.
What if they move the Ryder Cup to August to give you something to do before there were football games?
That seems even weirder.
Okay. 2-time major winner Justin Thomas has been cleared to resume all golf activities after undergoing back surgery last November to correct a disc problem that was causing him hip pain. He said his hopes to return to the PGA Tour during the Florida Swing and get himself ready to play in the Masters in April. And Charlie Woods, Tiger Woods' son, is committed to play college golf at Florida State. His dad and his sister both went to Stanford. He's a top 10 prospect in this 2027 recruiting class, but he is going to FSU to be a Seminole.
Well, Tiger grew up in California, and obviously he grew up growing up in Florida. So probably maybe that had something to do with it.
DJ and PK. Park City High School graduate Katie Farquharson won the second ever bronze medal for Team USA in women's single luge. She had 2 strong runs in the 3rd and 4th runs of the event to take the medal stand. And Team USA women's hockey, the big game with Canada, it's all USA. They get the shutout. They win 5-0. Expect to see them again when we get into the middle round, but in the preliminary round here, the U.S. dominates Canada. There's your Olympic update. That is what is trending. It's brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Dale Murphy, Braves legend, longtime Major League Baseball star, will join us at 8:30. Pitchers and catchers reporting this week. A lot of them showing up yesterday, and Dale Murphy will talk about the upcoming baseball season with us. And Tim Lacombe, Jazz analyst for SEG Media at 9 o'clock. It's also a Win Tickets Wednesday. We have tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday night. We'll give those away in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay with us. The question of the day. Hot takes or toast coming up next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Get a new crash northbound I-15 in Provo, right where the Provo Town Center Mall is. As the right lane's blocked and heavy slowdown stretched by all the way back to 1400 North in Springville and stacking from there. The rest of the commute is looking pretty good with no other major delays or accidents along I-15. This Valentine's take love to new heights at the roof. Open for lunch and dinner. Enjoy city views, new decor, and viral favorites like flatbread, scones, funeral potato bites, steak, pork, or salmon entrees. Visit the roofslc.com for more information. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
For years I've said this, when it comes to the person you love, there are 3 dates you never, ever want to forget or overlook. 1, birthday. 2, anniversary. 3, it's Valentine's Day. And the perfect place to celebrate Valentine's Day with the one you love, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. First of all, of course, the best food you have ever had. But the ambiance, the wait service is absolutely incredible. And we have 2 locations. One, Hotel Park City, up in the mountains after a day of skiing. That would be perfect. And of course, also in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 South West Temple. The steaks are divine. You're going to love the seafood dishes, poultry, whatever it is, cooked to perfection at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Be sure to make your reservations now for Valentine's Day.
Hey, Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to americafirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz are back home tonight as they take on the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is set for 7 o'clock at the Delta Center with coverage on the KSL Sports Zone beginning at 6 o'clock with the pregame show. Yusuf Nurkic on the improved interior defense with Jaren Jackson Jr. joining the team.
I think it's a great sign. I think that I believe they have like 8 points in the paint. Like that was our goal, and coach really emphasized that we have to protect the paint, and I think for the majority of the game we did a great job. Just kind of keep building on that.
This Utah Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
I think what Utah is doing right now is messing around with the integrity of the NBA. The ability to sit players, starters, in the fourth quarter, to not call timeouts in the fourth quarter. Orlando won the game on Saturday because they basically rested players, and it backfired on them last night. So I think if you're the league, you're looking at it. All right, can we do some gimmicks? Can we alter protections and eliminate protections as far as picks? Or can we put the hammer down?
Bobby Marks, NBA front office insider for ESPN. Making headlines right there, messing around with the integrity of the NBA. PK, you posted this on our Facebook page where 20 or 30 comments is normal, 50's big, 122 comments. Jazz fans have a lot to say about Bobby Marks, and it isn't real positive.
STFU, Marks.
Cameron, the, in quotes, integrity of the NBA. Bah! Laughing, crying emojis. They haven't had a gambling scandal since this year. They've had gambling scandals in fairly recent memory with officials who've been accused of favoritism by probably 2/3 of the fan bases in the league. The integrity of the NBA, Cameron laughs in your face.
The cold envelope for Ewing.
Oh,
Cleveland gets LeBron.
I have seen NBA lifers sit in a media room, people who worked in the league and drew paychecks their entire adult life, 100% sure the league arranged for Ewing to go to New York.
Integrity.
Dallas trades away their best player, franchise type, and gets Cooper Flag.
What they have, and the NBA has put itself out there and then turns a blind eye on some things, but other things they just get enraged about, and we got to listen to lectures left and right, mostly left, actually.
This one, this specific lecture, totally predicted. Watching NBA coverage at the start of the season, Brian Windhorst, who's covered the league for years for ESPN, somebody asked him about teams that are bad, and he said, you're going to have me on after the All-Star break and ask me about the 10 teams that are tanking. And they're like, what? He goes, a third of the league. It's going to be an epidemic. It's already set. Everybody knows how good the players are at the top of this draft. Everybody wants a young talent that's on a rookie contract that's inexpensive. He says, everybody who figures out they have no shot at the playoffs is going to go hard to improve their draft position as much as they can. This is completely predictable. We've talked about this. You've said it multiple times. You don't have to like what the Jazz are doing. As a matter of fact, you can hate it, but you shouldn't be surprised by it. Free agency and trades aren't really a realistic path for a lot of cities in this league. The draft is the path. You can't make the trades until you draft good talent that grows up and people want to trade for it. You've got to do this. And Brian Windhorst, who has no dog in the fight, says a third of the league is going to do it. And 3 months later, he's 100% right.
Wasn't that every year?
I remember when he said that.
So
he
there's
said
only
it
7
happens.
teams. There's 5 teams.
Yeah. That was his point. He said it happens every year. It's going to be way worse this year because there's so much talent in this draft. And so, and I think your point's well taken. You know, the issue's the issue, but it becomes more obvious when most of the games you turn on have a team that's tanking, or a few of them have 2 tanking teams going against each other, and nobody's playing.
Yeah, but that's not the case.
The Lakers are going to be in the playoffs, and they sat everybody. I mean, Luka's not. They got 3 players people want to see. None of the 3 played.
Yeah, I think they're legitimately hurt.
They wouldn't play if it were a playoff game. It's not.
Well, what do they have to tank? The issue is tanking. The Lakers aren't tanking.
I think the issue for the league is the regular season, which already had been devalued to a degree, is consistently getting devalued even more.
Well, I don't think it is. I think it stays the same. It's always been devalued compared to the playoffs. Nobody remembers what Jordan did in the regular season, but we're going to recite by memory what he did in the postseason. That's the curse and the blessing of the NBA.
Go ahead.
The NBA season is too long, too many games. What do you expect these guys to do? And they've been pampered and all that stuff, and it's all about the postseason. So I actually think that what the Jazz are doing, the creative tanking, is what's getting under everybody's skin. If they would just do what everybody else is doing, nobody would have said anything.
Just shut everybody down.
But the fact that they made the trade and they want to get Jaren Jackson out there on the floor to play with the guys, and then they said, okay, how about let's go this way? And they're 1-1 with the creative tank. The CT is new, and people are up in arms about it because they thought of it and nobody else thought of it.
Well, go out and do it tonight. Yeah. Nothing's stopping you.
Yeah.
They haven't penalized coaches for their playing rotations. You know, when the guy plays 20, 25, 30, 35 minutes, is up to the coach.
And the Jazz, because of the way they've been reconstructed during this tank era, is allowed to be able to play a bunch of first-round draft choices. They're not playing two-way guys who, let's face it, have little to no chance of ever making an impact.
Little to no feature. But there is a chance that Sensabaugh will need to hit a big shot in the last possession or two of a game.
He's a first-round pick, and first-round picks are valuable.
Yeah.
And now Collier is a first-round pick. Filipowski wasn't, but should have been. And he's barely out of the first round, but he's obviously an NBA talent. He's got NBA skill. Mm-hmm. And Cody Williams is a first-round pick. He's the highest pick of all the players. So what are you going to do? Stick him in a summer league game when they play a bunch of guys who aren't going to be on NBA teams? This here is the best of the both. I actually applaud them. Whoever thought of it, take a bow. Somebody had to think of it. I don't know if it was Austin or somebody.
Right.
But this is a great, phenomenally great way to evaluate all the young guys. See them all together. Combine with the vets that you have. And playing the combination of Jackson and Markkanen for 25 to 27, maybe 30 minutes tops. They're still out there, and you can get evaluations. And you're evaluating in real settings. It's not practice. We're not talking about practice. We're talking about the summer league.
Thank you, Alan.
We're not talking about in September when it's pickup ball.
We're talking about games.
Yeah, we're talking about games with referees and other players who are trying to survive in this league because it's a cutthroat, as professional sports should be. That's it. This is actually an awesome way to go about it. They ought to be applauded, but because it's a bunch of white guys out in Utah, screw them. We're going to dump on them and crap on them all we want, and all these people are going to be on there talking about it because, well, let's get it. Could you imagine if it was somebody else who didn't look like these guys, what they would be doing? They'd be running from it big time. They'd be backpedaling faster than Deion Sanders trying to make a tackle when he was an NFL player. Let's call it like it is and have honest discussion. But we don't want to. We don't want to do that. We want to just be around the edges and just go blast these guys over there. Yeah, right. And then no, they're not going to push back. They got to sit there and take it. Go to you know where. I'll pick you up and drive you there because it's obvious I'm going to be there.
The list of people who posted who were happy to give Brian an NBA history lesson was spectacular. Josh, was he unaware that Philly tanked for 6 straight years and called it the process?
Right. So we dump on these guys out in Utah.
Meanwhile, Philly
because they're barely in the U.S.
George, it's not tanking, it's load management. Ask Coach Pop. He invented it. He also worked it into top picks in the last 3 or 4 years.
Who has ever in the NBA criticized Pop?
Tony, as soon as they investigate the Spurs for tanking to get Tim Duncan, I'll listen.
But we can't criticize Pop! And we know why we can't criticize Pop! Come on.
Melody, I'm pretty sure the Nets set, and he's got a connection there, set 2 players in their last game, Agor and Porter. There are lots of teams doing this. It's a generational draft. I think everyone's jealous we got Triple J.
I think it goes far deeper than that.
Tyson, yeah, but we're far from the first team to do it. Hell, the Thunder just got done doing it, and they took home the trophy. This is really our only chance to get star players here. They're not coming in free agency.
It's the most likely pathway. I don't think it's the only way. Because I believe in the sophistication of the NBA player. I don't care what he looks like, where he's from. He can get here, see what it's about, and then think, this is a great situation. I want to be here.
David, just Utah, huh? Not Sacramento, not Indiana, not Dallas, not Memphis, not Brooklyn, not the Clippers, not the Wizards, not the Bulls, not the Blazers. Okay.
Right, because they are doing it in a creative way. The normal way of tanking is no big deal. But that game against Orlando just shot the antennas up in a manner that we have never seen. Because they played the three if you want to include Nurkic, first 3 quarters, sat them, and then somebody asked Will, were you tempted to put Jaren back in? I wasn't. No. And he let the young guys do it, and then he didn't call a timeout. But somebody else, if Pop doesn't call a timeout, let them play. You don't let the defense get set up. That's genius. But Will Hardy doesn't call a timeout. Why didn't you just hand the ball to somebody else on Orlando and let them have an open layup? Because that's what we're saying. You threw the game in the manner of a gambling situation. That's what they're insinuating.
Ryan, I like what PK said. Who cares? Why punish the Jazz for doing what everyone else has done and succeeded at? Ryan didn't want to hear it. Who cares? Let him
I don't
pop
want to hear
off.
it either, but I'm not just going to say who cares. I'm going to push back. Somebody's got to push back. They can't push back. So I'll push back for them. They just got to take it. I don't have to take it. You don't have to take it. Come on, get fired up.
Sick and tired. You don't have to take it anymore. Go over to the window and yell out, I'm sick and tired, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
What do you think about the political nature of it, too? Come on. You don't think that factors in?
I said yesterday, there are places that people like to dump on, and Utah is one of them.
Why hasn't Coach Pop ever been criticized?
Maybe because he pushes back on stuff and people are intimidated by him and don't want to. I mean, for years, the league, the TV networks wanted to do those in-game interviews, which I find largely worthless, but whatever. And he didn't want to do it. And so the person who got sent over to do it as a job, he tried to humiliate them and belittle them on TV.
And nobody ever criticized him for it?
I'm getting to it. I know. He never took any heat for that. He was flat out rude. He was mean. The people who came to this organization from San Antonio, whenever I brought it up, they freaking defended him. Well, he's a great guy. He doesn't look it. Like, what does he have
Great guys
on
don't
you?
need to be defended. They speak for themselves.
Does he have photos of you?
It's
What's
the same thing
deal?
with Bob Knight. He was a bully. And we have all these anti-bullying campaigns. Oh, no, but he's really, really nice. Oh, wait a second. Nobody ever said that about Jerry. Jerry Sloan, the man's integrity spoke for itself. You didn't need to apologize for Jerry Sloan.
No, it was the exact opposite with Jerry when it was clear his health was failing. And, you know, I knew I was going to have to do an obituary on him. I went to the visiting locker room, and when the coach was an NBA lifer. And I figured, well, at some point he must have crossed paths with Jerry and have some relationship. You know, if it was someone who was a year or two into it and 35 years old or 40 years old, you don't know. But some of these guys you just know. And some of the stories I got were great about Jerry not just being great to people when the spotlight was on. He was great to people when the spotlight was off. And made sure he was great to fired coaches. And some of them, when I'd ask a question about him and look at him,
great.
Yeah, people in restaurants have stories and all that. And
they would look at I was in multiple social settings, and I saw the way he treated people.
Yeah, when you went to Mexico, you got to sit in vans with him and dinners.
Really well. It was an honor.
And there were coaches who at first they would look at you like, "What are you asking me, Jerry Sloan for?" And then a couple times you could like literally see the eyes click in, like, "Oh, I know exactly why he's asking. I know what this is for." And they would lock in, and they're like, "I want to make sure I give this guy his due."
And I want to make abundantly clear that I support Coach Popovich in what he did because it worked. It was smart. It was a great idea. He didn't create the system. He played by the system's rules.
Yeah, both tanking and load management.
And he ends up getting Robinson, Duncan, and Wembanyama.
Yep.
Coach Popovich is a basketball legend, deservedly so. He does all the praise that he gets. He deserves it.
Yeah.
Because he ran it the right way. Yes. So, yeah, I support what he did 100%. And now the Jazz are trying to do the same thing, and they're doing it in a different manner, and all of a sudden they're a bunch of bums? No, not at all.
It was easier for the Spurs to tank these last few years because in their rebuild, they didn't have the Markkanen acquisition, where you got an all-star caliber player who made the game 1 year, others he hasn't. But a guy can go out and get 25, is a veteran in the league, and the Jazz have kind of tried to hide him in this rebuild. And the Spurs, in their most recent rebuild, didn't have to do that. But, I mean, to your point,
but they sat Robinson when they had him.
They did. They constantly looked at ways to whatever the rules were, maximize the advantage for them, and then they got lucky. Boston had 2 picks. Man, there's a franchise the league could have looked out for, and Boston didn't get Tim Duncan, and San Antonio did. But they managed that situation, and then the same thing with load management. Is it bad for the league? Does it devalue the regular season even further? Yes. But he was keeping his guys healthy for the playoffs, and now they've got 5 championships. So I get it. I hate it, but there are the rules. And if you don't want them to do it, cut back the games, eliminate back-to-backs. But nobody wants to give up the money, so they play 82 games long after everybody knows they shouldn't. But they do.
Yeah, I don't know that they have to do it. I mean, Statues didn't do it. Thurl didn't do it. Mark Eaton didn't do it. Oscar Robertson didn't do it. So I would push back on that. But as far as the draft, that's the way to get premier players. It's the most logical way. The system is set up for that.
Okay, we got to take a break. When we come back, why did Marks say this? You went politics. There's somebody else.
Well, I mean, that's just part of it.
Okay, but Marks thinks it's personal. Or is it personal with Marks? And we will get to that. We got a listener here who's got his conspiracy theory NBA history lesson. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got another accident northbound I-15 at Center Street in Provo, off to the left shoulder and adding to the congestion already in that area that stretches all the way back into Springville. Add some extra time if you're headed northbound through Utah County this morning. I-15 also a little bit slower northbound in Draper and Sandy as you head towards downtown Salt Lake City. Also southbound I-15 in North Salt Lake as you get towards downtown. This update is brought to you by UTA. At UTA, it's not just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters. That's you. Players for today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at KSLrestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course not.
That doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We get fired up talking about sports. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. In the end, what does it really matter? It's just fun. It's entertainment. You know, how about getting fired up about money? Because that really matters. It matters for your life, the quality of your life. And you work hard, you want to see the money protected, and you want to have advancements in your portfolio. That's why I'm telling you to get for the folks with Trajan Wealth. Fiduciary advisors, man, they focus on helping people that are in or nearing retirement. They can better understand, help you better understand and prepare for the challenges associated with an ever-changing financial landscape. And that's just a fact, man. I gotta go online. There's so many different things. Oh, if you got this amount of money, you can do this. You got this amount of money, you need that. It's just confusing. Get people who will meet with you one-on-one, people who you can trust. That's the most important thing, a trust. If you have a trust with a financial institution, you're going to feel a whole lot better about it. And that's what you can get from Trajan Wealth. How do I know that? Because I got it. Yeah, I met with them. I sat down with them. I talked with them. I talked with them over the phone. I talked with them in person. I did Zooms. We texted. Every possible way of communication. They're available for you all the time. You're not just getting one. You're getting the whole company. Give it a shot. See what they can do for you. Give them a call. First meeting, it's not going to cost you anything, right? Got nothing to lose and a lot to gain. Call to set it up is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. I met with them at their offices in Draper, right off the freeway there in the south end. You live up north, they come up and meet with you in Farmington. Got you covered north and south, as does the website, which is TrajanWealth.com. That website, again, is TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client-paid advertisement.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, Brian, you are way too sedentary. So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. Or is it lying around the house?
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
It's the Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Hundreds of new RVs. Buy and save at the show. Register to win an Alaskan fishing trip with RW Fishing.
Come on in, the great outdoors is waiting. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A reminder to join JJ and Alex at the RV Show Thursday from 3 to 6 at the Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. This is your opportunity to shop, compare, and buy the RV of your dreams. Jazz fans riled up. Bobby Marks, NBA front office insider for ESPN, said what Utah is doing right now is messing around with the integrity of the NBA. Do you agree? And Jazz fans overwhelmingly do not agree. Motivations. A lot of people come up with a lot of different theories on motivations. Andrew says, and the thing I know about Bobby is, and this is from his, the dates may be off, but it's ballpark right. This is from his Wikipedia page. He started as intern with the Nets in 95, rose to the organization assistant general manager in 2010, was there for 5 years. and went to ESPN in 2017. So he was there, part of their front office when they made their 2 finals appearances in the early 2000s. He was the longest tenured member of the front office. And Andrew, Bobby Marks is angry because Danny Ainge fleeced him when he was in Brooklyn. You buy that, BK? It's personal.
No.
Good NBA history lesson, even if that's not the motivation.
No. I think it's because it's a new way of tanking. And it's actually, if you're going to tank, it's a great way. And they made the big-time trade to acquire Jaren Jackson, and fans want to see him out on the floor. We want to have hope for next season.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2 games, he's given us hope.
Yeah.
He's a player, right? And now, by extending these guys, having Ace Bailey play 30 minutes is brilliant.
It's only going to help him, right?
Yeah.
Sensabaugh has now hit a big shot in the final minute of a game. And you can see him smiling come off the court.
He can make shots.
He thought he could do
shots
it.
in his
Now
sleep.
he's done it.
Yeah. And
Right, but if they're playing the other guys, that shot's going to be for Jackson or Markin.
I know. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying he can make shots in this league.
Right.
I've seen enough of him in the time that he's been with the ball club to know he can make shots. If he's open, he can make a shot. It's simple as that. More often than not. I'd be interested to see in wide open situations what his shooting percentage is. Guys like him, the percentage that they shoot is sort of misleading because if you're open, and then when you're playing with better players, they get you open shots. I mean, you can go back in the history. Magic Johnson made a lot of people a lot of money because he got them the ball when they were open, right? We saw with Joe Ingles being able to get people the ball when they're open. And they can make shots, yeah. Open shots for these guys. For some of them, it's darn near a layup the way they can shoot the ball, right? And since, I'm agreeing. Why not? Have the ball in Sensabaugh's hand, particularly now with George having these ankle issues. It seems like he's been tweaking them and stuff, and have them out there. Have Cody Williams. He needs to play. He just needs to play, man.
No better time to make mistakes than now.
And all these other teams don't have. How many guys do they have in the last 2-3 years, first rounders, including Flipper?
The Jazz went.
They traded obviously Hendricks.
Was it
and Clayton?
Yeah, but at their peak, did they have 9?
Right,
they had 9 draftees.
Right, so now they got they.
No, they moved a couple of them on.
You got to play them.
Yep.
And Filipowski deserves to be counted as a first-round pick. You have to play him. And how many other teams have that many guys that were taken in the draft in the last 2 years? So they're not in that position to do that, to play all these kids. The Jazz are. Get them out there. Yeah.
Those other teams also aren't in the position to hide 2 All-Stars now, which the Jazz are.
But they're not hiding them. They played them 20-some minutes. They played them more than half the game.
That's a good point. Hiding them in the fourth quarter.
Fine.
Yeah.
That's why it's a genius idea. Fourth quarter's crunch time. Would you rather that they sat out the first quarter? No.
No, apparently Marks would have rather they sit out the whole game.
Yeah, that's ultimately is what you're saying.
Which is going to happen here over the final
and it has to happen.
28 games.
No one is going to hand the Jazz anything. It's like I refuse to ever criticize someone who takes the money. Because if that person doesn't take the money and then later on doesn't get it, who's giving it to them?
Who's going to hand it to them?
Right. So they have an opportunity to get money. Get it. Get the money, man. I will never, ever criticize. If somebody's got $100 million in the bank, that's another story. But we're talking about these kids in college and so forth. And so they go because Alabama offered them $1 million. And you were Levitt. He took the money. He took the money and run.
No guarantee the NFL's going to give him the money,
right?
Or anybody else after that.
And the Sun Devils, they need to stock a team, not stock a bank account of a quarterback. So he left. Does it suck? Yes. But you get the money and you take it. Same thing here. Man, if they don't get this draft pick, the league isn't saying, we feel really sorry for you. You've been a model franchise since Larry Miller got it going, say, like 1985.
40 years.
Basically 40 years.
Yeah.
And we really appreciate what you're doing out there because you sell out darn near every game. Your fans are passionate, blah, 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 blah. You do it the right way. Here's a draft pick. Merry Christmas. Who does that? This is the system. You don't like the system? Complain about the system. But complaining about and taking shots at the teams who are abiding by the system? No. And it so happens it's the Jazz, and that's our team. I get it. And I have a bit of homerism. I'll be the first to admit it. But it could be any team.
DJ and PK, when we come back, big announcement we've been promised. Well, we were promised it yesterday. We will get to that. What could it be? That's coming up. Stay with us.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
David James here for Soda Weight Loss. If you want to lose weight, there's no better time than right now. Soda's the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and client results. I'm getting the results. I want to lose 20 pounds. I'm 2/3 of the way to my goal. They've got some good tips. They can help you, and they'll cut you a deal right now. Join now, and your partner joins for free. You get 2 transformations for the price of 1. You don't get caught up with the shots and the drugs. No quick fix, also no lifelong financial commitment and no end in sight. They're going to pair you with a nutritionist. You can text them anytime. You'll have a call once a week. They are going to help you reorganize your diet. You still get 3 meals a day. You still get 2 snacks. They'll tell you how to avoid the foods that are putting the weight on right at your waistline. Lose that gut right now. Reach out to Soda online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Or to speak with a nutritionist, call 866-800-SOTA. 866-800-SOTA. Soda, join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets. Order food and drinks without leaving your seat. Track live stats and stream every game with Mammoth Plus. All in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential. Designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You may have seen a clip on social media over the weekend where Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark, sitting at a table between two guys broadcasting the game, says there's a big announcement coming Tuesday. It's going to be big. He can't tell you, but it's going to be big. Then the league tweeted out yesterday, well, the commissioner's a little in front of himself. The announcement's coming Wednesday. What could this announcement be?
That's today.
That is today. Later today, we should find out. What is the Big 12 doing? Something new, something different. There's a lot of guesses. I'm with Bobby. Bobby Carbine says the conference is going to enter into a private equity partnership. That would be my guess. Some kind of business deal along those lines, something revolutionary for marketing, investment. Who knows what it'll look like, but the commissioner was all sorts of fired up, and it was like he was trying to sell it, and PK is now nodding off as if he's falling asleep. But you know how you're the king of this. When someone tries to sell you something, they oversell it, and you're like, well, you're only selling it so hard because you know I'm not going to buy it. And I had a little bit of that vibe going on. That's why I went to that. That he's selling it really hard. It's going to be something that doesn't excite people. We're moving the football championship game to Australia. You know, it's not that.
Well, he's a Jersey guy.
I know.
And so he's a talker.
Yeah. And so is Marks in the last one. He's also a native New Jersey guy. Jersey guys provide us a lot of content. They do a lot of talking.
Marks, I think, is from Plainfield, yes.
We know Passaic Valley Regional High?
Passaic Valley, yes.
Passaic Valley Regional High for Marks.
Yeah, I think it's Passaic County, which is 20 minutes from where I grew up.
Yeah.
They're all jumbled right there in the metro.
He went to Marist College. That's moving away, right? Isn't that Pennsylvania?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But Passaic Valley, Jersey guy.
Yeah. I mean, if you're born there, it never gets out of your blood. You can't help it. I try to be kind. I just can't do it. I try to be friendly. I can't do it. I can't.
It
just doesn't work.
I've felt the Jerseyness of the area waiting for an Uber at the Newark airport.
Yeah.
You can see the combativeness in the cars trying to park, and you see the combativeness on the people being really anxious about when their car is going to get there. And I'm coming in, whatever.
Right.
I don't have it.
Back.
No, they're not. Like, it's already 8 o'clock at night. I don't know anybody. I'm not doing anything. It doesn't matter if I get to my hotel at 9:30, or 10. I'm going to turn on the TV, and whatever game is on is going to be there.
So he wants to sell it because his position is that of a salesman.
Uh-huh.
He wears many different hats, but selling it is part of the job. Like he said all season, I believe we'll get 2 teams in. Well, you didn't, and you haven't. You're
but he's
going to
sell it. Yeah.
Right. You can believe it all you want, and you can try to sell it and push the story, but it's not going to work. It didn't. Well, it didn't work.
But nonetheless, I appreciate that he's going to sell it, and if he doesn't sell it, he's not doing his job. And, when you come from Springfield Township, you just got to sell.
Yeah, and they're all townships back there.
Yeah.
The township is a big word. No, it's never a town. It's a township.
Township.
Yeah, for whatever reason.
And Morristown. Apparently he was born in Springfield and moved to Morristown. But Jersey all the way, baby.
Morristown is the capital of Morris County, which is about 5 minutes away
from
where I grew up.
So what's he selling? I mean, he's selling. What do you think?
All you can do is sell. The only thing that matters is how much money you can bring in. That's the ultimate reason why the Pac-12 went away.
That's the primary gig of commissioners at both the pro and the college level.
Everything else is just window dressing.
You are hired to make money.
Yeah. Right.
And however you do that, whether it's media deals, getting all the teams together and sharing best practices so they all are game management and make the whole thing more entertaining.
It's all perception about hype. The practice at Rucker Park. That was just genius. Who gives a flying you-know-what about that, right?
That is
How is that helping the U of U's basketball team?
So far, it doesn't look like it's had much of an impact.
Right. Playing games in other countries. Now, I don't know if it's going to happen, but I heard at the summer thing, media days, that BYU and ASU were supposed to play a baseball series in Mexico.
Yeah, that's been rumored for a while.
Yeah.
They going to Monterey or somewhere else?
It'd be Mexico City.
I thought it was Mexico City. It's what they were saying in July.
There's been thought that a football game could go to Monterey, though.
Okay. I don't have any problem with any of that. I don't have any problem with Adam Silver trying to create stuff and coming up with this in-season tournament. If it doesn't work, so what?
But give it a shot.
What did you lose?
If you punish people for trying new things, nobody ever tries new things.
Right.
And we know if you never try new things, it's going to grow stale. So you've got to allow people in whatever the business, sports talk, radio, TV, you're in newspapers, you got to try new stuff.
I'm all for it.
Yeah. If someone fails on 10 straight ideas, okay. But let them try 10 things and you'll probably hit on a few.
Yeah. Yeah, and taking these games in the NBA and the NFL, and MLB's been doing it overseas, sure.
Yep, and I'm waiting for him to use that loophole in the college football thing and play Week 0 games in Canada. Minimize the travel.
I don't know. There
get
is
the
any
extra
loophole.
game.
I mean, Hawaii's playing at Stanford this year.
Well, Hawaii plays a game in Hawaii, so they get to. I mean, anybody who plays off the continental U.S., that's the thing.
Right, but it's Week 0. Just do it. There is no am I going to get arrested?
There were multiple games last year.
Are they going to come like they do in Minnesota and drag me out of my house? And what are they going to do?
Possibly.
I don't think so.
No.
I was just kidding, but I think we got a little sneak peek to what he thinks.
Yeah, possibly. They're going to come for you. You've crossed the line, Kinahan. We're coming for you.
Yeah, but they would have done that 20 years ago.
Fair point.
I live on the other side of the line. So just go ahead and do it. For every innovation that works, what level of failure are there? Did Ryan Smith just sit around? Or maybe he did. I don't know. Did he just say, let's create this company, and then in a few years we'll sell it for $8.5 billion. Ready, break. Was there other things? They try other things that, maybe this didn't work. Maybe it worked a little bit.
It only makes sense to build something from nothing and embrace this whole new technology.
Yeah.
And he's got one family member teaching. He's got another family member writing code. And Ryan has a knack for talking and selling.
Yeah.
And the three of them come together. And obviously they built something awesome, but it doesn't make any sense that there weren't missteps along the way. I find it hard to believe there was 20 straight years of 10,000 consecutive correct decisions.
Right.
There had to be missteps.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not, you're an idea guy. I'm not. I go to work. I'm a working stiff, man. I am my father's son, and I am a working stiff. I have literally never been without a job since I'm 17 years old. Literally not one freaking day. And I go to work for somebody, and that's all I know. Now, Obviously, I've done a million times better than my father. I'm not sitting there denying it. But I'm on the, as they say, I'm on the backs and I'm on the shoulders of what he taught me of getting your butt up and going to work every day. And I'm forever grateful for that. But that's all I know. Other people have more creativity, have more genius and all that stuff. And if it's your mark coming up with something that he thinks might click, great. Whatever it is, I have a feeling it's going to be underwhelming, but who cares? Try it.
There's a lot of suggestions here on our Facebook page. Here's one that's outside of the box. Devin says, expanding the partnership with WWE where players will be able to join in the ring in the offseason.
Okay, that's silly, but what the heck?
What the heck? Exposure, and some players will get some NIL money and get paid.
Like Malone did right after the finals. I mean, and he took heat for that. But
the diamond cutter.
He's just out there having fun. Life's short, man. Especially when
Hey,
you're
Bash of the Beach was a legend.
when you're on top like that. It's even way shorter. You're in the moment and you think it's awesome, and then wow, your proverbial blink and it is gone. Yeah.
Yeah. Sports is like that.
Right.
It is hard to stay on top for 3 years, and 3 years is nothing.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, look at the run the Chiefs had, and they went well beyond that 3-year window. But nonetheless, I mean, they went from playing in the Super Bowl to missing the playoffs. Kind of an afterthought after Thanksgiving. And by the time we got past Thanksgiving, it's like, yeah, they're not doing it.
Those types of things are basically snapshots.
Yeah.
And when you're in the middle of it, just roll around in the mud and enjoy it. And, they changed the game from Saturday morning to Friday night. I'm not sure what the reasoning was behind that, but they're going in the old Pac-12 slot.
I think the reasoning behind that is there's basically 4 TV slots and there's 4 Power 4 conferences, and I think it didn't make any sense the TV networks to have 2 of those games going head-to-head. And so they're going to have the ACC and the Big 12 apparently going to alternate years between who plays on Friday night and who plays the first game on Saturday morning, because the Big 10 and the SEC, they're going to play when they play. They're going to take the 2 best slots Saturday afternoon and Saturday night, and they're not moving for anybody else.
And if you're moving to make more money and more exposure, great. Go ahead and do it. And he has a tough job too, because you're fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah. You're playing poker and you don't have the best hand.
Right.
Yeah.
And so you got to bluff your way through it. And it was fun when they were having that spat between the Pac-12 and the Big 12. All or open for shopping, or whatever. Going back and forth. And he took it. He won the bluff. They were bluffing, and he won. So right there, good on him. And then they acted quickly to be able to pick off these teams, these programs. We'll see where it is when the next TV deals come up, because everything is based on that, and it is basically short-term. Everything is short-term. 5 years.
By the time we get to the 2030s, who knows?
Right.
There'll be reorganization at the start of the decade for the rest of the decade.
You would think.
I think actually decisions could be made late in the 20s, but it won't kick in until we've had people come on the show and tell us, by the time you get to 2028, there's going to be a lot going on.
You have to be bold. BYU was bold in 2010.
To go independent.
That without question was the right decision in the moment. And then it grew stale. And then they knew that they had to get into a conference. And the only conference, the most likely, was going to be the Big 12. And they pursued that. They pursued it.
And it broke their way.
Yeah.
And they were ready. And then they went. They were actually ready and close probably 5 years or so earlier. And it just didn't break their way that time.
Right. I think it was around 2016.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Right. That's when we started having Barry Trammell on. That's what really got it going. Yeah. All that Big 12 stuff.
Well, actually, I had buddied up to him when OKC Thunder were here in the playoffs. I offered him rides.
Yeah.
He sat in my car. And I thought, I'm going to buddy up to him because I have an opportunity to make money off of him.
I will say, you didn't have to work very hard to buddy up to him. He's very affable, outgoing, wants to talk to people kind of guy.
But I can tell you I did that in radio.
Yes, but that might have even been harder, though.
Yeah.
There were a bunch of electronic media people that you talked to.
I would say suck up to.
Yeah.
I went out of my way. I was friendly to you.
Against all odds.
I was friendly to Locke.
Yeah. No, I remember talking to you in the Huntsman Center in that little lobby. I'd get up there to do a live shot. You'd get up there to beat parking and traffic. And then you're just looking at each other like, what's going on?
Yeah.
We got an hour to kill till the game. What are we doing now? Basically, we did the show.
Yeah, I was you, Locke, and Gordon.
Yeah.
Because I wanted it.
Yeah.
And I wanted it bad. I really wanted it. And so that's what you got to do. You got to take chances.
Mm-hmm.
And, for me, fortunately, it worked out. Maybe it wouldn't have. I don't know. But it did. I'm grateful for it every freaking day, literally. So you take chances. You see what happens there. I mean, it sucked for BYU basketball to go in the West Coast Conference. That
was a hit, man.
Yeah,
Dave
it was
Rose
a major hit.
Dave Rose had to be a team player and come over and do that availability, standing against the wall off to the side of the room after they made the big announcement, and he was just biting his lip till it bled.
Right.
And everybody was asking, and everybody, like it wasn't one or two people that knew. Everybody there was asking him questions, knowing he was taking a hit, and he just put on the best possible face and was a team player.
Yeah.
It was his swallowing and the bad taste in medicine, and
Right.
you're 8 years old and you got to take it.
You had to get some kids who were off the radar, and then you had to get some kids who wanted to go to BYU and were going to go to BYU if they're in the Big Sky or the NBA. And that's what they got. But it wasn't good enough. And you're losing to teams like Portland and Pepperdine and whatnot. Could you imagine that now? It seems so preposterous. Yeah. And same thing for football. I guarantee you, football in the Big 12, they'll never lose to Portland. Shut the F up! Yeah. If you did that now, you wouldn't be able to hear them because there'd be so much noise.
It's true. That would not be happening.
That was on the road in an empty gym.
In Portland. That's why I played it.
Yes.
Yeah. Of all the sad gyms in the West Coast Conference, that always struck me as the saddest.
And the Portland Pirates just took down Gonzaga.
And that was, they went. Yeah, they did. Yeah. They go to USD and play in front of like 600 people on a Saturday afternoon, and it still wasn't as sad as Portland. It was pretty sad.
Sit down.
That was in Vegas.
That was what WCC.
There are people guessing that that this is going to be about the conference moving to Vegas. Move the Big 12 tournament to Las Vegas.
They
announced last year it's a multi-year deal to stay in KC.
I know, but people want it. I think more money can be made. But
I agree.
Wrong side of the country for a bunch of schools in that league. All right, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone coming up. Pitchers and catchers reporting. It gets going this week. Dale Murphy, Braves legend, longtime Major League Baseball star, joins us next. Tim Lacombe, Jazz analyst at 9 o'clock. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 traffic looking better now, although seeing some spots of slowing northbound in Provo, Draper, and at the South Interchange at this moment. It's also starting to get pretty heavy now on Wasatch Boulevard at the mouth of Big Cottonwood Canyon. It's quite a few people are trying to get up in line to go skiing with the fresh powder up in the mountains. This update is brought to you Whipple Service Champions, the Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, and they are the first choice for honoring honest second opinions. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like
Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to americafirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with scales and tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, Brian, you are way too sedentary. So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a lying around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz are back home tonight as they take on the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off set for 7 o'clock at the Delta Center. Will Hardy on Ace Bailey and Cody Williams impacting winning by playing defense.
Miami has some guys who can really guard, and so we wanted to try to make sure we were clean with our spacing, and the group did a good job of that. But Cody and Ace both recognize that there are a lot of ways to contribute to winning, and it's not just about how many points you score.
Jazz and Kings tonight at 7, pregame at 6 here on The Zone. This Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's time to give away a pair of tickets on a Win Tickets Wednesday. Caller 12 right now gets a pair of tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday night. 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE for the Brian Regan tickets. Call right now. DJ PK, and we are joined once again by Dale Murphy. Dale, good morning.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you all right. We can hear you loud and clear. We can hear the baseball hitting the leather. The crack of the bat as people play pepper.
Just think, guys. In a few years, you'll be able to go down to Phoenix for a week and do your show from spring training from the Utah headquarters of the Utah Baseball Club.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, all right. Since you brought that up, what's going on and how close are we to getting it?
Oh, well, as close as you could get right now. Baseball's got a big situation in 2027 with the collective bargaining agreement, and I'm sure that expansion will be part of that negotiation once we get through that. Probably be a couple years, so I'm thinking maybe the word is around 2029, 2030. We'll start hearing some announcements. Let's hope so.
Yeah, for sure. Be awesome.
I'm anticipating, I was going to talk about 2026 in actual baseball, but since you brought up 2027 and the labor negotiations, I don't know if it'll be a strike or a lockout. Maybe you have an idea which group will drop the hammer first. But it seems like the owners have a lot of money and the players have a lot of money, so they can wait stuff out. And there's also a lot of money to be made or lost, so there's motivation to wait stuff out. So as much as I'd like to think, well, this is a 20, 30, 40-game thing and we'll still get most of a season, I think that's just me trying to talk myself into something. I'm worried it's going to be 100 games or more and that these sides are really going to dig in. How much digging in do you expect?
That's a great question. I think the challenge for the challenge for baseball is, obviously we're the last sport without, I guess, to put it, well, they have a hard cap. And so, there is a luxury tax there. You got the small market teams. You got the Los Angeles Dodgers, and the Mets, et cetera. So I don't, have a feeling everybody's really concerned. I think that there is, just going to be some challenges in 2027 to get everybody on both sides. What's interesting when you look at it, if there's a group of owners sitting in a room and everybody says, okay, someone says, all those in favor of a salary cap, raise your hand. The Dodgers will probably be looking around like, no, we're fine. We like where it's at. And so, it's the haves and have-nots. Is baseball going to, get to the point where there's a hard cap or something? We also got media rights issues. Major League Baseball doesn't share any of the revenue except the revenue generated inside the stadium. For instance, the Atlanta Braves, all that revenue generated outside of the stadium in the battery and the real estate obviously goes to the Braves. None of it is shared. And so you have some owners that, they just obviously don't want to share those media rights. So like the NFL does in particular. So it's a real tricky thing. You got owners against owners in one way, and you got owners against players in another way. So I don't know how it's going to shake out. It does seem like everybody's doing great, and you'd think cooler heads would prevail. But, it's going to be kind of a rocky road. Is what everybody tells me.
Yeah, we were joking about when spring training started. I said, well, if everything comes together and it breaks their way, the Dodgers should have a good season. And obviously that was a joke. Everything breaks their way, meaning the guys' cars don't break down on the way to the World Series. But at the same time, we're just coming off a World Series that was as good as any that you could ever see. The excitement. I remember Caitlin Clark, the great women's basketball player, in, Game 7, tweeted out, "That's the best baseball game I've ever seen," right? And it captivated us because of the competition. And literally, the Dodgers were literally inches away from losing that World Series. So baseball is a sport where you need your stars, but at the same time, Kiki Hernandez and Miguel Rojas are making great plays, and Paez is coming in as a defensive replacement and making a great play in center field to save the World Series for the Dodgers. So I'm ambivalent about this because if they want to spend their money, so be it. But at the same time, the Bucky Dents of the world that live on in infamy that aren't considered big players, you get a bat in their hand or a glove and they come up and make a big play. So you need the stars, but you also need the other guys. So I don't have an answer to this, and I'm nervous that there won't be a season, but I'm not sure what the right answer is, and it sounds like you're kind of saying the same thing.
Yeah, first of all, to the World Series. Exactly. One of the great things about baseball is that as you work your way through the lineup, there's been some talk that we should change it because every other sport, the last 2 minutes of the game, the ball is in the best player's hands. As you rotate through the lineup, you don't know who's really going to be up there at the end of the game.
Right.
And so it makes for the unsung hero, the underdog, exactly what you said, Rojas making plays, hitting home runs. I mean, that's the great thing about baseball. Some people would love to see it change. There's been some proposals, like you get one free at bat, not serious proposals, but you get one free at bat at the end of the game. You can put anybody in from your lineup. If you want Shohei to hit right now, or if you want him to hit back-to-back, it's called a golden at-bat or something. That's really messing with the soul of the game because the game is so unique. We got and this World Series, exactly what you said. Everybody was talking about the casual observer, and it was just a great year for baseball. So now you're saying, well, yeah, Dodgers are spending all this money, but if the Dodgers hadn't to spend all that money, they may not have been in the World Series. So you're kind of stuck. And the challenge, I think, for baseball is just be careful that you don't ruin such a good thing. It's going so well at this time. In 94, the World Series was canceled. We're still paying for that. And so let's be very careful. I don't have the answers. I don't have any inside information, but it is such a unique sport at such a good time, I think, in the history of the sport. Let's be cognizant of that. And what just happened? I mean, you can argue that Dodgers spend too much money, but I'll tell you, I tell everybody it's a great time to be a Dodger fan.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. Now they signed Kyle Tucker. I mean, it's just one of those things. I'm a player, ex-player, so I kind of say to myself, hey, some owners can play this game. Some owners maybe should sell the team if they can't play the game, and it costs a lot of money. And there are people out there that are ready to buy a team if the Pittsburgh Pirates want to sell. Believe me.
Yeah.
So it's an attractive product. Let's just make sure we be careful and, not ruin such a good thing. But, negotiations and labor negotiations, unfortunately, are part of it. Let's get through it. Let's have a great year in 26 and get through this 27 thing.
There are 8 teams spending more than $250 million, and they're in that tax status that you referenced, at least as things line up right now. The Dodgers are at the very top. How many teams do you think realistically could beat the Dodgers in a playoff series? I'm asking you, who could win the World Series other than the obvious pick of the Dodgers winning it again?
Well, the interesting thing about baseball, the Dodgers were, as you mentioned,
they're close to losing.
If you look back at the World Series, the Blue Jays should have won. They had them, made some mistakes. I think they made some base running mistakes, especially on that play to Rojas at home. I think everybody's analyzed it. The runner on third should have had a bigger lead. The point is, there's any number of teams that could beat the Dodgers in the World Series, and that's another great thing about baseball is spending this kind of money. I know it looks like they're going to be there for sure, but I think the Braves will be there. The Braves, all of their starting pitchers were hurt last year, and their third baseman Austin Riley was out significant parts of the season. So, Dodgers got to stay healthy. Everybody needs to stay healthy, but Phillies could beat them. Dodgers could beat them. San Diego could beat them. There's going to be some teams that bubble up next year. It's just the way baseball goes. Maybe not so much now, but baseball was still a game where you could go from worst to first. It really is possible. But I'm not going to say, any of the last place teams currently in today's day and age have a shot, but there's a number of teams that will bubble up and give the Dodgers a run for it.
Oh, yeah, a couple years back, 84-win Diamondback team beat them. I think they might even have swept them as far as it was obviously in the NFL playoffs, but that's what you get in this sport. Yeah. I mean, things. I mean,
I think it's one of the unique things about baseball.
Right.
You just really, you got to play 162, and then the playoffs, it's anybody's game, so to speak. But if you look back at that World Series, I think it'd be a tough winter for to go through if you're a Blue Jays fan. They had a shot and made some mistakes.
Yeah, multiple shots. Right, it was right there. We always see in spring training, ex-players go down, put on the uniform, and with the team that they were most notably with, and obviously that you were a couple. I think you were with Colorado and Philadelphia also, but obviously everybody remembers you in this Atlanta Brave. Do you go down?
Yeah, I'm going to go down first week of March. I'll go down. Walt Weiss, the new manager with the Braves, gave me a call and said, "Come on down, hang out, talk to the hitters a little bit." I don't know if that uniform's going to fit, but I think I can find a golf shirt that's going to fit. So that'll be fun. I think, it's one of the best times of the year. Once you get to be an established player, spring training, especially the first few weeks, it's pretty loose. They lift more weights than we used to, and but it's not a football camp, and
right.
It's pretty relaxed. It's pretty fun, and guys get their golf game going, and then the last 2 weeks everything gets pretty serious. But we got the World Baseball Classic this year too, which should be fun.
Oh yeah, man! And that thing, I was apprehensive, I think was the word. But then I see guys just balling out like crazy, and I'm thinking this thing is awesome. That really surprised me to the level of competition, particularly from the American guys, that they would be into it that much. And when you get the countries going on, and the last time with Shohei striking out Trout, and the place is packed. I don't know if I think it was a C-League creation, Bud C-League, and boy, this thing has really taken off.
Absolutely. I coached first base 10, 12 years ago. I don't know. Joe Torre was the manager, and he asked me to coach first base. And I'll admit to you, it was not rolling back then. And, we had all kinds of rumors that, Kershaw wanted to pitch for us, but he couldn't. And but that changed. That flipped, I think, especially when the U.S. team And we realized that this thing to go, U.S. has got to be competitive. We got to, get some guys out there because Japan, for instance, there's a different ball than they use in Japan during the league, during their season. And they get the ball that the World Baseball Classic uses. They get it a year in advance, and their pitchers are working with that ball. I mean, they were taking it serious. And I think Team USA finally said to themselves, look, we got to take this a little more serious if we're going to be competitive. And then you're right. It just took off, especially with Shohei striking out Trout. But, you look at the lineups, man. You look at the lineups of the Dominican Republic and there's just Miguel Cabrera didn't have a very good World Baseball Classic one year, and he went down and told Jim Leland with Detroit Tigers. He said, "Hey, I want 4 at bats a game, every game. Once spring training starts," he goes, "Well, because usually he'd get 1 or 2 at bats and then tune it up the last couple of weeks of the season." And Miguel Cabrera said, "No, I need 4 at bats every game because I got to get ready for the World Baseball Classic." Because I heard it from my country. I didn't do well last time, and so guys take it serious. Guys are excited to compete. And I asked the guys when I coach, I go, "What do you guys?" I was asking the players. They go, "This is amazing." They had a blast. They loved it, but it just hadn't caught on yet. And now I think. You look at Team USA's lineup, and I mean, it's everybody wants to play, and I even think Kershaw's pitching. So, there's some really cool stuff happening. Looking forward to it.
Well, Dale, we love talking baseball with you. We'll bother you again later this season as things get going. Thanks for carving out a few minutes for us and coming on and talking as the pitchers and catchers report.
Absolutely. Great time of year. Everybody want to have a good vacation and see some good baseball. It's a lot of fun. Go to Florida or Phoenix. It's a great time of year. I miss it every year. People say, "What's the hardest part?" I said, February and March every year. So thanks, guys. Love to talk the game. Thank you.
Dale Murphy, Atlanta Braves legend, longtime Major League Baseball star, join us right here on The Zone. Tim Lacombe, Jazz analyst for SCG Media, coming up at 9 o'clock. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Utah County has been the biggest trouble spot this morning. Still have another new crash northbound I-15 at 2500 north in Spanish Fork, off to the left shoulder, but not causing a lot of slowing there. 2100 north in Pioneer Crossing and Lehigh, as well as Wasatch Boulevard at the mouth of Cottonwood Canyon are the heaviest side streets at this moment. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Don't wait for the bad weather. Schedule your professional snow service at GoPaveUtah.com. Your complete parking lot safety starts once again at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. I want you to go off a little bit more about how the rebuild is over. A trade like this hits harder when your team has come as far as the Jazz have come, and especially County George.
What the Jazz did today was take a huge leap forward to the point of not only is the rebuild over, this is who we are. We have potentially 3 All-Stars in our starting lineup with young players who have the potential to also become All-Stars, Ace Bailey and whoever they're going to take in this upcoming draft.
Right.
We're not only going to compete and try to make the playoffs next year, we're going to be a force. Take us seriously now. We have a lineup that you must take seriously. We're going to compete at a high level moving forward, and you don't have to worry about all this stuff and all this pain. The pain is gone. Now you're going to enjoy the fruits of your labor. This team's going to be really, really good next year as long as they stay healthy.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
David James here for Soda Weight Loss. If you want to lose weight, now is the time. How's that New Year's resolution going? If you want some tips, if you want a little boost, try Soda. Go to sodaweightloss.com. Go check out their 9,000 Google reviews. There are a lot of clients happy. I'm 2/3 of the way to my goal. 3 weeks, it has made a difference. Not only do they help you organize the 3 meals and the 2 snacks, but there are different challenges. I traveled last week. and traveling, eating out, that can get pretty tricky pretty quickly. But knowing I was going to go, you get a once-a-week consultation on the phone, plus you get to text. I did both of those things as I negotiated how to eat in the 2.5 days I was out of town, and it worked like a charm. No shots. Instead of trying to put you on a shot or a drug that you need to take forever and pay for forever, Soda teaches you how to eat and keep the weight off for a lifetime, even if you're traveling. So, if you want to lose weight, if you want to get a plan right now, go to sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Or call the nutritionist at 866-800-SODA, 866-800-SOTA. Join now and your partner joins for free. You get 2 transformations for the price of 1. Soda, join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Dev Simplified are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it, but without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Mr. Mac Utah County High School Players of the Week, honoring the top boys and girls prep basketball players each week during the high school basketball season. Our winners this week Hattie Templeman from Springville High School and Graydon Anderson from Westlake High. Templeman scored 14 points in a win at Salem Hills and followed up with 19 points in a win at Maple Mountain. Anderson with 18 points in the rivalry win over Cedar Valley and 15 more in a win over Bingham. The Utah County Player of the Week Award proudly presented by Mr. Mack. No one buys, no one sells, no one cares the way they do. Absolutely no one. PK, BYU's losing streak is over. They win 99-94 at Baylor. Any win is a good win when you've lost 4 in a row and 5 out of 6. I thought it was weird in this game how it vacillated between decent basketball to start, a terrible 3-minute stretch where they went from tied at 17 to suddenly they're down by 12. Thought they were really good to end the half, really good to start the second half. It was about 23 minutes of good basketball. They went from down 12 to up 17 with 5 minutes to go. They were dominating and looking good at both ends of the floor, and they made a complete mess of the last 5 minutes and won by 5. So I don't know what to take from this going forward. This will help get them on track. Obviously, they'll have better opponents than Baylor, who drops to 3-9 in the Big 12. The bottom line, as Kyle Whittingham would always say, the bottom line, they won on the road. They snapped the losing streak. That's the most important thing. Trying to draw more from a game that was a major roller coaster ride. I think maybe we've been talking about depth and rebounding, and they had a guy who'd been buried on the bench here, Moop, come in and get 10 boards and maybe carve out a little bit of a spot for himself, especially given that, he shares a position with a guy who's foul prone in Kebakeda.
Oh, I don't think he's a center. I think they're just sticking him there.
Yeah, I agree. But share the position. Even though you don't really fit, if you can get 10 boards, you make yourself fit a little.
Well, you have to look at the opponent. He's not going to be able to have that level of effectiveness, I don't think, next Wednesday, a week from today, in Tucson, because they've got
They've got real size, yeah.
So we'll see. But, hats off to him. He battled, and he did what Kevin Young asked him to do, and he's probably sitting on the bench. If I want to get on the court, this is what I need to do. And he did it, and that's awesome. And that's what team basketball is about. You can't have everybody being the star, and there's one star. To me, this was a typical BYU basketball game, though. This is the way they're going to have to win. They're going to have to score. DeBonce's going to have a high percentage of his shots go in, which he did. And they're going to need Wright. Wright was able to finish far better at the rim than he would against a team like Arizona, because they're just much taller. And they're susceptible to that. And so he was dynamic going back to a place where he played last year. And Saunders, 9 boards. To me, this was classic 25-26 BYU basketball team. This is the way they win. They're not going to Houston you and just dominate you defensively, obviously. They're going to have to outscore you. They're going to have to hit shots. They're going to have to use the incredible athleticism that DeBonce possesses. And his shot's going to need to be on. And he's been rounding into shape. I expect we'll see more of the same. When you got a player of his caliber, you always have a chance because he is just flat out awesome, man. To me, I've watched these guys enough. He is by far, not by far. We always say that by far, and it's not even close. Yes, it is. We get caught up in, as Kevin Graham used to say, diarrhea of the mouth, and you keep going. So I take that back. By far, he's not by far, but to me, he's the number one player and should be the number one pick. I got caught up by far. No, I'm not ready to go there. But watching him play is just a lot of fun. So this is what this team's going to have to do. And they're going to have to do the same thing against Colorado as they're going to have to do the same thing against Arizona and Houston, whom I think are the 2 best teams in the league, because I don't know about Darren Peterson's availability over there in Kansas.
Missing half the games, and a little bit of regret as far as how much they're paying him. I've seen some stuff on that, and we will run those numbers and see how is he going to impact the top of the market for players going forward.
That depends on what he does in March, though.
Agreed.
Who cares if he's available in January?
As long as he gets him deep into the tournament in March.
Right. So we'll see.
We'll talk about that with Tim Lacombe coming up next. Stay with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to americafirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time to welcome Tim Lacombe back to the show. Former BYU assistant basketball coach, worked for Rick Majerus at the U, and now on the Jazz pre-half and post-game shows. Tim, good morning.
I think you should add to that Aggie fill-in with Scotty Gerard.
Now that you've called a game in
I
Logan.
was in Logan last night. It was awesome. I try to get up there as, for a game most years. I didn't last year, but Spencer was gone, and I filled in. It was a packed house and basically a pretty demonstrative win by the Ags.
I was talking with Scotty about this, doing a hit on his show, and they've had a number of coaches run through there as they go on to get higher paying jobs. And when I watch the Aggies play, I believe that of the ones that they've had recently, I can make a strong argument that Calhoun is the best, the way he gets his team to play. They're a fun team to watch. I don't know what's going to happen if he's going to receive big money offers, but in my mind, he is runaway coach of the year in the Mountain West.
Totally agree with all that. I had a chance to watch him, I should say work, but it was run. The dude's got crazy energy up and down the sideline, certainly really passionate, but his teams, what I look for is, you can tell a lot about a coach by the way his teams play, and they're detailed, they're intense, very intense, and they share the ball. Like it's second nature. They had 6 or 7 possessions last night where they could have easily taken a shot, and they just made the extra pass for an easier one. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think he does a great job, and it was awesome to be up there to watch his team play.
There's a little bit of a debate in college basketball right now, watching Darren Peterson miss half the games, and watching BYU, who's got A.J. DeBonsa, who's really, really good, but I think everybody around the Cougar program wishes they had a little more depth right now. If you're building a team going forward, as soon as, next year or two, would you rather have one? The question I saw posed was, would you rather have a $3 million player in Peterson, if that is indeed his number, or 3 $1 million players who are all bought in? If you were building a team, Tim, and you're not, you're doing Jazz pre, half, and post, but if you got hired and built a team, which way would you go?
Well, the correct answer in that regard is every guy's going to go with the better player and feel like they can change him, right? They feel like they can make him what he needs to be, or, bring out what you need as a coach. But the reality is, I think there's probably somewhere in the middle. And I think this NIL process is interesting because everybody just instantly went to pools they couldn't fish in prior, and I used to look at recruiting like pools and, streams where you go fish, and you've got to have the places you get your, where you get your haul, and, you meet new people and they introduce you to new things. And, but at the end of the day, I think rosters need to be thoughtfully constructed. And I think in the early era of NIL, it's been like, oh wait, we can get him too. Sweet. Throw him in, I think there needs to be more thought given to roles, because basketball is a team sport that depends on guys to do their job. And the biggest fight you have as a coach is to get guys to do their job. That's what you're doing all the time. So it just makes sense to me that you would bring guys in specific to some of the roles that you need.
You're going to be in the Marriott Center Saturday night?
I am. Yes, I am.
Yes, I thought you might be. They're retiring Jimmer Fredette's jersey and all that number, and go back. And that was an unbelievable time to see what he did. And you were right there. You were courtside for all that stuff. And did you guys, when did you know, wow, or did you even know it? Did it have to happen? Because what a story that was.
It really was, man. And honestly, I was fortunate because I came in his freshman year. So, his first year there was my first year there. And, we as a staff certainly knew he was talented, but I mean, his freshman year, he didn't start a game. So
he started the second half against Texas A&M in the NCAA tournament, though. In Anaheim.
Which caused all sorts of issues, but that's a whole other story.
I was there.
Okay. No, but I think the other thing is, that's what's beautiful about Jimmer's story. There wasn't anything contrived. There wasn't anything predetermined. It all kind of happened. And in a day and age where a guy shows up, in college and he's expecting a big check in 40 minutes a game as a freshman, it's just, that's not how this thing works. You got to go earn it. And, so the cool part is Jimmer went through that. And then after year one, didn't have a bone in his body that talked about transferring. He came in with Coach, and I'll never forget, Coach called me in after the meeting, and he's like, Jimmer came in here with a list of things. He wants to be our point guard next year. These are the things he wants to do. So it was all proactive stuff, not reactive. And then really, it was his junior year when, I guess one of his first games was his sophomore year in San Diego. He had a big second half, and we came back from a huge deficit to beat them. And then Arizona stands out his junior year where he went crazy, and we had all those guys in the Ryan Hatch Fiesta Bowl jackets in tears because we just demolished their beloved Bears. Bear down, boys. And then certainly it all came to a head in Jimmer Mania, right? And pulling up to hotels, seeing literally 500 people in the portico of the hotel waiting to get something signed and having to sneak Jimmer off the back of the bus, So it's just awesome memories. But as good as Jimmer was, guys, the team was that good too. Like Jackson and Emery made it possible for Jimmer to be Jimmer. No hard sock. You go down the line, everybody was bought in. And, that's why Jimmer was great, and that's why the team was great.
It's funny you mentioned those guys, and Dave Rose always talked about program guys, and you're always trying to get guys to get in a program and then over the course of 3 or 4 years really develop into something. I don't think any of the 4 guys you mentioned made a big splash early on in their career. Maybe Emery did because he could defend, so maybe I'm not remembering it right. But I'm curious in this era how much space there is for that, because there isn't money for everybody and money to develop a whole roster. And I'm curious what these coaches are doing in this regard. And maybe you just buy 8 players every year, and then that's just the way it's going to work for the top 100 teams that if they're not in the NCAA tournament, they're at least competing for it, 1 or 2 times every 3 or 4 years. And I'm wondering if go get your starters and you got your subs, but the other spots that are on the roster, what about development guys? And what about the programs at the top? I hate to say developing minor leagues, but, you're talking to guys who went to UCSB in Northern Arizona, so we kind of know our place in the universe here. But saying to high school kids, hey, here's 5 guys you can go play for that will develop you, and we will look at you when you're sophomores and juniors. I've already been watching you for 2, 3, 4 years. I'm not going to stop. The door's open. This is how college basketball works now. There is a considerable amount of angst around the sport, especially here where people used to watching local kids go to local schools, about how those kids are getting shut out. And coaches can get pushback on that. And I'm wondering if this is a way to, A, manage the situation, and B, develop guys so you don't have to pay everybody top dollar coming off the market. You're going to pay them something. What do you think about that whole process? Because with these new rules, everybody's got to figure it out. And I think Utah State is kind of going down this road, and it makes sense to me.
Well, what I think, Calhoun was pretty thoughtful. There have been a lot of really good teams through the history of Utah State. And what's crazy as I sat there last night is they have not messed with the formula that made them great. What this has allowed them to do is maybe go out and get a little higher level top tier player. But like the makeup of that team, you got a kid who is beloved, right? Local kid who's beloved, and Mason Falslove. You've got Drake. You got Drake, point guard. You got and then you've got
Templin's in his third year in the program.
Templin, Carson. That's who I was thinking of. Carson Templin's from Dallas. They've had a guy like Templin. I mean, go down the list. Just a rugged, big, of varying ability, but just plays their butt off. Brady Jardine through the years. Justin Bean. I saw Gary Wilkinson last night. I mean, so what I'm saying is I think Utah State was at least gave the model of success there some play. And I think everybody else has just been like, oh, my gosh, we can go get a 3-star for $1 million on the end of our bench. Boy, that's exciting. And to me, you're missing the mark. Development, I'm watching it in the NBA. I watch a guy like Colin Gillespie for 2 years just bust his tail an hour before the game with workout guys. And lo and behold, guess what? Give him the opportunity. The guy was ready, and he's playing great basketball in the NBA. I think you can do the same thing, and I think it's efficient. If you want to be efficient and not just throw money all over the place. And it brings in relative. Like, it's hard for me sometimes to watch local teams play when they don't have any local guys on the team. And I know that sounds stupid, but I do think to get people bought in, all the way interested, I think there's going to be some tweaking for sure.
The Jazz there with that unique form of tanking the other night, not playing the guys in the fourth quarter, going with the kids, has been the rage of talk in pundits and talk shows and whatnot. And I think the Jazz should just thumb their nose at these people and continue, in fact, even be more of a way to tank, because there's too much at stake and no one's going to help you. You got to do it yourself, and this is the way to go. Your response to all this outrage that seems selective.
It is selective, PK, and it's ridiculous. The number of teams I've seen through the years tank in big markets, and nobody's said a thing other than, wow, what if they get this guy? It's a little bit rich for my blood, and I do think it's probably more driven for clicks. They want somebody to pick on. But at the end of the day, if you look at what the Jazz are doing, it's pre-training camp, and they've got 30-plus games to tinker and to try lineups and to let guys, who've never finished games, and to get the new guys acclimated to Utah. So, the league can think what they want, and obviously by taking those guys out the first night, they lost. The second night, they won. So, deal with it, I guess, is my point. We're close to the end. This would be like penalizing drivers, the 100th driver in Utah that tailgates me, like right now. People don't know how to drive here. But, they should get an opportunity. I just think at the end of the day, this whole thing is fabricated for clicks. And Jazz, keep your head down to what you're doing. Because, at the end of the day, through this whole process, you developed a whole lot of guys.
Okay, so I think that's a problem here over the last 28 games. There's a quarter of the Jazz schedule left against teams that are truly awful, right? The Kings, the Pelicans, the Pacers, Wizards, Nets. There's some really bad teams out there. And there's some other teams who are – and maybe have a little more hope, but I don't think Dallas and Memphis are going to sprint to the finish line. I'm not convinced the Bucks and Bulls will either. If they're sitting guys in Sacramento, it looks like they're going to sit pretty much everybody that any fan going to the game could name, right? Sabonis isn't playing. Westbrook isn't playing. They're sitting 5 or 6 guys. Back to your point about player development. You've watched Ace Bailey work. You've watched Collier work. You've watched Sensabaugh work. I think these teams that are coming in, combined with the guys that they're going to sit, I think those 3 guys can win games down the stretch that the Jazz do not want to win if they're going to hold on to that draft pick. I think that they're going to need to sit these guys in the final 28 games. Am I up in the night?
we're actually working on an initiative at the Jazz. It's join DJ and PK as 3 other starters for the Jazz for a 10-game contract. And we're going to roll you guys out there with 3 listeners, and we're going to see what we can do as an organization to protect the pick. Okay. No, I hear you. And it's something that definitely is a game within the game, but at the end of the day, you've got Danny Ainge, Austin Ainge, those guys running things. And I would assume it probably wouldn't go to the lengths of DJ and PK and TLC in the starting lineup, but maybe something close to that by the end. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, they have no choice, man. If they run out their guys and play them 30 minutes a game, they got 28 games? They're winning 14 of them at least.
And my favorite part of that, I have had to sit through the last 3 or 4 years, just constantly barrage how bad the Jazz draft picks are, and how they can't do this or they can't do that. And again, it comes back to development, which is real, which has taken place here, and that's why this is even a discussion, because these guys have raised their level year after year, and that is going to be a good problem to have when the cellophane is off the top of the rim and we can actually shoot to score.
Yeah. It's coming.
Tim, we appreciate it as always.
You two guys, there was a movie that was popular in the video stores as a kid. I was too young because it was rated, but it was called Officer and Gentleman, and I think you two are both.
I actually saw that movie.
I would walk by that section and kind of peek over to see what's the stuff my mom doesn't, an Officer and Gentleman, the cover wasn't too, I was like, man, it's just the military. Why can't I watch that?
Yeah, there's a fight scene in a boxing ring. I haven't got anywhere else to go. People who saw the movie, they know the line.
Deborah, what was her name?
Deborah Winger.
Deborah
Winger was the love interest. Yeah. Deborah
Winger.
There was, I have to say that your mom made the right decision. That was probably inappropriate for a lad of your young years to have seen some of the issues.
Wasn't Deborah Winger our gal in Footloose?
Was she?
Or am I thinking wrong?
I don't know.
55, so the wires have crossed at one point or another. I don't. But the reason I say that is I'm driving past Lehigh Roller Mills right now.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
So give Footloose a shout out. I was a little kid when Paramount trucks pulled up into American Forks, Utah, right down on Main Street, and they filmed at the church and the house across the street. I had no idea what was going on, but it was really, really neat for that to happen in a small Utah town.
I thought Deborah Winger was the looking for love in all the wrong places gal.
I'm sure she was, but I don't know what that has to do with the movies.
Well, Urban Cowboy.
I think she was an Urban Cowboy. I never saw that, but I think she was.
She was the premier lead actress, wasn't
she? This is something no one knows. Dave Rose's wife, Cheryl, was an extra in that show when he rode the horse out. I don't know, at one point or another, but she was in that movie as an extra.
In Looking for Love, whatever it was called.
Yeah, Looking for Love in All the Wrong Places with Robert Redford.
Urban Cowboy.
Urban Cowboy. It was down in St. George. They filmed a scene, and she was in it.
I thought I recognized her.
So there you go. Another movie trivia. What can I do while I'm going 75 and trying to avoid idiots?
Well, I was in a car scene in Chips once.
No way.
You don't know this story? Tell it, PK. It's a classic.
Dude, Ponch and John were like my running mates as kids.
Yes. We are in the city of San Fernando, which is in the San Fernando Valley over there in Los Angeles. And I'm sitting with my college roommate. I'll tell you who he is off the air. And he has this yellow Nova. And he's driving. I'm in the passenger seat. And it's a 2-lane to turn left. And I look to my right next to me, is freaking Ponch and the other guy. And they're dressed up in their whole...
Ponch and John, come on.
It's really funny. It's a crazy story. Yeah, I mean, they're literally right next to me. I could talk to them, right? And it took me a second, like, are they filming a scene? And then I look, and then I see we go to make the left-hand turn, and as we're making the left-hand turn, the cameras are there. So they're filming it live, and it was an actual scene. I never watched the show because I think it came on Saturday nights, and, my junior year at ASU on Saturday nights.
On, man. Yeah.
He was pre-med.
But I went over to my sister's house, like in December. The semester was over, and it's a Saturday night, and she's got Chips on, and that was the very episode that came on, and I saw us in the Yellow Nova getting ready to make the left-hand turn. So I was in Chips.
Now, the only thing that make that story better if it was a Champagne Supernova, and then we'd have it made. But good work, BK. You know what? You've been around greatness as long as I've known you.
Drove through a scene with Ponch and John.
How random, I guess is the word, I don't know, would that have been? That literally happened.
Jake's sitting back there saying, let's take the break.
That's what he said. He just said, let's wrap. Literally, those are his last. Let's wrap.
And you know what? I love that guy, by the way. Jake Hatch is a national treasure.
International.
So just want to get that out there.
There it is. All right, thanks, Tim. We'll talk to you again next week.
Yeah, I love you guys.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When we come back, everything you missed in this show coming up next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
We've talked about, Colin Sexton going to Orlando or something like that. Maybe it's a bigger trade. Maybe it's a Lowry type of player.
Well, they need a point guard, and
they still need a point guard.
Is hairline their guy?
You find better physical traits to give somebody a nickname by, whether it's armpit, whether it's fingernails, or now hairline for Jalen Suggs. I'm glad you're not calling the guy you saw at daycare the other day flat face.
Oh, flat face. Hey,
I wonder where your daughter gets it.
Yeah, it's
I wonder
true.
where your daughter picked up.
Look how flat that guy's face is, Dad. By the way, in my defense as well, I'm not the one that noticed hairline.
Sure.
He went viral.
Sure. It became a staple.
Because people were clowning him for his hairline. Yeah, same with fingernails.
And same with armpit. His whole thing is he got into a fight with the people at ESPN because he didn't want to put a shirt on.
Well, that is my theory, but yeah.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tonight on KSL, pest control, parking, even trash valet fees. Ask just about any Utah renter and they'll tell you.
They want to charge you separate for every little thing.
Additional monthly costs are popping up all over the place, inflating rent hundreds over the advertised price. KSL explores a new measure that would keep the real cost from getting buried in the fine print. Hidden housing fees, a Cost of Utah report, tonight at 10.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in wind chill pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window Sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz are back home tonight to face the Sacramento Kings. Lowry Markkanen on the long road trip and returning home.
This has felt even longer trip than I feel like it's actually been. Like with the January being mostly on the road and then finish it with this, and feels like we're being away from home for a lot. So it feels good to go back home.
Tip-off tonight at 7 here on the KSL Sports Zone. Pre-game at 6. This Utah Jazz at 30 update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's Slacker Radio headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. Bobby Marks, NBA front office insider for ESPN, said what Utah is doing right now is messing around with the integrity of the NBA. We have a ton of feedback here. People are saying all kinds of stuff. The Spurs tank 3 years in a row. Nobody saw a thing, David says. We got multiple people calling out Philly for the process. Chris, as if the NBA had any integrity to mess around with in the first instance. And then there's Brian. They're not the only one doing it. And by the way, whatever happened to Chauncey Billups and the corrupt gambling, that sure got swept under the rug.
Yeah, they're distracting away from that.
Well, I think that goes through the process.
And the process moves slowly. Slowly.
Right. Right. When I was in college, I dropped a guy and he sued me. We went through years.
I just shot PK a look. Stop. How about this? How about the most likely reason this got said is Bobby Marks is on TV, and he's got to say something. And you said earlier, Kevin Graham says, we all get, and we've all been guilty of this, we all get diarrhea of the mouth. He just got going and couldn't stop himself and blurted it out.
Yeah, but this is the latest. It's been a bunch.
There have been more than one person.
It's been gaining momentum.
Right. Yeah.
It's been all over the place.
So he gets asked about it because they're going through, okay, he's coming on for a segment.
It's a topic.
3, 4, 5 questions. He hits it, and then he...
The Jazz created a way of doing it that is unusual, and so you need something to talk about each day. I kind of feel their pain.
So one of the gripes about this, which is both the tanking where it overlaps with load management, is that people, a lot of people, not everyone, but a lot of fans pay to see stars. And so if you pay and you're only going to a game once or twice a year and you don't see the star, that hurts. I mean, we can remember Stockton and Malone talking about that because Sloan preached that to them, right?
They talked about it.
So, yes. So this method, as much as everyone complaining about it, maybe this is the kind of thing that should be encouraged in the offseason. At least the guys play. Get them out there for 20 minutes.
They played over 25 minutes. Both
I know.
Their two best players, George is hurt. We understand that. He got hurt or re-hurt in Orlando, so he's not available for Miami. No problem.
That's fine. That's a real injury.
But the other two, the the best front court guys they got, and Nurkic, who's the third best, they all played more than half the game.
So maybe that needs to be the model going forward.
The game gets super exciting down the end.
Yeah.
Even though two teams going nowhere, Miami's going nowhere. Spoelstra, man, he's the greatest. Fortunately, he had LeBron and Dwayne Wade, and they're one game above 500. But it was a fun game. Ace Bailey, you don't want to see Ace Bailey do it? Man, I guess if you're Miami, you don't. But on our side, over here, us, watching Ace Bailey look like, hey, man, the top guys are out. I can really show my stuff. That's exciting, and it's against real competition. They don't face real competition. The Summer League is not real NBA competition. That's just a fact. And they blow up the Summer League and all, whatever, fine, do that, I don't care. But it's not real competition. And here it is. Referees, everything, the score, everything counts. And Bailey doing his thing was very impressive. Sensabaugh hitting a big shot, again. And so Will Hardy didn't call a timeout. I'm telling you, if Popovich wouldn't have called a timeout in that same situation, it would have been genius. Because he never really got criticized for doing anything or saying anything. Will Hardy doesn't call a timeout, and they don't get off a good shot, and they lose. Okay, but I just don't, on the face, even if they weren't tanking, I think it's a cool idea to get better evaluations of all your young players. And because I would argue, and I have to go through and check it out, the last 3 years, they have more first-round draft choices on their roster probably than anybody.
Yeah. They're loaded with them.
And counting Filipowski, who was essentially a first-round draft choice. What was he, first or second in the second round? And he's already established himself, good enough to be a first-rounder, so it's only a technicality that he isn't. And you want to see these guys. What do you have? Because I know I got Marketing, I got Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Proven commodities right there, man. No doubt about it. But I need more than two. So who do I want to keep along with them? And especially with salaries and everything, and how that the salary cap and the chart is a big old puzzle that you got to negotiate and handle in proper manner.
Yeah, and that has gotten very tight with this acquisition of Jaren Jackson Jr. You don't get a player his size, length, skill, accomplishment in the prime of his career without paying the big money.
Exactly.
So $50 million, now there's not a lot of room. And how are you going to squeeze Kessler in? How are you going to squeeze Keontae George in? They're going to have to be signed in consecutive summers here, and then you got to build a team around them and the depth and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. And is Bobby Marks going to help the Jazz do that? Is any of these other people who are out there criticizing, are they going to help the Jazz negotiate and how to handle the salary cap? How's that going to work?
Obviously not. Obviously not. By the way, excellent recall by you on Filipowski. He was 32. And earlier I thought it was 8 or 9 guys. It was 7 draft picks they had on the roster in 3 years. But nonetheless, that's got to be up there in the NBA. I just don't think that many teams had the multiple years with 3 picks. Yeah, right. And now that is down now because they moved on with Taylor Hendricks went into that deal. So
right, but they still got 5, and you play 5.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
now's the time.
George Sensabaugh, who was 28th pick 3 years ago, Filipowski and Collier and Williams, who were all the picks 2 years ago, and Ace Bailey. That's largely the lineup they're playing down the stretch. I mean, they sub a little bit, but those 5 guys, and
plus
they got
they got 3 new guys, right, in the trade.
Yes.
We know what Jackson is.
What are you going to do
with
the
other 2 guys?
Yeah,
what are they about?
What are you going to do with contracts?
So now we're up to 7. We're up to half the roster is 22 or younger or brand new and only been on the team for a week. And they don't deserve an opportunity to evaluate them? And that shatters the integrity of the league?
And the Spurs just drafted 1st, 2nd, and 4th. I mean, come on. What are you doing? Wemby just went for 40 against the Lakers. I mean, not all of the Lakers because they held all their big names out with injuries of one variety or another. Doncic with a hamstring, LeBron with a foot, Reeves left calf injury management, and Ayton with a knee.
And
Marcus Smart
tanked to get Wembanyama, and it was okay because they sucked naturally. But before they were sitting guys, it's been done forever.
30 years back to Duncan.
Come on, man.
BYU snapped their 4-game losing streak. They beat Baylor 99-94. So defense was optional. The last 5 minutes, they were slightly out of their mind. I guess they thought it was over, and it wasn't. They held on.
When has BYU ever been a defensive program built on defense?
Steve Cleveland.
You're going back 30 years if that's the case.
I'm going back 25, but I get your point. Steve Cleveland, when they got good in like 2000, 2001, those teams legitimately, yes.
Next year is his 30th year.
Right, from when he got hired. Yeah, they weren't good when they got hired. But no, I get your point. And Dave Rose upped the tempo. That was a lot of run and gun basketball. They were there to outscore people.
Yeah, Dave Rose said he valued guys who could score.
Yep.
And until they got in the West Coast, it worked.
But for a team that wants to go deep in the NCAA tournament and you're giving up 94 to Baylor, that's not a good sign. This is a team that it just isn't going to make the NCAA tournament.
But a bunch of points there, I'd say at least 10 were right at the end.
I agree.
When they were just driving to the basket, and BYU is rarely interested in defense, and they weren't interested in defense at all at that point.
I thought they were interested in defense the last 6 or 7 minutes of the first half.
They had to get back in the game.
They did. They were down 12. And then they came out at the start of the half, and I thought they were playing really good basketball for 15 minutes. I think when you add it up, it was like a 62-33 run or something like that. I mean, they were really good on the road, conference game. Granted, bottom end of the conference, but nonetheless, they were just making good decisions, playing hard.
Baylor, though. The bottom of the conference sounds like they're not any good. I would disagree on that.
Okay.
They got a first-round draft choice on their team. Each team has a first-round draft choice.
They're not without talent, but they are 3-9. I think the biggest story is BYU just had to win, and they did. It does matter how it looks. I don't want to completely dismiss that, but they had to leave Waco with a win. You can't be losing 5 in a row.
I agree.
Yeah.
The NBA doesn't scout guys and, he's a defensive guy. We're going to take. If Devonta goes number 1, 2, or 3, it's because of his offense.
Yeah, I know. They do scout guys defensively, but that comes later.
Right, it comes later.
That's for other people, not the people who can put it. Now, ultimately, if he goes somewhere and he's the guy, there are going to be people telling him, you know why MJ was MJ, you know why Kobe was Kobe? Because they did care a lot about both ends of the floor. However, there's plenty of examples. You can go with Luka Doncic right now.
AJ, if you could ever be the 2 best players ever at your position.
These guys who generationally dominated the game. But he wants to generationally dominate the game.
What?
He wants to be a generationally dominant player.
Okay, and we'll see.
And he's so gifted offensively. I mean, he is.
Yeah.
Very gifted.
Yeah.
But this is the standard. And I get if he only gets 80% of those guys' standards, he's going to have
80% of those two?
He'd have an awesome career. Awesome. I mean, there's no question who the player of the 90s. I don't think there's a question about the GOAT. I get other people arguing. But, like, who was the player of the 90s? Who was the player of the 2000s? Those two guys' names are going to come flying out of people's mouths so fast.
I mean, whenever I'm done, if you can get 80% of what I gave you, you're going to have a massive hit radio show.
Oh, if only.
Right.
Only.
But that's ridiculous.
I'm really just looking for, like, 70 or 75. The 80 seems too much.
You're not going to be here because they're going to get rid of you.
Ha! Probably true. Wouldn't be the first people.
So let's see what they can do. They got the win. This is the way they play, and we're too far along now to expect anything different. But they can board. They can board. Get guys in there and board. And Maup getting 10 and Saunders getting 9. That's significant.
Agreed. Don't know if they win the game without that. That's a lot of possessions. It's either extra shots for you or it's extra shots for them. Those are a big, big deal.
So I'll take it, and they should win Saturday with Jimmer and a celebration. And I'm sure Tim McComb's going to be there, and Dave Rose is going to be there, and Hatback and DA are going to be there, I would think, unless they got to go.
I would assume everybody.
For meetings.
Yeah. Everybody who can be will be. It'll be a celebration.
Right. I'm still waiting for Jimmer to invite me.
Not going to happen.
Fetch. Maybe his father-in-law, Rich. He's contacted
There's a
me
chance.
a few times.
Yeah. And lean on Rich.
Over there in Denver.
Last thing, Big 12 commissioner, game-changing. He did an interview this weekend. They were pumping it out on social media. Game-changing announcement Tuesday, which then got pushed back. Game-changing announcement Wednesday. We were speculating about what that could be. Yak, you found it. You want to tell the people what it is? It just happened, 30, 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, so they are partnering with the company that did the LED lit-up court for the NBA All-Star Game a few years back.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Well, they're going to play the Big 12 men's and women's basketball tournament on a court like that. It'll have interaction, live graphics, shot charts right there on the court.
Oh, man. Hey, you want to get some attention in between games? You invite in sessions. You get Nice Rabbit in there and have him do a show.
Nice Rabbit.
Yeah.
Do you know where that name came from?
A.K.A.
I just heard that story.
Nice Rabbit? I made it up.
No, Bad Bunny.
I was like, what are you talking about? We literally just came out of Monday's show.
I just heard the Bad Bunny is because he had to be in some school play, and grandma and mom wanted like a picture of him or whatever, and he wanted no part of this stupid rabbit costume and this stupid play and all that, and he made a face, and when they saw the photo, oh, you're a Bad Bunny, and it's stuck. What a crazy backstory.
Where would he be without that?
I know. When we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with scales and tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
DJ PK for Peach Windows and Doors. Go to their showroom. We did it. 300 West, 2940 South. The options there, PK, will blow your mind. Different colors, different sizes, different styles, different materials, wood, metal, composites, aluminum. It's crazy how many options there are. If you're remodeling a house, or if you're building something brand new, if you've got a view, a deck, a pool, access, showing off the view, whatever it is, go down there and look at the options because they got more stuff than you can imagine.
Yeah, I went down there and listening to them and watching them do all the stuff with the doors and windows, it just seemed like, wow, the stuff that you can get And it's an investment too, because it literally will increase the resale value of your home, and you'll get a high percentage of your money back. So you're almost like you're barely paying it and you're getting free stuff, and then you'll get to enjoy it along the way. And plus, it'll keep the cold out, it'll keep the heat in, it'll keep the air conditioning in, all that type of stuff. It's really a no-brainer.
Even can limit noise. A snowmaking machine, a busy road, whatever it is. Hey, you don't want to hear the neighborhood snow blowers? Check out Peach Windows Indoors. Tell them what's important to you. You're probably only going through this process for the first or second time. They've been doing it for years. They got a lot of experience to draw on. They can handle the installation. They've got staff well-trained to do that. And when you're there, mention DJ and PK and get special free window blinds with window purchases. Don't replace your windows and put the old blinds back up. You're doing it to get the new look. Get the free new window blinds. Mention DJ and PK when you visit Peach Windows and Doors, 300 West, 2940 South in Salt Lake City.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz host the Sacramento Kings at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And the Jazz are back in action tomorrow, hosting the Portland Trail Blazers, also at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. College basketball Saturday, Colorado plays BYU at 2 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And Utah State with a non-league game against the Memphis Tigers at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name right here and reach thousands of potential customers, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
College doesn't have to feel like a leap into the unknown. At the Huntsman School of Business, your teen can experience it before it begins. Huntsman Day in the Life lets high school students spend a full day on the USU's beautiful campus in Cache Valley, touring Huntsman Hall, joining a leadership activity, attending a mini lecture with a real professor, competing in a scavenger hunt, and yes, ending with famous Aggie ice cream. Spots are limited. Register by February 27th. Give your student confidence before college starts. Visit huntsman.usu.edu/undergraduate to sign up.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't believe today was a good day.
DJ and PK, we are brought to you in part by Tim Dolly. And join Scotty G Friday. He's going to be at Tim Dolly Mazda Southtown, 10785 South Auto Mall Drive in Sandy on Friday from noon until 3. Time for your feedback. Travis Hansen friend of the show, joins us on social media. Brian Santiago, that'd be BYU AD. Brian Santiago and I went to Orlando recently to see this firsthand, referencing the new court. The technology is next level. The Big 12 continues to lead, embracing innovation, elevating the game, and creating an experience for student athletes and fans that's truly different. Excited for what's ahead. The court will be used for the men's and women's basketball tournaments.
Okay,
So
he's seen it. I haven't seen it.
Right. So there you go.
But
cool looking floor.
I think the product sells itself.
Mm-hmm. Big 12 basketball is very good.
Yeah, and that's why I will watch. And plus,
Right.
we'll have local teams in it. But if there's other stuff that gets fans excited, I've said this a million times. I don't need cheerleaders. I don't need dancers. I don't need mascots. But people like it. It's an entertainment experience. And that's where that's got to be your mindset when it comes to this. It's an entertainment experience, whether it's a movie, it's a concert, whatever it might be, a light show. And you have to view it from that perspective to bring as many people in as you possibly can. That's why I support this. It may be for me a big who cares, but that's just me. And maybe it'll be, wow, this is awesome. Way to go, guys.
Halftime shows, rebuilding the exterior around arenas, what they do during timeouts, how you get at the college level, how you get students in a group to make noise and energize a building. All that stuff matters to somebody.
Yeah, we had
even if it doesn't matter to you.
Dale Murphy, and he was talking about the battery outside of the Atlanta ballparks, Braves ballpark. That's awesome.
And it's clear that we're going to have something along those lines here.
Yes. I couldn't have been more impressed when I went to see the Braves play, and it was a Saturday, and the game started around like 2 or 3.
And he pointed out you don't share that money. And for what should be, you would think, a smaller market and all that, you know, they're not gonna be matching Dodger Yankee TV revenue. So what do you do? What do you do to generate revenue? Right. You got to do the whole neighborhood.
And that was sensational, and that was at a high level of fan experience I had. It was so big, they had 2 or 3 bands spread out that they weren't conflicting with each other. And we hung out there for like 2-3 hours afterward.
Bobby Marks, NBA front office insider for ESPN, said what Utah is doing right now is messing around with the integrity of the NBA. Do you agree? Paul speaks for a lot of people. It's a garbage analysis. Utah is playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. You can't question the team's integrity when it's standing by its players. They're playing everyone, creating chemistry while assessing the true value of players that otherwise would see very limited minutes. Winning or losing with the bench can only lead to dividends in the long run.
I think that I'm okay with Marks talking about tanking, but singling out a team for damaging the integrity of the league, that's too strong.
It's too strong. There's too many teams that have been hip deep in this. Oklahoma, San Antonio,
Seattle, San Francisco,
Philadelphia. Certainly the Warriors. Yes, the Golden State Warriors. Once upon a time, epic tanking story there. There is a long, long line.
I remember the Fort Wayne team in the 50s.
And after the Fort Wayne Pistons?
The Buffalo Braves.
Ooh, old school.
Yeah.
They're the LA Clippers now, people.
The Kentucky Colonels.
They don't exist anymore, and they should. That was awesome. Tremendous ABA nickname. Phenomenal. We're all done.
The Conquistadors.
Briefly, a San Diego team. It's San Diego Conquistadors. Coming up next, it's Ben right here on The Zone.
Okay, show's over.
Oh, gotta run.
So, this is goodbye then.
I think we should meet again.
See you soon.
I don't need the details. Bye.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, "Brian, you are way too sedentary." So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a lying around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track to the end of February, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCFatLoss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From 2 guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben Anderson rolling solo once again. Jake Scott will be back with us coming up on Monday. Big show for you today, though. Mike Smith's going to join us coming up at 11 o'clock. We will talk about what we've seen so far from Jaren Jackson Jr. and the Utah Jazz. We got What You Got Wednesday coming up at 11:30. It's also a Win Ticket Wednesday, so listen throughout the show for your chance to win tickets. I believe we're sending you to go see Brian Regan coming up this weekend, so make sure you stay tuned. But I do think we need to start today with, feels like the biggest story to me. And that's that the Utah Jazz are suddenly becoming the focus of the NBA's tanking issue. And it is an issue. It's no question about it. I cover this Jazz team. I cover the NBA. I've been watching this for a long time. There is absolutely no question, and I won't defend it, that tanking is a major problem in the NBA. Obviously, it's a major problem in the NBA. I watch games every night. We had Yaron Weitzman on yesterday. He watches games every night. It's hard to find a game most nights with two teams that are trying to win at the highest level. That's an unreal issue. It's amazing that we even have to say it.
Even two playoff teams.
Even two playoff teams. Very regularly, this guy's not playing. Very regularly, this guy's injured. Very regularly, and I understand players not playing injured. I do, especially at this point in the season. We're in the dog days. It's not that advantageous. It's better to rest a guy who's 80% available and maybe in the 90s would have played through it to make sure that he's available for the postseason than to say, yeah, but didn't we have a great game on February 9th? I totally get that it's a problem. I promise you. I watch the league. I subscribe to League Pass. It's a problem every night, and I'm a victim of it too. You're a victim of it if you spend money to watch these games. I feel less of a victim about it because it is my job. I have to cover it, so it's just part of it. It doesn't matter to me that much, but I do like the idea of when I'm, done covering a Jazz game or there's no Jazz game that night and I'm still a huge NBA fan and I want to watch something, that when there's not a good game to be found, that's frustrating and that's disappointing. So I'm not saying there's not an issue in the NBA with tanking. It's one of the biggest issues, not just in the NBA, but I think in sports overall in our country. No question about it. And I will also not defend tanking. Not only is it not a problem, I won't defend it. I don't think it's right. I don't think you should be doing it. I think for a lot of teams, it's an excuse to not work harder as a front office. Now, some teams have a harder job. I will tell you legitimately, and I believe this, the Utah Jazz have a harder job to build a championship contender than the Los Angeles Lakers or the Miami Heat or the New York Knicks. Players are not looking to come live in Utah if they have 10 other choices. Players don't mind living in Utah. They don't. Guys like it here. Guys enjoy it here. But if you're picking a vacation spot and you want to go live in or go vacation in Miami or go vacation in New York or go vacation in Los Angeles or San Francisco or Dallas, maybe you like warm weather, or Atlanta, you would pick that. So if you would pick that for a vacation spot, you would also pick it for a home. So I totally understand why NBA players who, because there are a number of landing spots as a free agent, as a draft team, you may prefer to live somewhere other than Utah. I fully get that. And that does make the Jazz's job harder. I have no doubt about that. I'm also wary of the persecution complex that fans in this state can have. And look, everybody in every state, every sport has a persecution complex. Everybody thinks their team gets picked on. I try to not buy into it when I hear it. I have heard Utah football fans say, oh man, if we had just gotten a chance to play Florida, we would have been the national champions. We didn't get the playoff opportunity then. That's a problem. You might be right. You're not the only team that has that complaint. Boise State could say that. Anyone who played before the playoff can say that. So I don't think it was about you necessarily, but it's possible. BYU feels like they get left out of the college football playoff last year. We're being persecuted. Maybe Notre Dame had that same feeling this year. It does happen every year. So while I note it, I keep an eye on it, I throw it in the kind of tracking of patterns that we see. Is this consistent? Is this just a one-off? I pay attention to it. Jazz fans felt persecuted. Rudy Gobert doesn't get picked to the All-Star game. Woe is me. Why are we not getting our love? Why are we not getting our shine? I pay attention. I get it. I think most teams in most states, most cities, whatever it is, have that same feeling. So I really try to not buy into it because I, A, don't think it's all that true, and B, I don't think it matters even if it is true. I don't think it actually helps your cause. So if it's not helping your cause, why spend any time on it? That's generally my rule. But what happened yesterday on ESPN with Bobby Marks was so insane to me that I actually did feel like I had to respond to it. And I went to social media and I responded. And it caused a little bit of a firestorm in my little window that I have on my social media. And if you want to see it, you can find me on Twitter at Ben's Hoops, and you can see the different things that I said and talked about. And I drew a lot of response from people, including some national media. Matt Moore came after me and said, and I'll explain what he said. But I'll let you hear from Bobby Marks. And I like Bobby Marks. When Bobby Marks is on a podcast, I listen to a lot of NBA podcasts. I will tune in. I like Bobby. His understanding of how the NBA salary cap works is as good as anybody. He used to work in the Brooklyn Nets front office. He understands this stuff. I think he's really good on that side of the game. He really understands contracts, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's a really valuable listen. But for Bobby Marks to have these comments yesterday, I thought was wild. Here's what he had to say.
I think what Utah is doing right now is messing around with the integrity of the NBA. The ability to sit players, starters, in the fourth quarter, to not call timeouts in the fourth quarter. Orlando won the game on Saturday because they basically rested players. And it backfired on them last night. So I think if you're the league, you're looking at it. All right, can we do some gimmicks? Can we alter protections and eliminate protections as far as picks? Or can we put the hammer down?
Nothing that he said in that conversation is necessarily wrong, minus the fact that he singled out the Utah Jazz as ruining the integrity of the NBA. This is a former NBA front office person on ESPN, one of the biggest, if not the biggest buyer of the NBA media rights on the planet. Certainly in our country, ABC, ESPN, that's where the games are on Sundays. That's where you're going to find these games. ESPN, Monday night, whatever it is, whenever they're on TV. To call out the Utah Jazz by name and put the integrity of the league on the Jazz not playing Jaren Jackson Jr. in the fourth quarter of a basketball game 96 hours after they acquire him is the most ludicrous thing I maybe have ever heard from a media member when talking about this particular issue. It is so stupid to say that. It is so reckless to say that. Because here is the problem. People do listen. That clip was circulating all over social media yesterday. And casual fans, which by the way is everybody, fans of the NBA are largely casual. Fans of all sports are largely casual. They do not follow it that closely. I have fans who come up to me, Jazz fans, they view themselves as diehards. If I say, who's your favorite player on the team, 3 times out of 10, they're going to say Gordon Hayward. He hasn't been on the team in a decade, but that's what they're going to say. That's about the level of attention 30%, 50%, 70% of fans have, even fans who go to the games. I'm not talking about you. If you're listening right now on a Wednesday about me talking about a Utah Jazz team that has 16 wins on the season, you're a diehard. You are in the top 1%, 2% of basketball fans out there because you found it on your radio dial to listen to more sports talk. You might not qualify for this, but most people, including people in the arena, are not you. They are not diehards like you are, and even if they consider themselves a diehard, they probably can't name 3 players on the team. So when you hear a national media member talk about the Utah Jazz, it's the only time they're going to talk about the Utah Jazz this season, other than the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade itself. They're not talking about the Jazz. They've got no reason to talk about the Jazz. Jazz aren't that interesting. On a national perspective, why would you talk about them when Luka's out there, when LeBron's out there, when the Oklahoma City Thunder are out there, when the Knicks are out there, all of these different issues. So to only bring them up, to say that they are solely responsible for maintaining the integrity of the NBA and not playing Jaren Jackson Jr. or Lauri Markkanen in the fourth quarter of a game is ruining that integrity. You have a head coach right now in the NBA in Chauncey Billups who got arrested by the FBI for informing gamblers that they were going to lose a game. They were going to lose a game because of who was playing. And this is on the Utah Jazz. Now, you have one of the great players of this generation. In my opinion, the second greatest player of this generation, with all due respect to Kevin Durant. I think it's LeBron, and I think the next best player, okay, I'll say third because Steph Curry's number 2, is Kawhi Leonard. 2 finals MVPs, 1 in San Antonio, 1 in Toronto. When he's on the floor, he's as good a two-way player as we've had in the NBA. He's actively being investigated for getting kickbacks financially to circumvent the salary cap to go to the Los Angeles Clippers with the wealthiest owner in all of sports. That's corruption. That's actually circumventing the rules. That's cheating. That's actually cheating. That ruins the integrity of the game. If everybody agrees to a salary cap and the richest person, one of the richest people in our country, is able to circumvent that by fake planting trees with his star player to pay him more money under the table, behind the scenes, to get him to go live in a major city in Los Angeles, that's an actual problem. That calls into question the integrity of the NBA. Resting Jaren Jackson Jr. against the Miami Heat, resting Jaren Jackson Jr., and I'm not talking the whole game. I'm talking the fourth quarter of a basketball game after he had played 25 minutes. And Christian, remind me what happened against the Miami Heat.
Oh, they won.
The Utah Jazz won.
They won.
They won the game. They won this basketball game. And let me ask you, Christian, did they get outscored by 30 points in the fourth quarter and still found a way to hold on to that victory? No. They outscored Miami in the fourth quarter. They beat them 30-29 in the fourth quarter while resting their stars and playing their young players. And that's a Utah Jazz problem? You don't have a problem with the Miami Heat, who also weren't playing Norman Powell, who also weren't playing Tyler Hero. I don't know how healthy they were, but they weren't out there playing. And this is the Utah Jazz's problem? Now, the other issue here, and Matt Moore, who used to be a national NBA writer, I don't even know what he does now, came after me on social media because I called out an example specifically. And I remember, and look, is it apples to oranges? A little bit. The Oklahoma City Thunder, I remember this game. It's why it was the first name that came to my head, but I could go of every Raptors game last year. I could go to every Brooklyn Nets game last year. I could go to every Golden State Warriors game in the second half of the season in 2011 when they tanked to get Harrison Barnes. I could go back to the Houston Rockets in the early 80s to get Hakeem Olajuwon. This has been going on forever. But Matt Moore, who's like an intelligent person, said what the Jazz did by sitting a player in the fourth quarter is worse than a team that doesn't play their star players for the entire game. Because when you do that, at least the coach can go out there and say, well, we're trying to win because we're playing the worst players that we have on our team for 48 minutes, as opposed to just not playing Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr. for 12 minutes. Reminding him that the Jazz, last time they did this, which was 48 hours ago, they won the game. To say that it's better to have a team quit on a game before it starts by putting a roster on the floor that has no chance of winning is worse than sitting star players in the fourth quarter of a game the Jazz won, does make me think that this is a personal issue, that this is an issue you have with the Utah Jazz or Danny Ainge or Will Hardy or Lauri Markkanen or Jaren Jackson Jr. And I don't know why. That's what I think I struggle with. Why the Utah Jazz? Who cares? Why would anybody care at that point? Is it just because it's easy? Maybe. Jazz are an easy punching bag. Never won a title. Karl Malone is a bad guy in the history of the NBA. John Stockton goes out there and is making a fool of himself right now on podcasts. It's easy to say the Jazz don't matter. LeBron James, I think it was Kevin Durant, whoever were the heads of the captains of the All-Star game when they started doing the All-Star draft, made fun of the Jazz on national TV during the draft. They said, we never played with the Jazz on video games growing up, so we're not going to pick Lauri Markkanen to be on our team. And they were laughing about it openly. Not going to pick, I think it was actually Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert. They laughed about it. The Jazz have been a punching bag. Maybe it's that simple that they continue to be a punching bag. But to focus on them right now, as recklessly as what we saw from Bobby Marks yesterday, and maybe we should play the clip again, to call into question the integrity of the NBA is bizarre to me. Let's hear it one more time.
I think what Utah is doing right now is messing around with the integrity of the NBA. The ability to sit players, starters, in the fourth quarter, to not call timeouts in the fourth quarter. Orlando won the game on Saturday because they basically rested players. And it backfired on them last night. So I think if you're the league, you're looking at it. All right, can we do some gimmicks? Can we alter protections and eliminate protections as far as picks? Or can we put the hammer down?
I don't have a problem with fixing tanking. If you can find a way to do it, do it. I absolutely agree. To say that the Utah Jazz are the face of this is stupid. I mean, it's lazy. It's horrible work from a media member who does know better than this. And then if I actually want to argue what's better, because I talked about how casual NBA fans are. I ran into a friend at a Jazz game. If you don't know, media before Jazz games goes and eats in the Toyota Club. It's where all the other fans eat right now. The Jazz are figuring out their catering for the media before the game. So right now the solution is just go eat up in the Toyota Club. That's where you're going to eat your food. Very nice of the Utah Jazz to continue to feed us. I ran into a friend there, basketball fan, knows the game pretty well. 15 minutes before tip-off, they were like, yeah, looking forward to this game. And I said, oh, well, Lowry's not playing. Like, don't get too excited. Like, this isn't going to be a great game that you're watching. Like, the product you are actually about to watch is not that good. They had no idea Lauri Markkanen was not going to be playing in this game. They had no idea that was the case. And they're like a real basketball fan. You know what they would have loved? Have him start the game. Have Lowry out there for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, which, by the way, go and look at how often the Jazz players over the last couple of games are playing exactly 25 minutes before getting pulled. If you want me to put on my tinfoil hat, that's a directive. That's a directive from somebody above them. Maybe it's the NBA. I don't know. But to play 25 minutes, so when people check box scores, it looks like they played a full game and they're getting pulled. If you're mad about why the Jazz are doing it this way, I would tell you to look higher than the Utah Jazz making this decision of who's playing what minutes and why. But if you want to make an argument, I remember, look, I'll get a little distracted here. I grew up in the state of Utah. My brother grew up in the state of Utah. Older than I am. We both played junior Jazz growing up. I remember being jealous that my brother got junior Jazz basketball tickets because those are the games we got to go to. My parents weren't able to buy a lot of tickets. We went to the junior Jazz tickets. I'm sure a lot of Jazz fans have that same opportunity, or that was their same opportunity to go see the Jazz play. I remember being jealous my brother got to go see David Robinson play. He got to go watch the Spurs play, and he will remember that he got to see David Robinson play for the rest of his life. Do you think my brother could tell you whether or not the Jazz won that game? Do you think he has any concept of it? No. But you know what he can say? Yeah, I saw David Robinson play. You know what Miami Heat fans can say? You know what Orlando Magic fans can say? Because they're going to be casual fans because that's 98% of the people in the building. I saw Jaren Jackson Jr. and Lauri Markkanen play. What's the problem? Oh, I didn't know they weren't on the floor in the fourth quarter. I had no idea. And you know what I was happy about? My team actually did come back and win the game. The Orlando Magic were celebrating on the floor winning that game. It was ridiculous. The Jazz weren't trying to win that game. Bobby Marks is right about that. They were not trying to win that game. But if you were a fan and you bought a ticket to the game, you saw Lowry, you saw Jaren Jackson Jr., you saw Yusuf Nurkic, you saw Keontae George, I think for the first half of the game before he got hurt. You don't know who's on the floor in the fourth quarter. Most fans don't. So if that's going to be your big issue, and you think it's better to just sit guys entirely, that the integrity of the game is based on whether they play the fourth quarter or not, I think is absolutely absurd. I think what Bobby Marks did was bizarre. I would tell you, I'd be willing to bet in the next week, if not today, he will come out and retract that statement and apologize. And if I were the member of the Utah Jazz, I don't represent the Jazz at all. But if I were Justin Zanuck or Austin Ainge, especially right now, my first year on the job, Danny Ainge, who has the history that he does, Ryan Smith, who's the owner of these teams and owns another professional sports team, I would raise hell. I would be at ESPN right now. I would be talking to their people. I'd be talking to their producers. And I would want to know, why are we getting singled out? Why are you letting somebody go on and make us the face of the NBA's problem right now? Do we take part in it? Sure. So does half the rest of the NBA. And over a long enough period of time, everybody in the NBA has done it. So if I were the Jazz right now, I would be incensed at Bobby Marks specifically, but that ESPN allowed it to go over the air. And I'm not kidding. And I know that sounds dramatic, and everyone's got to have opinions. Those opinions do sway public opinion. Those conversations do actually matter in the big picture. And I would want to know why the Utah Jazz specifically, if I worked for that company, were becoming the face of it. Because I think it was bizarre, and I won't be surprised if in the next 24 hours, Bobby Marks comes out and says, I was wrong to say the Utah Jazz, because he was. Because he was wrong to put it on the Utah Jazz, and it's bizarre. And I don't know why he did it. Maybe he doesn't come out. Maybe it is a personal problem. I have no idea. But it was insane, and it was wrong, and it was bizarre. The Jazz fans, I think, have to carry some of that.
Yeah, and well, you almost wonder, too, if he's kind of parroting things that he has heard from other maybe front office members who don't have the platform or who don't want to come out and say it, right? Maybe he is choosing to kind of be the face of this and the voice of this, but regardless of why he's saying it, it is wrong and it is unfortunate because that does put the target on the Utah Jazz from people around the country who already don't like the Jazz.
I think that's part of it. I also do think the Jazz are gaming the system in a correct way. That is, now they do have 2 All-Stars on their roster, and Keontae George looks like a future All-Star, and you've got Ace Bailey, and now you're adding another top 8 pick to it. I mean, if you want to say that, like, the Jazz are playing this system better than anyone else, I'd listen. It's not true. Other teams have gamed the system extraordinarily well. The Oklahoma City Thunder are loaded with talent. They've gamed the system extraordinarily well. The Warriors did by getting Harrison Barnes on a team that already had Steph Curry and was building out with Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson was going to get all these pieces. Everyone's done it. They've all done it. Teams have done this consistently. But yeah, the Jazz are about to be good quickly, and part of it is because of how aggressively they tanked. No question about it. I'm not arguing with that in the slightest. But to say that they're responsible for it is bizarre. And then, yeah, I got to mention here. Jimmy Robinson says, can you make an argument that the past couple of games is maximizing the growth of Ace? The first half, he gets to try to mesh with the future lineup. In the fourth, he gets to get more shots up, including crucial game with shots with game on the line. That is what the Jazz are doing. Like, go back and look at the fourth quarter and look at who played in that game in Miami and who's playing in Orlando. It's not Oscar Tshiebwe. It's not two-way player Blake Hinson. It's not Elijah Harkless. It is 2 lottery picks that were top 10 picks in the last 2 years. It's Ace Bailey and Cody Williams. Those guys have to play. You have to get those guys on the floor. You have to develop those players if you're trying to make the playoffs next season. Vince Williams Jr. and John Conchar, who have 12 years of combined NBA experience between them, were on the floor in this game. They were out there playing. Those guys do matter to what the Utah Jazz is doing. Kyle Filipowski and Isaiah Collier were borderline all-rookie team members last year. They need opportunities to play. So, yeah, if you give them minutes in the fourth quarter, they've got to get out there. And I don't know when you want the Jazz to do it. Do you not want Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr. to play the third quarter? Do you not want them to play the second quarter? Is that better, that those guys just come out there and play in the second quarter and the Jazz find themselves down 20 at half, and then you put it on Jaren Jackson Jr. and Lauri Markkanen to build a comeback? Like, I'm not sure what people are trying to regulate as far as the minutes go. And I think that's one of the bizarre aspects of this as well.
Well, yesterday you said spinning plates, right? There are all these different goals that the Jazz are trying to accomplish throughout these final 27 or whatever remaining games. Losing games is one of those plates. Developing Ace Bailey and Cody Williams is one of those plates. Seeing how Vince Williams and John Conchar fit with the rest of this roster over the next year or two is one of those plates.
Yes.
So they're not doing this specifically to maximize Ace Bailey's development, but that happens to line up with some of the other goals so they can do all of these things at once.
And here's the problem with the tanking conversation. The truth is, the further you zoom out, the more tanking is a winning strategy. And I know that doesn't make sense. Lose games today is a winning strategy. On the micro, it's bad. On the micro, no question about it. On the macro, it works. And that's the biggest problem with tanking, is it works. The Mavericks were right to tank to get Derek Lively because the next year they made the finals. End of story. End of story. You tank and you get rewarded with Tim Duncan. You win 5 titles over the next 20 years. It's good for you. It's good for your individual franchise. Is it bad for the league? Yeah. We don't reward winning enough, and we reward losing too much. No question about it. But to make the Utah Jazz the face of tanking is bizarre. Top 3 stories coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to AmericaFirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep, deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
Tonight on KSL, pest control, parking, even trash valet fees. Ask just about any Utah renter and they'll tell you.
They want to charge you separate for every little thing.
Additional monthly costs are popping up all over the place, inflating rent hundreds over the advertised price. KSL explores a new measure that would keep the real cost from getting buried in the fine print. Hidden housing fees, a Cost of Utah report, tonight at 10.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Checking in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Will Hardy on the improved defense he's seen so far from the team.
The attention to detail was very good. The communication was good. The physicality was good. You know, we also added a guy to our roster who has been Defensive Player of the Year, and I think Nurk, Jaren, and Lowry, we have a lot of size. And then we start subbing, and, you know, 2 of them are on the court for the majority of the game. You know, those guys have done a good job of protecting the paint as a group, but I think as a whole, the perimeter players are doing a better job of containing the ball. You know, everybody has to do their job in this league to guard.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by University of Utah Health. At U of U Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring those who impact youth sports in our community. Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. It's kslsports.com/contest. kslsports.com/contest. It is time for the top 3 stories of the day, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. J. Brooks, cherish your loved ones with J. Brooks Jewelers. You can find them online, jbrooksjewelers.com, and explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. Valentine's Day is coming up on Saturday. I'd recommend stopping by today on your way home from work. Christian, where are we starting today?
Number 1, big game for the Cougs last night. They snap their 4-game losing streak at Baylor. A.J. DeBonsa and Rob Wright each played the entire 40 minutes.
This was a game that BYU needed. It wasn't a must-win. I don't necessarily believe in that last night, but BYU needed this type of victory badly, and they got it. And before I get into why it was great, because it didn't solve all of their problems. They gave up 94 points. They gave up 37 points to a true freshman. A.J. DeBonsa's defense is still not good enough. He's got to find a way to impact the game more on that, and it's not just on him. It's the rest of the roster as well. We know Richie Saunders is not going to be a great defensive player. They've got to figure out how to fix that. Yada, yada, yada. I get it. BYU so badly needed this exact type of victory against another star lottery pick freshman in Yesufu from Baylor to come out there and win a game in which once again they started slowly, and they were down, double digits, if not close, early in the first half. Battled back, tied the game up at halftime, and then played in a very difficult environment in Baylor where BYU is going to have a huge target on their back, not just because the number 1 or number 2 overall pick is coming into their home arena to play, but also because it features Robert Wright, former Baylor star who left Baylor to go play at BYU. So BYU was going to have a huge target on their back going into this game, and they found a way to get a victory facing what adversity you face in that situation. That was what was impressive. Furthermore, and maybe most importantly, is that it's not Neo in the Matrix recognizing that he's the one. But I did think there were moments where A.J. DeBonsa looked around and the game felt slow to him and he realized, I'm just going to drive past this dude and dunk on him. I'm just going to drive past this dude and use my superior athleticism, ball handling, size to finish at the rim or pull up for a mid-range jump shot. It felt like all the pieces fit together for AJ the best they could. And truthfully, because of the way BYU's roster is built, because they still only got 4 points off their bench last night, they are not going to get a lot from Keba Keita because the shots simply are not there for him to shoot a whole lot. He had 4 personal fouls in 15 minutes last night. He was not as good as I think he needs to be if BYU is going to make a serious run to the Final Four. But with that being the case, AJ does have to become the LeBron James of college basketball. And he went out and in 40 minutes scored 36 points. He had 7 assists. He had 5 rebounds, all of which led the team minus the 5 rebounds, but those were third most on the team behind Saunders and behind Bop off the bench. So that's what they needed to do. So good for AJ. He had to come out and be a superstar, and he was. And that's what BYU is going to need the rest of the season. They need him to come out and be that guy every night if they want to compete at the highest level.
BYU had a pretty sizable lead like halfway through the second half, and then Baylor started to kind of claw back towards the end of the game. And for a true freshman, it would be really easy to kind of sense that collapse impending and start to panic. But BYU kept going back to AJ. They kept going back to him. And it didn't faze him at all. He just kept doing his thing. And, I mean, how many games in a row has he scored 30 points, right? He has been phenomenal over the last 2 weeks. You mentioned the defense needs to improve, but offensively, AJ has been everything that BYU has dreamed of and more.
Yeah, and he's going to have to continue to be. Because, I don't know if he's going to become elite superstar defensive player. And maybe it's because of the burden he has to carry offensively. Like when he gets to the NBA and he doesn't have to score 35 a night for BYU to have a chance or for his team to have a chance, maybe his defense is going to improve. It needs to if he wants to be, one of the all-time great players. And the truth is he has those types of tools. He has that type of upside to be one of the great players over the next 10, 15 years in the NBA. But it's going to take improvement, as is the case with everybody. I also want to recognize that teams get better. Players get better. You have to face adversity throughout the season. Now, the hard part in college is you just don't have a very long season to improve. A lot of guys don't make huge strides throughout the season, but the best players do. Cooper Flagg last year, by the end of the season, was worlds better than where he was at the beginning of the season at Duke. Same can be said for Con Knipple. And if you can get that from AJ, we still have not gotten close to seeing BYU's overall potential this year. And I'm leaving room for him to continue to get better and this team to continue to get better, even this late in the regular season, to make a big run in March. And last night might have been the first step. All right, what's next?
Number 2, ultimate tank-off tonight, Jazz versus the Kings.
I will say the Jazz aren't tanking this game, and I don't know who's going to play in the fourth quarter or the second quarter or the first quarter. I don't think the league should mandate how many minutes you play, though I think they may have told the Jazz, we really like it when your guys play 25 minutes, and maybe we will lay off you if they play 25 minutes. That's purely my guess. I could be making that up, but that is something I would guess. But the Jazz last night sent out an injury report. I don't remember exactly what time it was, 6 o'clock, maybe a little bit earlier than that, 4 o'clock. And it said, Lauri Markkanen out for rest. The entire Twitter world was going crazy about the Jazz not playing players in the fourth quarter. 40 minutes later, I don't know if Lauri had a great nap, but the Jazz updated, Lauri Markkanen updated, available. My true belief is that the Jazz saw the injury report from the Sacramento Kings at the same time. And if you're a Kings fan in Salt Lake City, A, God bless you. B, you're not going to see any of the players from that team actually get on the floor. I don't have it up in front of me right now. Maybe you can pull it up quickly, Christian, but I believe it's no Russell Westbrook. I believe it's no Zach LaVine. I believe it's no DeMar DeRozan. It's no Sabonis. You're not going to see any of their better players.
Malik Monk as well.
Malik Monk also out. They are tanking this game.
And DeAndre Hunter.
You're right, who they just acquired at the trade deadline. Oh, so many of these players have been available in recent games. It's weird that they all can't play. I wonder if we should throw the integrity of the NBA on this game between the Sacramento Kings and the Utah Jazz on Wednesday, February 11th. I'm not going to do that. I think that would be ridiculous. But you're not going to see them. And I think what the Jazz did, honestly, is they saw that injury report. They said, we could try to lose this game. In fact, they did against Miami, and it didn't work. We could try to lose this game against Sacramento. It's just not going to happen. So we're going to go out there and win this game. Lowry's going to be available. Jaren Jackson's going to be available. This is going to be one of the last times I think you're going to see the Jazz, especially at home, because, again, the player participation policy does not apply the same at home as it does on the road. I think this is going to be one of the last times, if not the only time this season, you see the starting lineup that features Jaren Jackson Jr., Lauri Markkanen, and Jusuf Nurkic all together. I think they're going to hammer the Kings. They're going to give Jazz fans a big reason to celebrate Jaren Jackson Jr. being on the team. And then I suspect we will see far more aggressive injury report from the Jazz tomorrow with rest, despite the fact that they're going into the All-Star break the game after against the Portland Trailblazers. All right, what's next?
Number 3, Ben, that's a nice big glass floor you got over there.
What did you say?
Big glass.
Oh, a big glass
That's a big
floor.
glass floor over there.
The Big 12 announced a new floor. It's going to be used during the conference tournament. It looks cool. It absolutely looks cool. I will tell you, my most curmudgeonly take is that we do too much with basketball floors. I do not like the in-season tournament floors. I think they're insane. I do think we are a grown-up league if we're covering basketball, especially now at the college level with the guys getting paid. You can say, let's just have hardwood. Let's just make it look like classic basketball, because in 10 years when we look back at these highlights and we're going to say, what was going on with that floor? If you've ever watched a Charlotte Hornets game, it's almost unwatchable. It looks like a cartoon. It looks like a Nickelodeon show. What they can do with this is awesome. And it is amazing. And I think as long as they wield this power responsibly, to explain if you don't know what's going on, the Big 12 floor, it's basically a huge LED screen. It's a huge screen, like an iPad screen, that they can change logos, colors, et cetera, fully customizable. I think as long as you do less with it, it's going to be better. If you want to do awesome pregame introductions, show the players' faces, I'm all for that. I think it's great. I hope during the game it doesn't become chaotic. That's one issue. And then the second is because we have seen this in recent years when teams go out there and try and bring in new floors, there are issues with condensation regularly. I do hope that we don't have any games delayed or put off or postponed because there is something wrong with the actual playing surface, because you can have players get hurt. That's a real issue. I know it seems, pearl clutchy. That actually is a fear I would have for this court. Otherwise, I think it can be cool. And if they do it right, I think it can be excellent, and it can be the future of how we watch basketball. But they talked about putting shot zones out there, putting a shooting percentage from certain spots on the floor out there when guys are playing. I hope we don't see that. That's too much. If you want to watch that on a second broadcast, an alternate broadcast on your subscription, that's fine. Don't force it down people's throats during live action.
Would it be during live action or during all the freaking timeouts that
I
they
would
have?
suspect it's during the 15 timeouts that we have in college basketball or the 90-minute halftime that we get. I think that's when they would do it. I hope. But again, less will be more in this situation.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of what they do with the ice during NHL games, right? They project cool graphics and for the intros,
which is great.
Whatever
Love
on there, which can be cool, yeah. But also at the same time, there is a very real chance that this falls on its face and looks dumb, and everybody was like, "Oh, what was the whole point of that?"
Or the court's not playable. Like that's a concern. So I'm going to trust it now. I'm not going to write it off. I just hope they do it responsibly because it can be a tool. But I know me. I buy a new computer or phone or whatever, and I want to unlock it and see how fast I can get it going. I want to use every little function it has. They need to do the opposite. They need to say, "Here's the logo. We changed it. Isn't that convenient? Doesn't that make it nice for people watching at home?" I hope they don't go nuts with it. All right, we have an update on our Norwegian biathlete who admitted to cheating on his girlfriend yesterday. We will update the story coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I was asked to coach a senior leader who was described by his colleagues as being aloof and difficult. As I observed, I noted that he rarely listened. Without fully understanding, he would then offer thick, layered advice. This is what I did. I put a timer on his desk and said, for the first 10 minutes of any meeting, you cannot do anything but ask questions. But they cannot be questions disguised as advice. They must be non-prescriptive questions like, say more about that. How do you feel about that? What did you think about that? The turnaround was amazing. I can't believe what I've been missing, he told me. My colleagues are much smarter than I understood. My job is to give them confidence, not answers. Learn more about non-prescriptive questions with an MBA from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track to the end of February. Plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th. Plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No. We'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade, Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Mike Smith's going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes. We'll talk everything Utah Jazz and Jared Jackson Jr. Right now, though, it is Wednesday. We want you to be caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win a pair of tickets to see comedian Brian Regan coming up this weekend, Saturday at Delta Center, February 14th. Seats are still available at SeatGeek.com if you do not win, but be the 12th caller through right now, 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE, and go see Brian Regan coming up this weekend. Speaking of Valentine's Day, the best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever. Exclusive Valentine's blankets are only available right now at Minky Couture. You can save 50% using promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com. Zone50 either in person or online, and you can join Scotty today. He's going to be at Minky Couture in Layton. So make sure and go check them out. Best blanket ever. Also the best Valentine's gift ever. A quick update to a story we mentioned yesterday. Took the world by storm in light of Valentine's Day. Kind of. The biathlete from Norway, Sturla Holm Lagerud, I'm sure I'm saying his name wrong, I apologize, admitted yesterday after winning the bronze medal in the biathlon that he had in fact cheated on his love of his life. His gold medal, he said. He met her 6 months ago. 3 months ago, he said he made the biggest mistake of his life by cheating on her, and came out and said, I made the biggest mistake of my life and cheated on her. He was fighting back tears, but he wanted to share this with her, and he said maybe by committing, quote, social suicide, she would fall in love with him and come back to him. Unfortunately, this may not have a happy ending. He said, this is what she said. Now, this was according to, let me see, make sure I get the tabloid VG in Norway. Caught up with this woman who chose to remain anonymous, and totally understandable. She wrote, or she said to the tabloid, "It's hard to forgive, even after a declaration of love in front of the whole world. She was not quite ready to be with him yet." So we will see. A short statement, but they did track her down, which credit to them. I don't know if he had photos posted on his social media. I don't know if he went out and told somebody behind the scenes who it was. She, again, has chosen to remain anonymous. But she said it's hard to forgive, even after a declaration of love in front of the whole world. Ultimate, do you remember the Seinfeld episode? You may not. Talking about having upper hand in a relationship. She's got the most upper hand in a relationship of all time. She never has to go back to him. And she can play this card going forward that, do you remember the guy who won the Olympics called his girlfriend a gold medal that he had cheated on? That's me. I'm that woman. She can play that card for the rest of her life, and maybe she'll hold on to it. Maybe
how do you feel about this whole saga? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, infinitely avoidable, right? So easy to avoid. Like this guy, I don't know how old Sturla is. Prime athlete at the Olympics, was he 22, 23 years old? Look, 22 and 23-year-olds are doing dumb things. They're doing dumb things in relationships. I hope you're not cheating on whoever, but you would not be the first. Sturla's not the first here. It does happen in this world, unfortunately. Did you find out his age? Do you know how old he is?
He's 28. Yeah.
28. A little dicier at that point. But yeah, a little older. Not the first person to ever cheat on their girlfriend, especially. So you can move on. You can forgive people and put that behind you.
The declaration of love in front of the entire world, though.
It really is not fair.
Corny?
I get it. I do think it's sincere. I do think it's a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Not abusive. It's a little gaslighty to come out there and be like, now I'm going to put all the pressure on you to take me back. She doesn't owe it to him to take him back. She could have broken up with him if he didn't cheat on her. It doesn't matter. She doesn't have to do anything she doesn't want to. It's a relationship. You can break up. You can be together, whatever you want. For him to put all this focus on her, and good for her for at least to this point, not revealing her identity or nobody doxing her or whatever, finding her identity. The fact that she had to talk to somebody and clear this out and become a national story is a little unfair on his end, especially now that she was the person who was wronged in this situation. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if she was even more frustrated and his declaration backfired because now...
Yeah, what are you doing, dude?
She's a little bit of not a joke, but she's a little bit of you had one of your worst things that's ever happened to you exposed on a worldwide scale. That I feel for her.
Yeah, now all 12 of Sturla's fans are going to go after her.
Yeah, right, exactly. The diehards will go after her. Take him back. He's our gold medal. But now she is a little bit of a punchline, unfortunately. So, Sturla, you tried. Sounds like it's going to fail, but there's still time before the Olympics end and before the Valentine's Day is here.
Sturla, enjoy the Olympic Village.
Yeah, you know what? I have heard Tinder goes crazy.
You hear crazy stories about the Olympic Village.
So, in fact, to the point where they build poorly made beds on purpose. To
Collapsible.
Make sure that more than one person can't be in the bed at any one time. So, well, that was at least during COVID. Good luck, Sturla. We're all kind of rooting for you. Mike Smith joins us next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, T-R-A-J-A-N, Trajan Wealth. Listen, if you're anything like me, your confidence in decision-making when it comes to financial matters is extremely low. I don't have faith in myself at all. that I would make the proper calls when it came to the financial well-being in the long term, certainly, of my family. And that's why I'm grateful there are people like the folks at Trajan out there who can be a team on your side to help you make those right decisions and do what's right for you. So give them a call, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them. Let them show you exactly what they can do for you. They'll walk you through very simply, little things like goals and what to set and how to get there. 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz host the Sacramento Kings at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And the Jazz are back in action tomorrow, hosting the Portland Trail Blazers, also at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. College basketball Saturday, Colorado plays BYU at 2 o'clock on 102.7 FM, and Utah State with a non-league game against the Memphis Tigers at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name right here and reach thousands of potential customers, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com. Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years, Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
We carry all of your home medical equipment and supplies, and we're always here when you need us.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Who's got it better than us?
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A very happy Wednesday to everybody out there. Go and see Alex and JJ tomorrow. They're going to be at the RV show Thursday, 3 to 6 at the Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. Your opportunity to shop, compare, and buy the RV of your dreams. It's the RV show at Mountain America Expo Center with JJ and Alex tomorrow. Let's welcome in our next guest. You can catch him on Utah Jazz pre-half and post-game shows on TV. Longtime NBA player, Mike Smith. What's going on, Mike?
Hi, Ben. How are you?
I'm doing terrific. I've enjoyed watching the new-look Utah Jazz over the last week. Jaren Jackson Jr. Has changed the narrative around the Utah Jazz, and we knew it was going to happen at some point. We knew the rebuild was going to end. I'm not sure anyone was prepared for how quickly he would make this big of an impact. Are you surprised at how much it seems like things have changed over just 2 games?
Well, I realize the optimism and hope and belief that has been restored, all that came with the big trade because it's just so difficult. Ben, as you and I both know, it's just really, really difficult to make a trade for an all-star who's under the age of 30, who doesn't have baggage, right? He comes from good genes. He's got dad's DNA, he just has a good pedigree. He's a 2-time All-Star. He plays on both ends of the floor. All those things. I think it's true. I'm not sure it's true. I know it's true among the first 5 guys that were chosen in his draft, meaning like DeAndre Ayton and Marvin Bagley and Luka Doncic, and then Trae Young is 5. Jaren Jackson is 4. I think he's the only one that had not changed teams. And that's like a huge statement. So they not only get a guy who impacts play on both ends and elevates what you really need, because they needed more shooting. They need, for sure, more defense and versatility. But you also get a guy who's full of character and, wants to be here. Those are all wins. So, I'm not surprised at the impact he's had in just, a couple short games on a road trip. I am surprised and marvel that Danny and Justin and Austin and Ryan and Will, were able to pull off such a deal. So I'm really happy for the fan base, and I think the prospects are bright looking forward to next year.
Mike, I'll take it a step further. He's the only player from the 2018 draft in the first round who hadn't been traded in the first round, period, unless you count Miles Bridges, but Miles Bridges was actually drafted by the Clippers and traded to the Hornets on draft night. He's played every game with the team he really kind of started his career with. But every player in the first round is either out of the NBA or has been traded. It's very, very bizarre. But I think it's a good point to lead off of. We talked about this a little bit on this show. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just going to piggyback and just say you're right. That's even more to that point. And go ahead.
It's a weird spot that he fell into to Memphis, and I understand why fans, maybe wouldn't recognize it from being in Salt Lake City. He got drafted to a team that still had Mike Conley. And the thought was, okay, Mike's an all-star, or Mike's a borderline all-star. He hadn't made an all-star at that point, but he was the face of the franchise. And that eventually Jaren, very young coming out of Michigan State, was going to develop into the franchise piece. He was going to be the star. And while they were waiting for that to happen, they trade Mike Conley, and they get Ja Morant 3 months later, I think, in the draft, and Ja takes over the franchise. On the court and off the court. Everything is rearranged to make Ja comfortable, to make his dad, T. Morant, comfortable. And then Ja is so dynamic on the floor, it makes sense, well, that's your superstar. And Jaren never really gets to have the team become his own. And I'm starting to look at what's happening, even just through 2 games in Utah, and I think this might be the first time you're going to have Jaren Jackson on a roster that is built to maximize what he does, as opposed to him being a supporting player to someone like Ja Morant or like Mike Conley.
I think it's such a good point. And maybe because Ja Morant burst onto the scene with such prominence and such success right away. Like, he was truly unguardable. Like, that first playoff series of his where I think Golden State beats them, but, like, it was down to the wire. Like, they had no answer for him. And he was so he put so much pressure on their defense by how he could get into the paint and get where he wanted. So maybe, you know, it's inevitable that a presence like that, a physical specimen like that, kind of forced Jaren to take a backseat. And I don't know Jaren's personality all that much yet. He seems like a great guy. I'm sure over the next 3-4 years I'm going to get to know every part of him when I spend time with him. But what I like about his elevated play is that it appears that it would not detract from or take from, say, his other star forward in Lauri Markkanen. Like, in the games that they've been together, they don't steal from one another. Like, on the first game, 27 for Lauri and 22 for Jaren. They both played under 30 minutes, and it just seemed like they played off each other. And, like, Lowry's got to be so thrilled out of his mind to have another, you know, prominent piece on the roster, for one, to take some pressure off the load he has to carry every night. But secondly, the skills don't overlap, right? You can space out Jaren Jackson. You can post him up. You can do different things. And I think they're going to get along beautifully. So, yeah, to your point, maybe he emerges, you know, as the alpha that he was in college.
He's also a very nice person by all accounts. And, you know, I'm sure you know these guys, Mike, as long as you've been around the league. Your dad plays in the NBA. You just kind of have a sense of the league that's different than a lot of people. You kind of know how to approach it as a professional. I mean, pretty consistently, it's a good marker for a player's career if they have a parent or an older brother or something like that played in the NBA that can kind of show them the ropes before they get there. So with that said, you know, Jaren never said a bad thing about Memphis, nor should he. Good for him. You know, I do think they supported him. But it was a mess. It's been a mess in Memphis for the last several years. Part of it because of Ja Morant's off-the-court issues. Part of it because, you know, sometimes they just didn't realize their potential on the floor. I do wonder if just getting a new start in a new city culturally will be beneficial for his game.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. And it's been a mess in Memphis because they fired Taylor Jenkins, let's be honest. Like, yes, Ja's stuff off the court has really impacted them, but they got rid of a coach who all he did was win. Like, all he did was win and get those guys to play really good basketball, no matter who was on the court. And they had a good thing going. Now, I will give them credit. Like, sometimes it takes teams like Sacramento Kings a lot of years to realize you're not doing the right thing or you're making mistakes. Sacramento, by the way, Ben, as you know, one playoff appearance in 20 years.
Yeah, it's a mess.
It's a mess. That's the Jazz opponent tonight. And that one playoff appearance is like only 3 years ago, right? 3 or 4 years ago, when they had the number one offense in the league. and now it's just, you know, a mere fraction of what it was. They're dismal and terrible. But I give Memphis credit in this. It didn't take them 7 years to realize they were a mess. So, yeah, they made some mistakes. But between the trades, between Bane and Jaren Jackson, they ended up with like 7 first-round picks. So, and they still got Ja's trading piece to rebuild and hopefully, you know, get something going in the right direction. But it's going to take them some time. But I always give teams credit who recognize errors and say, okay, it's time to start over. It's not unlike what the Jazz did, you know, 3-4 years ago. That was different. They weren't a mess. It was just Danny's vision, Ryan's vision. We want to win. I don't just want to be competitive. I want to win it all. I want to bring a championship to this team, to this state, to this fan base. Can we do it as presently constituted? And the consensus was no. And those theories are playing out. Like, I don't know that Donovan is going to take a team as a team's number one player to a finals. Cleveland's okay. They're not great. Donovan is a really great player. but that's maybe not enough in Cleveland. Thus, they just made a move. Rudy is a fantastic player, limited in some regards, but fantastic. Can he take Minnesota to a title? I don't think so. Certainly is not your B player. If he's your fifth best player, then yeah, maybe. But like they got it right. And it just takes time. I also really reward management for not making, let's say, ancillary, non-transitional moves at trading deadlines that would have amounted to nothing but except busyness. Do you know what I mean? Like there was pressure on Danny and Justin in years past. What are you going to do at the trade deadline? You have so many picks. You have so much of this. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And Danny always used to say to me, he said, I'm not just going to do something to do something. Like that makes no sense. Why would I just do that? That guy's the same good as this guy. Why would I just make a horizontal move? So they were smart, and they can still be smart. They still have a cupboard full of assets, and you're going to find a team who's desperate and needs to make a move, and you go get the next piece, and whatever that next piece is. Hopefully that next piece is a top 3 pick in the draft this summer. But, like, if short of that, go get yourself a great wing defender, you know, to match some of the other defensive things you're now getting, and you are a playoff team next year. I think they are a playoff team next year at full strength.
So do I. You've talked a lot about, breaking down big men. You were a big man in the NBA, which is interesting. You actually spread the floor a little bit like Jaren Jackson Jr. as well. You had an approach that was similar to what Jaren's able to do. But I've been amazed at how holistically he's impacted the team quickly. We see trades and a guy will come in and it takes a while to adjust. And you see a couple of their natural strengths, but rarely do they fit in right away. What's maybe impressed you most through the first 2 games, 50 minutes that we've seen Jaren Jackson Jr. on the court as far as what he's been able to do to impact the team?
I still think he's a left-hander. I still think he was born left-handed and was given a basketball and told to shoot it right-handed. Like as I watch him play, then everything he does naturally or instinctively gravitates towards the left. It's his preferred dunking hand. It's his preferred jump hook hand. It's his preferred shot blocking hand. But yet he shoots free throws, jump shots, 3-pointers right-handed, and equally as good as his left-hand jump hook is his right-hand jump hook. So that impresses me. But I think he's kind of I think it goes back to this, father played in the NBA. He's got a good idea of how to conduct himself. I think that plays into transitioning to a new team. Not that he had experience doing it, but he kind of knows that I'm not going to demand the ball. I'm just going to go do my thing. And he said initially, I learned very quickly in the first practice, I better move from a Will Hardy scheme. Like, if I'm not moving, I'm wrong. And in this offense, I better move. So even when he's been wrong, and let's just say wrong because he hasn't had enough time to know where to go, he's smart enough to move and move the ball. And so those 2 traits will play well as he goes forward because this team really does move the ball. And it's only the rare case when they'll get a little bit stagnant. It hasn't happened in a while. It did happen in some close games, let's say in the first half of the season, fourth quarter, and they got a little bit isolation happier. Somebody had a hot hand. They tried to force feed the ball. But when they move, they got enough guys that move well enough, good things are going to happen. I just think Jaren's skills are variegated enough that he's going to fit in wherever, as a post-up guy, as a smaller 5, as a stretch 4, as a stretch 5, as a pick-and-roll guy. The big-to-big action they've been getting in the last game was terrific. Like whether it was Lowry to Jaren or vice versa, or Nurkic to one of the 2 and vice versa, is impressive. Like, watch tonight. I know a couple guys aren't playing, right? I think Keontae's out. Lowry might be out tonight.
Lowry's available.
And oh, good.
Yeah, he's been upgraded to available. Jaren's playing.
Oh, and is Jaren available?
Yep.
Awesome. Watch tonight the Jazz let's say, prominence in the paint. Like I think they will destroy Sacramento in the paint. Like just size and the ability to put 3 7-footers out there or 2 and play them in different positions. And Sacramento truly struggles at eliminating or nullifying the opposition's presence in the paint. They just do not have that component right now. And Sacramento's not playing anybody, I think I read, but I don't know. But anyway, it's kind of fun and exciting, and hats off to the team for a great move, and congratulations to Jaron. He seems like a great fit, and I'll probably see you there tonight.
Absolutely, you will. Mike, quickly on after this trade was made, I remember thinking, I think there's a real chance Jaren Jackson Jr. becomes the third option because Lowry's averaging 27 points a game and Keontae's averaging 24 points a game. And through his first 2 games, he's looked like the number 1 option because of the ease with which he can score. He can get to the paint. He can actually post up. He can get there in isolation, which is actually pretty unique for the Jazz's front court as far as big guys go. He's clearly a very dangerous three-point shooter. Is there a chance he does end up as the Jazz's number 1 offensive option?
I don't think so. I mean, I guess. I just think those other 2 are better scorers. Isn't that interesting? The jump Keontae's made, his ability to shoot in the mid-range, his ability to get to the rim. Keontae's become a really good layup maker, too. And you know that I think that's a skill that is developed and not necessarily born with. Like Steph's a great layup maker. Kyrie's a great layup maker. LeBron, believe it or not, is a great layup maker. It's a skill. And Keontae did not have a clue early on, year 1 and 2, like how to finish at the rim, but he's become like fantastic at scoring even off the wrong foot with the wrong hand and things like that. And Lowry is just so versatile and so dynamic that honestly, Ben, it doesn't matter to me, right? Like if you got 3 guys that can score 20 or 25 on a given night, what a fantastic, problem to have. It doesn't matter to me. And I don't think it matters to any one of those 3. We know it doesn't matter to Lowry. If Keontae keeps ascending, he might be a 30-point scorer at some point because of the position he plays and his athleticism. But I think Jaren is right where he will end up. But that's not a bad thing. He could be 19 to 22 for the next 6 years. And if that's your case, you're like thrilled out of your mind.
I'm totally with you. And the one thing I would say is I kind of want it to matter to Lowry if I'm a Jazz fan. I want to make sure Lowry doesn't allow himself to fall back to being the third option, because if he does that, he's being underutilized, and at that point he's being overpaid. I think Lowry needs to make sure he puts a real emphasis on still scoring at a high level.
I had not thought about that, but I couldn't agree with you more. I think you're right. You're right. And he's ascended this year from even his best year, which was his first year with the Jazz 4 ago. And he should be thinking the same way. Yeah, this is my team, and I'm scoring 27 point whatever this year. I'm going to take it to 29 next year. He should. He's 28. He's not 32.
And he's got one of the best physical profiles and offensive skill sets in the NBA. I think if he lets the game come to him, I actually wonder if that's a mistake. I think he needs to make sure he puts a stamp on it. Hey, Mike, great stuff as always. I will see you tonight at the game. Thanks for jumping on.
You're welcome, Ben. We would never think this about Lowry, but like in his youth, like age 14, his mom's driving him to Helsinki, like 3 hours away from his family, and taking him to an elite basketball camp. And he's got a suitcase, and mom takes him in. He gets into his dorm room, and you just don't see this because Lowry is this statuesque figure today with this 7-foot physique that is desirable, right? Like it's like, wow, I wish I were built like that. But at 13, 14, he's just this skinny twig who was shy and, an introvert, and his mom drops him off at this camp, and his last words to his mom are, "Mom, I don't think I'm going to unpack my suitcase just yet." And she's like, "Well, why not? You're here for a week." And he goes, "Yeah, I don't think I'm going to make it more than a day." Like, it's funny to me to hear those stories and now look at the eventuality of what became of that kid. He is a grown man, and he is an NBA stud.
Mike, great stuff. We'll talk to you again tonight and next week.
Okay, see you, Ben.
There he is, Mike Smith, giving us a breakdown on Jaren Jackson Jr. and the Utah Jazz. When we come back, what you got Wednesday? Valentine's Day themed. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire fourth is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. Frankly, I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned, too, is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for a team building. Like, this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with scales and tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz at 30. Here's Lowry Markkinen. Happy to be done with the team's long road trip.
This has felt even longer trip than I feel like it's actually been. Like we've, with the January being mostly on the road and then finish it with this, and feels like we're being away from home for a lot. So it feels good to go back home.
Jazz at 30, brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more, uofuhealth.org. It's uofuhealth.org.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake's got rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Very happy Wednesday to everybody out there. It's Wednesday at 11:30, means it's time for What You Got Wednesday, where Christian and I will go head-to-head in two drafts, one sports-related, one not sports-related. And we'll put it out on the Snap Talk, as Jake likes to say. Have you vote on the winner. Christian, we always start with our sports draft. What is it today?
First, we got to hit last week's scores.
I was going to get to it.
Best
Especially
Jarens,
because I'm celebrating myself.
Best Jarens or Jacksons in sports. Ben, you won 60-40.
Nice.
And then best Catherine O'Hara movies, you won 65-35.
Okay, pretty close.
Clean sweep.
Relatively close, but a clean sweep. As always, that means I do not get the number one pick in either draft. That means, Christian, once again, you get the number one picks in the draft, and you're on a bit of a hot streak when you've filled in.
I filled in for you once and for Jake once. I won. I sweat both times.
You're 4-0.
So is that 4-0, 2-0?
You're 4-0 in the draft.
Either way, I've never lost.
You never lost.
Today, and you teased this with DJ, cuddling up in a minky blanket, best celebrity sports couples.
Yeah, I hope you were following us on social media at KSL Sports. You got to see DJ and I tease that this was going to be the draft, and I already put out my first overall pick, I guess, unless Christian wants to take it because you do have the number one spot. But we did tease this was going to be available and giving you a chance by following us on social media to win a minky blanket, so make sure you do that. All right, where are you starting today, number one overall pick?
There's a lot of different ways to go with number one here.
So it's sports couples or celebrity couples where at least one half of the couple is a athlete.
Sports figure.
But it doesn't have to be both. Yes, sports figure I think is totally
because
fine.
my number one pick, I'm going to go with Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson. They are the it couple right now.
They really are, bizarrely. We have a 70. How old is Bill Belichick? 74?
70, yeah.
76? The biggest celebrity sports couple right now involves a man who's almost in his 80s. It is
And
Bill.
she's an athlete too. She's a recreational cheerleader.
She is. She's an intramural adult recreational cheer captain or associate. I don't know if she's a captain. Lieutenant captain. Shout out to Bill Belichick and Mrs. Hudson being the number one overall pick. All right, I will stick with my number one overall pick that I made on our social media post, and I will go with, in honor of Jake being gone, Andre Agassi and Brooke Shields. And I will tell you honestly, this was the first celebrity couple I think I was aware of in my childhood. You know, my parents weren't huge sports fans, but when there was a tennis major on TV, we'd get up in the morning and it would be on Sunday morning, Saturday morning. Well, I mean, Sunday if it was a final, obviously. And I remember watching it, and I remember thinking Andre Agassi was the coolest looking person I'd ever seen because he had the wig on. And then they would inevitably cut to the stands and the crowd, and Brooke Shields would be there. So give me Andre Agassi and Brooke Shields.
All right. I like the way my board's falling.
Working out for you.
The next big power couple in sports right now, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
It's actually the biggest sports couple right now, no question about it. Travis and Swift. Taylor taking a little bit of a backseat to Bad Bunny recently. It does feel like she's maybe been dethroned as the top musician on the planet. Certainly not the most talked about any longer. But her tour is over, and Bad Bunny's just getting his going at the Super Bowl. And then Travis Kelce's also just kind of washed. Well, he's good still. And, the Chiefs will be relevant, but they didn't make the playoffs, so I think it makes sense why they weren't the number one overall pick. All right, I will go with the all-time greatest sports couple, and I'm going to go Joe DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe. At one point, Marilyn Monroe was the most famous woman on the planet. Joe DiMaggio was a superstar for the New York Yankees at the height of the New York Yankees. So give me DiMaggio and Marilyn.
Okay, let's see here.
Board's not looking so good now, huh?
No, it is. It is. I have too many options. Okay, I'm just going to go in order of my board. I'm going to go with Tom and Giselle.
Okay. Ugly ending.
Messy ending. But while it lasted, they were the goals.
couple.
They were goals.
I do think traditionally it seems like, not always, but the athlete leaves the non-athlete in these relationships. I don't get the impression that that's what happened with Tom and Giselle. It sounds like Giselle fell in love maybe with somebody else or fell out of love with Tom. She also made more money than Tom, which is pretty wild. But for a long time, Giselle was making more money than Mr. Brady.
Well, and if you'll remember, there was a whole controversy of where Adam Schefter tweeted that Tom Brady was going to retire. And then Tom Brady announced that he was actually coming back for another year. There's a lot of speculation on whether or not that's what ruined the relationship.
That Giselle wanted time with Tom.
That Tom was going to retire, but Adam Schefter
man.
spoiled it, ruined it for Tom Brady, and because Tom wanted to stick it to Adam, that ruined his wedding.
Wanted to announce
marriage.
it on his own.
Yeah.
Tough, Adam Schefter. That'd be tough if you ruined a celebrity couple. All right, I will go with the original disaster couple. And to be fair, Joe DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe were a bit of a disaster couple because of some issues there, obviously. But the original major disaster couple in my life, I'm going with Lamar Odom and Khloe Kardashian. True insanity, cheating scandals, substance abuse issues, nothing to make light of, but all carrying over and taking place on a reality TV show. Lamar Odom, one of the weirdest people of all time. The Kardashians, obviously some of the weirdest people of all time. Give me Lamar and Khloe.
Not the first time Khloe could appear on this list.
No, at all.
We'll see where this ends up going. Okay, next I'm going to go with David Beckham and Posh Spice.
Yep.
At one point, David Beckham was one of the most popular soccer players in the world.
The poster boy of the biggest sport on the planet.
And Posh Spice was one of the biggest pop stars in the world. And they were like, again, one of the real big celebrity couples, not just, a famous athlete and his wag, right? Like we are talking a real heavy hitter.
I used to work at a hotel locally, and it was the hotel that hosted the MLS teams. That's when the MLS teams came through. That's where they would stay. And the entire building was abuzz that David Beckham's team was staying at our hotel. And everybody knew that all of the players on the team were staying in our standard rooms, and that David specifically had gotten the suite. Like it wasn't a hotel that had 10 suites. It was not the Grand America. MLS, I don't think could afford at the time the Grand America. I don't know if they can now. But David specifically got his own very fancy room apart from the rest of his teammates. And then when they all came down for breakfast, Mr. Beckham was not there. He was not celebrating or having a continental breakfast with the team. Shout out to David and Posh Spice. All right, I will go with, Lloyd will know this. Lloyd will remember her having the world in her hands. Justin Verlander and Kate Upton. At one point, Christian, I don't know if you remember this, Kate Upton was the it girl on the planet. Yeah.
Listen, I'll say this.
Do you know Kate Upton?
I was in middle school
at
the height of her popularity,
Okay,
so I have a very, very good idea.
I mean, to the point
who
where
Kate
Lloyd,
Upton
I don't know
is.
if you can see it on the camera, simply did a crawling motion, which was her crawling out of the water or the swimming pool. And their story is hilarious. You actually can find the video online of them meeting for the first time. Verlander goes and talks to her. I think it's during a Tigers game. She's sitting right behind home plate or right behind the bench, and Verlander goes and talks to her, and they strike up a relationship. Shout out Kate Upton and Justin Verlander.
All right, man.
Is this your last pick?
This is my last pick. I have so many.
So do I.
So many honorable mentions. I mean, I'm gonna go with. Let's go with some young cats. Let's go Livy Dunn and Paul Skeens.
Okay, this is really young. This is it now, and because we don't have a baseball team, I wonder how many of our listeners actually know who Paul Skeens is. Like, if you're a baseball fan at all, you do. He's the best pitcher in baseball right now. He was a first-round pick. Was he the number 1 overall pick? I don't remember if he was. I don't think he was. Maybe he was. But yes, he's the best pitcher in baseball. And the problem is he pitches for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
But if they don't know Paul, they gotta know Livy. I mean, Livy Dunn is like the face of NIL and what that can do, because she was a gymnast at LSU, but she was not even close to the best gymnast on their team. But because of her social media following, she was kind of almost like a cult following, to the point where she was getting kind of harassed when even it happened here in Salt Lake City when they would go on the road for some of these meets. I mean, there were all these fans wanting to meet her. Most of them were boys wanting to heckle her, man. It was crazy stuff.
Paul was the number 1 overall pick, and then he got his number 1 overall pick in Livy Dunn. Good pick. All right, my turn. Last pick. Board is wide open again. I'm sure all of our listeners are screaming, they've got this guy. I could go cute. I could go niche. I'm going to go with infamous, and I will go with Dennis Rodman, and I'm going to go with Carmen Electra. You could have also gone Dennis Rodman and Madonna, but there's a real argument, or not argument, but maybe the biggest distraction during the Last Dance for Jordan, Pippen, and the Bulls was that Dennis Rodman was dating Carmen Electra at the time.
You could go Dennis Rodman and himself.
Yeah, Dennis Rodman married himself one time. Pretty amazing. But yeah, I'll go Dennis and Carmen. Though Madonna, inarguably a much bigger star than Carmen.
A lot of honorable mentions. I mean, we don't have a ton of time, but Khloe Kardashian and Tristan Thompson.
Yep, another scandalous one.
A new one, Kim Kardashian and Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, just showed up at the Super Bowl. My favorite, very niche though, Baron Davis and Laura Dern was maybe the craziest. Like, what? You mean the lady from Jurassic Park and B. Diddy? They're dating? Yeah, they dated for a minute. Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union, huge, real celebrity power couple. Dwayne was maybe the 2nd or 3rd best player in the NBA for a stretch. Gabby Union, a huge star. And then one that probably predates you, Christian, Mia Hamm and Nomar Garciaparra. Nomar was huge when he was in Boston. And, still was after they traded him, but they did win the World Series right after they traded him. All right, what's our next draft?
Keeping it with
recap.
Okay.
Apologies.
I had the first pick. I went Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, Tom Brady and Giselle, David Beckham and Posh Spice, Livy Dunn and Paul Skeens. Ben, you went Andre Agassi and Brooke Shields, Joe DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe, Lamar Odom and Khloe Kardashian, Justin Verlander and Kate Upton, and Dennis Rodman and Carmen Electra.
I think you're going to go to 5-0. I think you're going to win that draft.
Good one to have the first pick.
What's next?
Best rom-coms of all time, keeping it Valentine's themed.
Yeah, Valentine's Day coming up on Saturday. You want to watch a romantic comedy. Some good ones. Not a lot. I don't actually think this list is that deep, but I do think there's a lot of, fan favorites. There's a lot of, this is my personal favorite, even though they aren't necessarily lauded as great movies.
I'm going to go with 50 First Dates as number one.
Okay, wow.
I should have asked. You like to ask if there's a consensus number one,
I actually
right?
think there is.
You think there is?
50 First Dates.
Okay. I worry that you might take my next pick, but I'm a big fan of 50 First Dates.
I didn't have it on my list. In fact, I've never seen it. But this is Adam Sandler and Drew Barrymore.
Yeah.
And she has dementia.
Yeah, she was in an accident. Every morning she wakes up and thinks that it's the day of her accident, so she doesn't remember what actually happened.
And he has to make her fall in love with him every day?
Every day, yeah.
It's like Groundhog's Day.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a great movie. I'd definitely recommend it if you've never seen it. I can't believe you've never seen it.
I legitimately think this is like one of the great movies of our lifetime. Predates you. It was early in my life. The late Rob Reiner, though, this is one of the great movies of all time. And if you have not seen it, watch it. It is an A-plus movie on top of being a rom-com. It did set the design for every rom-com to follow, and it is When Harry Met Sally. When Harry Met Sally is legitimately great. It's funny, funny romance, good romance. When Harry Met Sally, no question about it. Top pick.
I will go with Crazy Stupid Love as my number 2. Love, obviously, the plot twist at the end. Like, you don't see that in rom-coms very often, and it's a genuinely funny movie.
Steve Carell, Emma Stone.
Ryan Gosling,
and what's her name? Oh, why can't I think of her name now? The redhead, who's very good. I think she has an Oscar. Why can't I think of her name? Who's the woman in it? Anyways.
I'm honestly spacing it.
I'll pull it up. I'll find it. Julianne Moore. Who's very good in it. All right, I will go with more in your, it probably still predates you, but a lot of millennials love this movie. I'll go with 10 Things I Hate About You. It's based on Taming of the Shrew, Shakespeare, great young Heath Ledger, very funny movie. A little melodramatic at times for me, but I'll take 10 Things I Hate About You. Really well done.
That is a good one. Classic, like, high school movie, right?
Yeah.
Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Yeah, that's
my
a
number
good
3
one.
pick.
That's really good. I like Forgetting Sarah Marshall better than your other 2 picks.
Another really, really funny movie.
I don't think Judd Apatow movies have aged particularly well. Most of them have not, and I think a lot of them are actually pretty crappy. He did a lot of rom-coms in the 2000s. I do think this holds up better than any of them.
Yeah, it took me a long time to watch it, and then after I finally did, I was like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I had never seen it before.
Yeah.
Like, it's so funny.
It's really funny. It really does hold up extremely well, even if I think we've canceled 4 of the 5 main people in the movie.
Almost everybody in there.
Almost everybody has gotten canceled. The movie itself, the content of the movie holds up pretty darn well. All right, I'll go with another classic, and I will go with Princess Bride. Princess Bride, bizarre release, but really kind of got a second wind with VHS and has become an absolute cult classic that everybody has seen. And again, another Rob Reiner, absolute classic at his prime. So give me Princess Bride. You've seen Princess Bride, Christian?
I have,
Okay.
yeah. Good movie.
Okay.
Anybody want a peanut?
Yeah.
Okay. This one is a bit out of left field, I think.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Meet the Parents.
Okay, no, Meet the Parents is great.
I genuinely think, I don't know. I think this is one of Rob De Niro's best performances.
It is unfortunately signaling the demise of Robert De Niro's career. Like, once he started taking these payday comedies, it's too bad. It got too easy for him.
This
for
one
one
was
of our
good,
great actors.
but he
this one
nailed
is
it in the
good.
rest of them.
And then he was like, oh, great. I found a way to make whatever my salary is, 10 million, 8 million, 20 million. I don't know what he gets paid for these movies. But he's just, Dirty Grandpa and just all these absolutely trash comedy movies that he's made. Is not a great ending to one of the great actors of our time, but I do think Meet the Parents is legitimately funny, and he's funny in it. And they did a nice job of using kind of his persona to be the investigator. And yeah, that's funny. Good tension there. All right, I will go with one that I bet you like a lot, Christian. It is part of your generation, and probably got slept on because it came out during COVID. And so I wonder how many people saw it. It's very much a COVID movie, meaning it's small. It has 3 people in it, basically total. Palm Springs. Palm Springs also based on Groundhog Day. It's the same idea. That is, they wake up every day and they have started over and they're at a wedding, and Andy Samberg over and over and over is trying to avoid getting killed by a hitman while trying to woo one of the other wedding guests. And if you have not seen it, it's very, very funny. It makes me wonder why Andy Samberg's not a bigger celebrity.
I love Andy Samberg.
But
He's hilarious.
Palm Springs is really good. Watch it if you haven't seen it.
I'll wrap it up here with, I'll go with The Breakup with Vince Vaughn and Jennifer Aniston.
I hate this movie.
I know. You and Jake have talked about how much you don't like it.
I don't
but
like Vince Vaughn, and I don't love Jen Aniston either. So
I love the argument scenes between them. Like, there's one scene when they're fighting about lemons, or like doing dishes or something, doing chores, and she's like, I want you to want to do the chores, and he's like, why would I ever want to do the chores? Like, that is so relatable to everybody in a relationship. Hilarious.
All right, my last pick. I'm going to go with one of my favorites. I know we have a listener who also was in this movie randomly, some Salt Lake City ties to it, and give me Punch Drunk Love. Another Adam Sandler movie, certainly not his most famous, but probably my favorite role of his, Paul Thomas Anderson's Punch Drunk Love.
Honorable mentions?
Lots of honorable mentions here. A bunch I didn't take. Sleepless in Seattle, but I think I got that covered a little bit with When Harry Met Sally. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Love that movie. Wedding Singer, another very good Adam Sandler. He's got a lot of rom-coms. That's kind of his thing. I really like Wedding Singer. I think that's his best, Adam Sandler comedy. A classic, The Apartment, which I just rewatched, which is really, really great. If you haven't seen that, Christian, I would recommend. I think you'd like it. And another under-the-radar recent movie that people didn't like, but I thought was really good, Lisa Frankenstein, where she builds a boyfriend the same way you build Frankenstein and then kind of has to control him because he's a monster. So, Lisa Frankenstein, if you haven't seen it.
Recap.
What about you? Honorable mentions?
Nah, Wedding Crashers, and then you named a few that I had as well. I took 50 First Dates with the first overall pick, and then Crazy Stupid Love, Forgetting Sarah Marshall, Meet the Parents, and The Breakup. You went When Harry Met Sally, 10 Things I Hate About You, Princess Bride, Palm Springs, and Punch Drunk Love.
A lot of good rom-coms. If you haven't seen any of those, I would recommend, don't watch The Breakup, but watch all the rest of them. If there's one on those lists you have not seen and you want to watch something for Valentine's Day, a classic. All right, we'll wrap up the show next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
I want you to go off a little bit more about how the rebuild is over. A trade like this hits harder when your team has come as far as the Jazz have come, and especially Canton, George.
What the Jazz did today was take a huge leap forward to the point of not only is the rebuild over, this is who we are. We have potentially 3 All-Stars in our starting lineup with young players who have the potential to also become All-Stars, Ace Bailey and whoever they're going to take in this upcoming draft.
Right.
We're not only going to compete and try to make the playoffs next year, we're going to be a force. Take us seriously now. We have a lineup that you must take seriously. We're going to compete at a high level moving forward, and you don't have to worry about all this stuff and all this pain. The pain is gone. Now you're going to enjoy the fruits of your labor. This team's going to be really, really good next year as long as they stay healthy.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Pack up though, because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of in the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence, or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse with all the tech you need to stay connected, while the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years. Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I was asked to coach a senior leader who was described by his colleagues as being aloof and difficult. As I observed, I noted that he rarely listened. Without fully understanding, he would then offer thick, layered advice. This is what I did. I put a timer on his desk and said for the first 10 minutes of any meeting, you cannot do anything but ask questions. But they cannot be questions disguised as advice. They must be non-prescriptive questions like, say more about that. How do you feel about that? What did you think about that? The turnaround was amazing. I can't believe what I've been missing, he told me. My colleagues are much smarter than I understood. My job is to give them confidence, not answers. Learn more about non-prescriptive questions with an MBA from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Utah's Mr. Sports here with a pro tip. Do what I did and choose the world's most efficient water softener. Connecticut uses less salt, delivers better performance, and here's the best part. You get more time for sports, less time wrestling heavy salt bags. Upgrade your system today. Softwaterutah.com.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Message for Ben. This is Nathan. Listening to you talk about Bobby Marks and the Jazz and calling in the integrity of the league, I've heard a lot of people talk about how the Jazz should be punished. And I'm like, okay, punish the Jazz, but you got to punish all the other tanking teams if you're going to punish them today, if they're not breaking the player participation policy. But you can't just punish the Jazz, in my opinion, this year without punishing the other teams, because to me that's selection bias. What do you think?
Nathan, thanks for calling in using the call-in feature. Download the KSL Sports app. You see the button in the bottom left, and you're welcome to do that. We try and play them at the end of every show. Yeah, that's the biggest problem with what Bobby Marks did. Calling out the Utah Jazz as if they're the face of this, or as if they're the one, he says at the end of that quote, drop the hammer. What are you talking about? This is a system that all 30 NBA owners agreed to and the players agreed to. Like, these are CBA agreements between that take a long time to hammer out with very high-priced lawyers. Like, this is something that the NBA said we're going to allow this. So, yeah, the idea of singling out the Utah Jazz for doing it and then much less trying to punish them for it or making them the face of it would be ridiculous. Yeah, if you want to say we're not going to allow it going forward and teams who violate it, we are going to, quote, drop the hammer, I think that's totally fine. But trying to say that any one team is doing it worse than others or is more responsible for it is insane. Join Scotty Friday, noon to 3 at Tim Daly Mazda in Sandy, 10785 South Auto Mall Drive. That's Scott Gerard at Tim Daly Mazda. Speaking of integrity of the NBA, the Indiana Pacers injury report is out. I don't know who they're playing tonight. They're playing the Nets. That it tells you exactly what it is because the Nets are also a team that's trying to hold on to their draft pick. Here's the Indiana Pacers integrity preserving injury report. Micah Potter, former Jazz legend, questionable left ankle sprain. Jarris Walker, questionable illness. TJ McConnell, out, right hamstring soreness. Andrew Nembhard, out, lower back injury management. Aaron Nesmith, out, lower back soreness. Pascal Siakam, out, left hamstring soreness. Ivica Zubac, who, by the way, played every game for the Clippers leading up to the trade deadline, out with a left ankle sprain. Last night, the same Indiana Pacers, Pascal Siakam had 30 points. Micah Potter had 10 points. Andrew Nembhard had 24 points. T.J. McConnell had 13 points. So last night, mere hours ago, not only were these guys able to play, they played in overtime and beat a playoff team in the New York Knicks on the road. They were healthy enough to go out there and win a high-level NBA game, their rival, in fact. And not 12 hours later, all of these guys' illnesses. Not questioning the integrity of the NBA. This is not the Pacers' fault. This falls on the Utah Jazz. But that injury report comes out. Good job, Bobby Marks. Scotty G is coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with scales and tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Mid-Bend. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. As Hans Olsen has moved on to the corporate world, we're looking for the next great Utah sports radio talent.
There's something for everyone.
While we do that, you get stuck with this guy.
Hey, everybody, here's our star.
This is Scotty G and friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, folks, let's get it. It's another edition of the show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks, there are certain times of the year that you cannot screw up, all right? And we can call it, like the Grand Slam of golf, all right? You've got your Masters, you got your PGA Championship, you got the British, you got the U.S. Open. Those are the big four. Well, you have a big four when it comes to certain holidays that you absolutely cannot screw up. Number one, Valentine's Day. That's top of the list. You cannot screw up Valentine's Day. You can also not screw up Christmas. You're going to have an anniversary in there somewhere, and you're going to have a birthday in there. Those are your big four, okay? You cannot absolutely not screw those up. Well, guess what? There is one way I can absolutely guarantee you will not screw up Valentine's Day. I get it. You're a dude. You've waited too long, and now you're going to run to a grocery store and buy some wilted roses like, hey, baby, how about these? No, don't. No. That's not going to work for you. You're going to be on the couch, and you're going to be miserable. Your back's going to hurt the next day. It's not going to go your way. So what I want you to do is go to Minky Couture right here in Layton. Now, you can go to any of the Minky Couture locations up and down the Wasatch Front. But this one in particular, okay, we're a little partial because Lisa's awesome, and the crews up here is incredible. So you come here, and we will hook you up. We got all kinds of goodies. We got some freebies. And we'll also give you 55% off these blankets. That's right. Now, normally you're going to get 50 leading up to Valentine's Day, but because Sandy, Lisa, the rest of the crew are really kind to you because they know you're a dude and you've screwed up too many Valentine's Days in the past, they want to help you out and give you 55% off these blankets. Again, we're in Layton. Now, here's the other secret, too. That 55% is going to work at all the Minky Couture locations. So if you're down south, I totally understand it. If you're up north, by the way, Logan's got a beautiful Minky Couture location. I was driving on Main Street coming off of the game last night when Utah State got that win. So there's a lot of great Minky Couture locations. You're going to get 55% off all of those. But I am selfish. I do want Lisa to think that we actually have people listening to the show. So please come by this location here in Layton and say hi. We'll make it worth your while for sure. So I'm up here in Layton. Lloyd's back in studio. Lloyd, how are you, my friend?
I'm jealous of where you're at because there's nothing better than a Minky. We're always there around the holidays, whether it's Christmas time or Valentine's, and it's it's easily one of the best gifts that you can get your loved one.
No, there's no doubt. And look, here's another thing too. If you get a blanket for your significant other, your spouse, girlfriend, both, we don't judge, whatever, you're going to open up the packaging and you're going to look at the tag. Well, she's going to look at the tag. And if it doesn't say Minky, you're sunk. You're done. Okay? This is a signature gift, and not any old blanket's going to do. It's got to have that Minky tag on it, and it's a status symbol. All right? All right. We got a lot to get to on the show today. Danny Ainge, president of the Utah Jazz, will join us coming up at 12:30. Jaren Jackson Jr. absolutely will be in the lineup tonight. He will be making his Delta Center debut. You will be able to see him up close and in person in his first time wearing a Jazz uniform in the Delta Center. So you are not going to want to miss that. If you have tickets, make sure you're there. If you don't have tickets, make sure to grab them, because this is going to be a historic night. A major linchpin for the Utah Jazz going forward will be in the lineup tonight for the Utah Jazz. So Jaren Jackson met with the media. We'll have some of that conversation. Mark Medina, Funky Mark Medina, will join us coming up at 2:05, and Jared Calhoun, head coach at Utah State, will join us at 2:30. So let's not waste any time. All right, we got some stuff to say here. We got some stuff to get off our chest, and I think a lot of the hosts here on the Zone, a lot of times we'll disagree on some things, but I think on this one we're all on the same wavelength. Now, I love the NBA. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there that are having a hard time with the NBA for various reasons, but I love watching professional basketball. You will see things on an NBA court you will not see anywhere else. It is far and away the best athletes on the planet. So I love everything about NBA basketball. Basketball, that is. But sometimes, I go back to a quote somebody said about their significant other, and they said, I love them, but sometimes I don't like them. And right now, I love the NBA, but I'm having a hard time liking the NBA because of the moral hypocrisy some people have when it comes to allowing some things to slide and other things not to slide. And Bobby Marks, who does a tremendous job covering the league, he is a phenomenal salary cap guru. That guy does a tremendous job, and when trades go on, and he'll break it down, this is how it affects the salary cap, this is how far under a team is, this is how far over. He does a great job with that. But then when he talks about getting on a moral high ground with the NBA, and in particular the Utah Jazz, he misses, no pun intended, the mark in a big way. This is him yesterday.
I think what Utah is doing right now is messing around with the integrity of the NBA. The ability to sit players, starters, in the fourth quarter, to not call timeouts in the fourth quarter. Orlando won the game on Saturday because they basically rested players. And it backfired on them last night. So I think if you're the league, you're looking at it. All right, can we do some gimmicks? Can we alter protections and eliminate protections as far as picks? Or can we put the hammer down?
What hammer? Knock it off. It's the dumbest thing that I've heard in a long time. All right, so let's go and talk about where this got sideways. This has been going on for decade after decade after decade. All right, teams have been tanking forever. And now all of a sudden, because the Jazz got a little bit more creative in how they did it as opposed to other teams, now we're going to try to sink the Utah Jazz. Okay, if Greg Popovich does this in San Antonio, everybody rolls their eyes like, oh, that's Pop being Pop. Oh, that clever SOB's doing his thing again. Okay, if it's somebody else if it's somebody for the Knicks doing this, oh, okay, well, that's the landscape we're living in. Guess that's how it goes. They found a loophole, so more power to them. Anybody else in the league does this, nobody blinks an eye. But because it's the Jazz, they can hone in on that and say, all right, okay, this is where you cross the line, because it's really easy to go after the Jazz, a proverbial small market team. They want to go after them. It's ridiculous. It's insanely dumb. It's insanely ridiculous that you've got talking heads nationally trying to rally the league against the Utah Jazz. It's stupid. It's ill-side. And here's the thing. The Jazz would have been better off. This isn't even an issue. Nobody blinks an eye on this if the Jazz never played a single second with Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson. If they said, hey, Jaren Jackson, guess what? He came up limp a little bit in practice. He pulled a hammy. And so for precautionary reasons, we're going to sit him out the next 4 or 5 games. Lauri Markkanen, hey, he got really sick. He's under the weather. He's going to be out the next few games. Nobody blinks an eye. But because the Jazz said, no, we just acquired a new player. We want to see how he interacts with our other guys. We want to see how they play together. We want people who came to these games, who bought tickets to the games, to see our best players, even in 3 quarters instead of 4 quarters. We're going to provide that. Now the Jazz are taking the hit. Oh, apparently that's too far. That's where the line is crossed. So we let you play for 3 quarters, and then we pull them in the fourth quarter. That's a problem. Come on, you're being a hypocrite. Anybody running their mouth about this and how it is hurting the integrity of the game is flat out being a hypocrite. Number one, and first off, props to Ben Anderson for bringing this up. This is a system that the players agreed upon, that the NBA owners agreed upon. This is a collectively bargained agreement between these two sides that this is the system we have. If you don't like it, well, guess what? There'll be a new CBA coming up. You can change it. There's no hammer to be thrown here on a collective bargained agreement between two sides that this is the system that they want to go with. Now, are you mad at the Utah Jazz specifically? Is that the team you want to go and fight against? Well, so be it, but understand this has been going on for a long time. The integrity of the NBA when it comes to the NBA draft has been in the tank forever. Now, there was a little bit of upset people when Luka got traded to Dallas, but that went away very quickly. And then Dallas ends up winning the number 1 seed overall. Okay, you can't tell me that doesn't seem a little shady? Look, the NBA draft has been a mess forever. And we have a generational draft coming up that could rival, and I know I hate putting expectations on guys, but it could rival what we saw in 2003. That's the kind of talent that we have in this year's NBA draft, if these guys live up to the expectations that have been heaped upon them. So if they live up to these expectations, there is essentially 30 to 40% of the NBA is going to do everything they can to get in the top 5 of that NBA draft. And the Utah Jazz are in a very precarious situation because, as we know, if they finish in the NBA draft lottery 9 or higher, then they convey that pick and it goes right over to Oklahoma City. So you want Oklahoma City to continue to build that monstrous roster? That's what you want? Of course not. And because I always say it feels weird here in Utah because sometimes we have this, I'm trying to think of the right word, imposter syndrome, or we have this feeling like everybody's out to get us. And sometimes it's actually true. Now, not more often than not, it's not. But this persecution complex we have is very much warranted on this one because this is one of the few NBA franchises that Bobby Marks and countless other talking heads across the national landscape will point out as being a problem. He doesn't say this about the Knicks. He won't say this about Dallas. He definitely wouldn't say this about the Lakers. He wouldn't say this about the Clippers. Go down the list. There are so many teams that he never in a million years would say anything about. But because the Jazz are an easy target and he doesn't think there's going to be any pushback whatsoever, he feels like it's his opportunity to go all in, get on his soapbox, and say that the integrity of the NBA has been hurt by this game. The integrity of the NBA was hurt when they fixed the lottery to make sure that Patrick Ewing went to the Knicks. That's all the way back to, 1985. Stuck an envelope in the freezer, thing was cold, they pulled it out, and guess what? The Knicks are your winner of the NBA lottery. The integrity has been damaged for a long time. But no, it's the Utah Jazz because they sat players in the fourth quarter and they didn't call a timeout in the fourth quarter. That's where your line is. Oh, okay, no. Okay, New York can fix it for Patrick Ewing. Dallas can get the beneficiary of trading a star to the Lakers and get Cooper Flagg. All this stuff, now that's okay. But the Jazz not calling a timeout in the fourth quarter and not playing Jaren Jackson Jr. in the fourth quarter, that's where the line is. Come on, stop it. It's dumb. It's dumb, it's ridiculous, and it's way over the top. It's unwarranted. I think it was Rick Majerus that made the joke that the NCAA one year was so mad at UNLV that they put Cleveland State on probation. That's what it is. You got a lot of people out there that are upset at the NBA draft lottery and the mess that it is. And so who are they going to take it out on? They're not going to take it out on Dallas for getting Cooper Flagg. They're not going to take it out on anybody else outside of who they think is an easy target in the Utah Jazz, which, again, goes back to my original comment. I love professional basketball. I love nothing more than to sit in the stands or in media row watching NBA hoops because the game itself is awesome. But it's hard sometimes to like the NBA because of this stuff. I mean, there's so many things that you can point to. And look, I have a dad. He's in his 80s. My dad and I watched so many NBA games growing up. He was a huge NBA fan. And now in the later stages of life where he's not as mobile as he used to be, he watches tons of sports. He won't watch NBA anymore. He's done with it. And there's, a lot of reasons out there as to why, and you can guess what those are. But there's a lot of people out there that refuse to watch the NBA because of nonsense like this. Because of things that just don't make a lot of sense. Like, hey, we're all about human rights, which we all are, and I'm all about it, except for when we mess with China and that cash cow. Now we got to, let's back off here. We're hurting our bottom line. We can't mess with that. There are just certain things about the NBA. The NBA does so many things right. The quality of the game is better than it's ever been. And people may argue that, but I love where the NBA is right now in its pace of play, in its tempo, the way the game is played, the scores in which it's played, the athleticism that you see night in and night out. I love everything about it. It's just hard sometimes to like the NBA when they do dumb things like this because Adam Silver needs to find – look, if you want to change it, change it. That's great. But if you're going to look at the Jazz and put them on the pedestal of cheating – and they're the ones that are doing it wrong. They're the ones that have crossed the line. They're the ones hurting the integrity of the NBA. Then you're just talking to talk. That's just you as a producer at ESPN coming to Bobby Marks and saying, hey, Bobby, you know what? People are getting really tired of the salary cap stuff. I mean, it's great info, but come on, that's not going to move the meter. You got to take a stand on something. You really got to go after somebody and really make a difference here. All right, well, what can you do? Well, the Jazz just rested everybody in the fourth quarter. All right, bam, I got it. I'll go off on the Jazz. I mean, all he's doing, he's rage baiting you as a Jazz fan. He's taking an easy target on you as a Jazz fan, and he knows there won't be any pushback because he thinks that it's the Jazz. Nobody's going to care. Well, guess what? You should care because that's your franchise he's going after. That's your lineup he's going after. That's your coaching staff he's going after. That's your front office that he's going after. And this is nothing that would ever have been said about Greg Popovich. Look, Pop was the master at resting players. And there were a lot of people who bought tickets because they wanted to see Tony Parker. They wanted to see Manu Ginobili. They wanted to see Tim Duncan. And guess what? They would show up and get none of them because you got a guy that would rest everybody. Now, it worked for him because they would get into the playoffs. Those guys were rested, and they were probably able to extend their career 4 more years and probably picked up another title because of that rest philosophy. But nobody said anything. And people would grumble a little bit, but nobody would say it was hurting the integrity of the game. Here, people paid money to go see a game. They paid money to go see Jaren Jackson. Guess what? Jaren Jackson's going to be in the lineup tonight. You're going to be able to see Jaren Jackson. Good chance you're going to see Lauri Markkanen tonight if you're a member of the Jazz fan base. Would you rather them not play at all? Or would you rather them play 3 quarters and then sit in the fourth quarter so hopefully the Jazz can be better situated to get Boozer or DeBonsa or any of these other guys coming out in the draft? All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Danny Ainge is going to come and join us coming up here in just a bit. Lisa's hanging out with us. We are live here at Minky Couture, and Lisa is single-handedly going to save your relationship. No pressure there, Lisa.
I don't know about single-handedly, but man, Scotty, you are the best. And we have an awesome team here that together we're going to make this a Valentine's to remember.
It really, it's a bit of a status symbol when you get a Minky Couture blanket.
You're right. And I in the earlier segment, you said, right, like they look to that label. When you give a gift, when you give that luxury blanket, they want to know it's a Minky Couture because they know what that label represents, the quality that it represents, the Sandy, the owner of the company and the way that she supports the communities and gives back, all of that, right? Like that label, Minky Couture, represents so many wonderful things.
55% off these blankets, and you have the signature Valentine's Day blankets too. These are awesome.
Yeah, every year we bring in a new variety of blankets for Valentine's, kind of for every holiday season. So it's fun for people who like to collect them to be like, oh, what do you have this Valentine's Day? And we've got, new additions to our Hugs collection, which is everyone's favorite. So make sure when you come in that you check out the new Hug styles and things we've got available for you.
You know what's better than one Minky is two Minkies.
Yes.
And so if you've gotten one in the past and been a hero, it's not going to diminish getting another one for your loved one for Valentine's Day.
And with the savings that we have for your listeners today, really you can do a his and hers because the reality is you get her one and you're going to want to use that blanket, but you're going to need one of your own because
it's a gift for you.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes.
And the other thing too, I know a lot of guys will walk in here and they'll get intimidated because they see so many blankets and so many colors and they're like, I don't know what to get. Okay, well, guess what? Get something that's a little neutral, give it to her for Valentine's Day, and then she can come back in and exchange it for one that fits her decor a little bit more.
Absolutely. You can bring it in and pick out the color. If you don't know what she wants, choose the neutral, or we have a team of associates here that can kind of guide you through some of our best sellers. Like, these are our top sellers. These would be a great choice to shop from. But I promise you, any Minky Couture you bring home is going to be loved and used.
So we're up here in Layton. Now, normally you've been doing 50% off, but for our zone listeners, you're going 55% off.
Yes, so 55% off, and that will run through Valentine's Day. So if you're listening and you're like, dang, I can't get in today, or during this block of time, that will go through the weekend. So when you come in to shop, just mention Zone 55, and you'll get 55% off any full price blankets.
Love it. Lisa, you're the best.
Great time to shop.
We'll be chatting with Lisa all throughout the show today. It's Minky Couture. Now, we're in Layton, but remember, all of the Minky Couture locations will give you that same 55% off. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Danny Ainge coming up next.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire fourth is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. Frankly, I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned, too, is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for team building. Like, this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with scales and tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz host the Sacramento Kings at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And the Jazz are back in action tomorrow, hosting the Portland Trailblazers, also at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. College basketball Saturday, Colorado plays BYU at 2 o'clock on 102.7 FM, and Utah State with a non-league game against the Memphis Tigers at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name right here and reach thousands of potential customers, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, for nearly 60 years, Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends.
Nice.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I am still living with your ghost, lonely and dreaming of the West Coast. I don't wanna be your downtime. I don't wanna be your stupid game. With my big black boots and an old suitcase, I do believe I'll find myself a new place. I don't wanna be the bad guy. I don't wanna do your sleepwalk dance anymore. I just wanna see some palm trees. I will try and shake away this disease. We could live as
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time to talk some Utah Jazz basketball. Joining us, Danny Ainge. Danny, how are you?
Scott, good. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm trying to live life and trying to figure out what life is like without our guy Hans, but we're going to hold down the fort while we try to find the next great radio star. So I appreciate you bearing with us.
Not even trials. You're just doing it solo. I like it.
Well, yeah, we've got a few more people coming in, but, I guess I was selfish. I just wanted to sit and chat with you and go over a lot of things. And first off, the anatomy of a trade, and I know not every trade is created equal. Was this something that was in the works for a while, or did it come together pretty quickly with Jaren Jackson?
It took a while. Yeah, I mean, Jaren has been a player that's been unavailable for any team over the last year or two or three. So the interest, when they called and had some interest in making some deals, and we called them. You'd have to talk to Austin about what that order was, but anyway, yeah, I think it moved fast. We had a lot of discussion, but when I say moved fast, I meant there was conversation fast, but the trade process went slow. It took I call back a few days later, a few days later, a few days later, there's more. So it went all the way up until, very close to the deadline.
So when you are working with a team, and this isn't just about Jaren Jackson, but just in general, I think so, maybe even months or even years in advance, you kind of express, hey, we really like this guy. Just kind of let us know if there's anything coming down the pipeline. Is that kind of the groundwork that maybe is laid way in advance of something that comes down, that eventually comes to fruition?
Yeah, I mean, I think that those conversations have been had before, but like I said, he's been a player that was never been available before.
Yeah.
So when he was, we made a plan to see if it was something that we could do and something that was good for us.
What does he do for this team, not just short term, but long term?
His versatility, his defense, his ability to score in the paint, his ability to spread the floor. I mean, he's a very versatile player and does a little bit of everything. Can handle the ball. For a 6'11" guy with a 7'5" wingspan, he's pretty well skilled all around basketball. So I think he's a really nice piece to add for our team.
You look at the potential size. I know that Walker Kessler's got to go through restricted free agency, but just hypothetically, with him and Jaren, and then Laurie at the 3, and Ace at the 2, and Keontae at the 1. I mean, you went to you could potentially have an extremely big lineup on your hands. What does that do for this team, and how does that help you?
Well, it just helps. It makes defense easier. It doesn't guarantee that you're better defensively, but size does matter in our business. And so the ability to play big and small, Walker could play the 5 without Jaren on the court at the 4. You move Lowry to the 4. You could play Jaren at the 5 and Lowry at the 4. You could play all three of them together, which is what we really like in a starting lineup. And so it just gives your team some variety and some versatility to play against different types of talent.
Keontae making the jump that he did that give you a little bit more, with his acceleration of his progress, did that give you a little bit more opportunities knowing, okay, we've got that spot locked down, now we can focus our attention in other areas?
I think that Keontae's play we've been very impressed with and excited about, and how he's progressing, how he's worked, how his conditioning, how he's more in control of his emotions, and how much just better player, stronger, more confident in his abilities. It's been fun to watch over the last couple of years.
What is a player like that, what goes into making that jump? Obviously, it's a lot of time in the gym, but I remember talking to Booner at Media Day, and he said, watch out for Keontae because he's put in the work just not on the court, but off the court as well. What does that say about his maturity that he's been able to take that step?
Yeah, when we drafted Keontae, it was a big theme for us and for him and his future was conditioning. I think that's for most players, if not all players, that's a big factor. And, conditioning in the NBA to me is a cheat code. And it's something that he focused on in his first couple of years, but he really put in the time this year. I mean, he was around our gym with other players, with all of our young guys, and leading the way. And the conditioning has improved a lot in all of them, but particularly Keontae put in an amazing amount of time.
How hard is it to project a guy, when you draft a guy 1 year out of high school, to project his ability to put on weight, put on muscle, and once you get him in your facility and you're with your dietitians, is it difficult to project what they will look like in 2 or 3, maybe 4 years?
Oh, yeah. I mean, was it difficult for you to project what you would look like when you were 19?
I was on the McDonald's and Burger King plan, so I kind of knew exactly what direction I was going to go. But, yeah.
You knew where you were headed. Yeah, me too. I've lost some weight lately. But, yeah, no, I understand. But, yeah, at 19, you just don't know for sure. I mean, you see you have a picture in your mind of approximately what it can be. But so much of it just depends on the commitment, the work, being able to fight through adversity, and have good people around you that you trust and believe. And I think we have that in our organization. We have great people in our medical staff and in our nutrition, all the way through. So yeah, it's good. It's good that they've got that way. But I think that I did see in Keontae the ability to get stronger and in much better shape. I thought that was something that he could do if he wanted it.
There's a great Rick Majerus story about how he was recruiting a kid, and apparently he was super skinny, and he's sitting in the living room with the kid and his parents, and he said, I'd be concerned about your ability to put on weight, but I'm looking at your mom over here, and it shouldn't be a problem with those genetics. And I'm like, that's about a classic of Rick Majerus story as you can possibly get. But when you close on a trade, everybody talks about the acquisition. But also, it's got to be tough as a guy that recruited, players like Taylor Hendricks, and you have to say, hey, we loved what you've done here, but we're pulling the trigger on this trade. Is that really the downside of your profession? Is that the hard part, to have those tough conversations?
Not so much in trades. I mean, trades are hard for sure. I think when you're cutting guys, it's harder.
Yeah.
But when you have a home to go play in the NBA in another city and another team, and maybe even a better opportunity, I was a player that was traded twice, and I was excited about it both times. Went to different situations, and so I think that sometimes things can get stagnant. But when you have players that they see an opportunity going forward, it's not so bad.
So I think that's a really interesting point. We just watched a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold, who'd played for a bunch of teams, and then finally it settled in and clicked for him in Minnesota, and then obviously winning a Super Bowl this year in Seattle. Is sometimes just a change of venue, a change of voice as a coach, can that trigger a player to take another step?
Yeah, and also just, with coaching, teammates, quality of your teammates, how they utilize your talents. Are they able to recognize what you do best, and instead of trying to fit you into a system? And every player is unique in that regard. I mean, some players can play in any system, but a lot of times, even the great ones, your team has to make a major adjustment over to a new player coming in how they play. And so, with Jaren, it's great because, he just plays. He plays defense. He plays offense. He runs the court. He, like I said, his versatility allows him to be able to be on the court with anybody in any style.
I know that he's got media availability, and we're going to play that a little bit later on. But overall, when you have your first conversation with him, and you and Austin and Ryan, and you say, hey, we're bringing you to Utah, what were those conversations like with him?
Oh, he was very positive and very excited about the opportunity to play in Utah. And, he was really excited for a change and something new in his career.
How appealing is it, not just him as a player, obviously that skill set, but the fact that he's 26 and he's got a ton of years left on his contract? How much did that play into the equation as well?
Sure. I mean, getting a player that's been a two-time All-Star and is still only 26, that's huge.
Yeah.
And that's very, very rare. And so we couldn't be more excited than to have him in the fold, and you can feel the excitement with everybody in the organization right now.
Well, Jaren Jackson making his debut in the Delta Center tonight wearing a Jazz uniform. As we, we're in the stretch run of the season, what do you want to accomplish and see from him, and see for him and Laurie out on the court together? What are some of your goals as you go into next season or this offseason and going into next season?
Well, I would say that, we're not realistically a playoff team. And I feel like, this offseason, this summer, this fall, and next winter are going to be huge, and we're going to have a lot of time to figure all that out. Instead of doing it on the run, we'll have more time to really get those guys acclimated with one another in the off season.
So there is this thought process that when that trade came down the pipeline, that it felt like the Jazz had taken that step, and we'd all been waiting, and you guys have been incredibly patient, making sure the right deal was available to take that next step. But I know, and I'm sure you felt this from the community as well, the excitement like, okay, it's go time. Do you feel that in the front office as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Like our planning sessions are much different right now with the higher ups in the organization, and just as we're looking forward to the off season and what we can do to put a better team together.
Just, Austin and Jay-Z doing a lot of work in the preparation, but when a deal is coming together, do they then circle you in, and then Ryan, or like what are those conversations? I think people are fascinated to know kind of how quickly a trade can come together once Austin and Jay-Z kind of put the framework together.
Yeah, I mean, those guys that do most of the legwork and the phone calls to other organizations. But, Ryan and I are brought into every deal that has a chance or it gets cold or even discussed in before those calls are even made. So, yeah, everybody is involved in those decisions for sure.
Well, Danny, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us, and we look forward to catching up with you again. But, again, congratulations. Awesome move, and I know a lot of people are really fired up about where this team is at right now and where they're going to be down the line.
All right. Thanks, Scott. Good luck with you as you're looking for a partner.
Hey, you know what? I'm just know this. Like, if you want to take a massive pay cut and you're bored from noon to 3, you always have a chair here. Just know that.
All right. Sounds good. You never know in this business, right?
No doubt. Thanks, Danny.
All right. See you.
There he is, Danny Ainge. And that's what I really wanted to spend some time with him and talk to about how trades come together, how quickly this one. The Jazz have had Jaren Jackson in their sights for a long time, but you know what? Memphis was like, no, we like him, and he's going to be part of us. And they made a big commitment with him on a contract, and he's 26 years old. But then when you have a chance, finally, when Memphis says, okay, let's chat, you got to be ready, and you got to have the assets in place, and you have to have everything ready to go so that you can make that move. The Jazz, after the Mike Conley trade a few years ago, they had no assets, none. And what the Jazz were able to acquire in the Rudy Gobert trade, the Donovan Mitchell trade, and so many other moves along the way to be able to stockpile that pick, to be able to grab that Phoenix #1 pick in 2031, that sucker was worth its weight in gold. And, everybody's like, well, 2031, that's a long ways away. Okay, sure, it's unprotected. Yes, but you don't understand what that means as an asset right now for trades that can come down the pipeline, and that's what's really paid dividends for the Utah Jazz. All right, what you may have missed coming up next, we're live here at Minky Couture in Layton, 55% off. 55% off these blankets right now. You come on by, you pick up a blanket, 55% off. Make sure you say Zone 55, and you'll be a hero on Valentine's Day. We'll chat with Lisa coming up in our next segment. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Fired up tomorrow. We're going to be in studio. Our good friend Dave Nellis is going to be in with America First Credit Union. Now, there's opportunities for you to really better yourself financially. And if you know how to play the game, you can get yourself right very quickly. Now, a lot of us may have, used that credit card a little bit too much during the Christmas holidays. And so you're like, ooh, I got some payments to make. I'm seeing that interest start to pile up. You open up a credit card with America First Credit Union right now, and they will give you 6 months, 0% financing. And that includes balance transfers. So if you've got a couple other cards that have some high balances on them and high interest rates, you can slide that all over to your America First Credit Union card and do some real damage in knocking those balances down without paying a single penny in interest. Go to afcu.com. There's more information there on how they can help you. And there's so many other products and loan opportunities, whether you're looking for that car loan, whether you're looking for that mortgage, whatever you need your financial institution to do, America First Credit Union is here to help. It's local. Now, there's so many branches up and down the Wasatch Front. But guess what? You walk into one and you immediately become family. You're not a number in a spreadsheet. You're a name, you're a person with a story, and they're to help you. It's America First Credit Union. Go to your local branch right now. It's America First Credit Union.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as it's another edition of what you may have missed right here on the Zone. By the way, we were just talking during the break. Brant and I were chatting about Lindsey Vonn. She has now undergone a third leg surgery since that Olympic crash. So not one, not two, but three on that broken left leg. She put a picture of herself up on the old Instagram, and my goodness, the harness that leg is in, yeah, I think she's probably going to call it a career. She said, I had my third surgery today. It was successful. Success today has a completely different meaning than it did a few days ago. I'm making progress. It'll be slow. It'll be okay. She had suffered a complex tibia fracture, which apparently was a compound fracture as well. It is currently stable, but will require multiple surgeries to fix properly. She's had 3 already and anticipates that there will be more coming down the pipeline. So, again, I thought it was really interesting. My wife mentioned this when she was looking online, and a lot of people were going after Lindsey Vonn, saying, well, you know what, you weren't in a situation with that torn ACL where you could have competed. You took a spot from somebody that was more deserving, and that's why you got in the crash, because you have the ACL had nothing to do with the crash. It had zero to do with the crash. All right? So, you know what? I will share that Lindsey Vonn story. I think Disney needs to make a movie about her. I think I will tell that story to my kids about overcoming adversity and fighting through pain. And even when things don't go your way, having a great attitude. I mean, if anything, she should be propped up for what she did. But, again, you got a bunch of keyboard warriors out there that want to tear down everybody, which is absolutely ridiculous. But Lindsey Vonn, absolutely, absolutely incredible, and certainly we wish her well in her rehabilitation. Now, we mentioned yesterday, we talked to Kurt Heelan, what we anticipated would be the suspension over the fight between Detroit and Charlotte. Isaiah Stewart, he thought he might get 3 games. Nope, he gets 7 games. Now, remember, this is kind of a Lifetime Achievement Award for Isaiah Stewart, because this isn't a one-off for him. He's been, again, even the league said it was based on his repeated history of unsportsmanlike acts. Lloyd is what they would call a repeat offender.
He's a little bit of a goon.
Yeah, the dude. Yeah, and so he left the bench area, aggressively entered an on-court altercation, fought during Monday night's game, and that's why he gets 7 games. Remember, he's already been suspended 5 times. He had an altercation with LeBron James back in 21, suspended twice last season. And, this dude's looking to throw fists anytime he can. Other players receive some suspensions as well. Bridges suspended 4 games. Jalen Duran gets 2 games for the altercation, as the league is not having any of that. That's one thing the league's they will throw the hammer down. You want Bobby Marks and his hammer to be thrown? Well, you get into a fight. And not just one of those where guys puff out their chest and they pretend like they want to fight, but deep down they want no part of it. When you actually do fight, the NBA takes that really, really seriously. All right, Lisa's hanging out with us. We are live here at Minky Couture. And, Lisa, we've got guys listening right now, and they're driving around, and they hear Valentine's Day. And in their mind, they're thinking, wait a minute, that's another 2-3 weeks away. No, that's on Saturday.
Yeah, this was the conversation I had with my husband yesterday. We were going at the grocery store, and he's like, I'm like, said something about Valentine's Day. Like, when is that? I'm all, Saturday, and I suddenly feel like I should be very concerned about what I'm not getting.
He's like, oh, no, I knew that.
Yeah.
Baby, I knew that. I was just joking.
I got you.
And then deep down, he's like, oh, boy.
Crap.
Yep, I got to do
but
something.
But he doesn't have the advantage of being able to come to Minky Couture and get me something awesome.
Yeah.
Because I'll just get it myself. So.
But you, the listener, do. You can come by, and the great thing about Minky Couture is, all right, so you've gotten blankets in the past. That's great. Mm-hmm. The robes are unbelievable.
Yes, we have 2 different styles of robes. So we have our classic robe, and then we have a satin robe. So it will have like a satin exterior with the plush Minky inside, or the classic robe has the plush on the outside and on the inside. So 2 different styles there for the robes. They're a great addition to your Minky Couture collection.
Yes.
We also, I was just talking with Dave, if you're headed to St. George, you're a soccer mom or a baseball mom, you need to come get an everywhere blanket to take with you. They're an excellent outdoor blanket that you can take the comforts of Minky Couture to the game. They're awesome.
They really are. And the fact is, you've got a blanket that is great during the summer. Look, I've got one, and I've carved out for myself. Nobody gets it. That's mine. And I use it in the summer. I use it in the winter. The versatile. It's one of those hugs that I like. I'm telling you right now, go with the hugs. I'd love the hugs.
He's not wrong.
I'm not supposed to play favorites, but get the hugs.
It's everyone's favorite, right? It's like, okay, we really shouldn't. There's all of them are great, but the hugs by far is the most popular collection that we sell.
You know, Sandy does so much in the community, and she supports so many charities and so many people that need help. And it's just how you guys have entrenched yourself in the community. It's just been awesome to watch.
She is exceptional, right? And I just think that just gets to the core and character of who she is. There's sometimes when I look and I'm like, oh, Sandy, you're just too generous. You're going to give everything away. And if she could, she would, right? That is her heart. She just loves to give and help others. And she's like, if I have it, right, why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I help? Why shouldn't I give back? So it really, like, working for a company that has such an emphasis on that, really, I'm like, it really, like, when people know what all of that is, I'm like, you should feel that much better about supporting a business of that kind, right?
No doubt. So, well, bottom line is, if you're a guy and you've been married or you've been in a relationship for a while, you've probably screwed it up. So that and that's fine. We all have.
Once or twice.
I got my wife, her very first birthday, we were married. I got her, remember those old school scanners? Like, I got her one because I thought, like, oh, she likes pictures and stuff. She'll like this. Never again. I learned, and I'm like, okay, I got to knock it out of the park every time. If you're a guy that got your wife a vacuum cleaner because she said we needed a vacuum cleaner, just because you need it doesn't mean that's a gift. A Minky Couture blanket, that, my friends, is a gift.
Yes, totally agree. I have a friend who her husband one year for, I think maybe been their anniversary, like one of the top 4s you were talking about, right? You've got the 4. He gave her RAM, like computer RAM storage. Oh. And I was like, wah, wah. And to this day, he has not lived it down. But if he came now and got a Minky blanket, I'm sure he'd redeem himself.
Yeah, that's what I always tell guys when they're getting married. You know, we've got guys on staff, young dudes, and I'm like, hey, if there's one piece of advice I will give you, just because you need it as a family to function as a family doesn't mean that's a gift.
Nope.
Yeah, a Minky Couture blanket. Now, there's two things. It's a status symbol. It's a decoration, too. A lot of people will use it as kind of a presentation into their home.
Yes. And that's like if you came into my house, you would think I carpeted my house in Minky blankets because there's just so many everywhere, right? And it's fun for the different holidays to have those out. But then we have ones that you can keep out all year long that are great neutrals. You know, whether whatever color scheme you have in your home, we have a blanket here that can match that. So, and who doesn't want to just pull over that blanket on the couch and snuggle up and watch a show, right?
Absolutely. And frankly, you're going to be the recipient of that too.
Yeah,
so,
maybe she'll go down to that blanket with
you. All right. 55% off. That's the big number here. 55% off. Now, we want you to come to Layton because we want to see you. But if you need to go to any of the Minky Couture locations up and down the Wasatch Front from Logan to St. George, I believe, correct?
Yes. Yep.
So there's so many locations. Just mention Zone 55, and you'll get those incredible savings on a blanket. Check out the robes. So many other opportunities here at Minky Couture, and you have the collegiate blankets as well. And so if you want to rep the University of Utah, BYU, Utah State, Weber State, those are brand new, and I know those are a hot item.
They have been a super hot item. It's been so exciting for Minky. We did our collegiate licensing years ago and kind of went away from it, and we've brought it back, and we've brought it back better. We have it in our hugs, style that is everyone's favorite. And they're constantly, like, you can shop online for those. They're dropping schools nationwide.
Yeah.
And April 1st, May 1st, they've got new schools that are coming to that. So it's a huge, huge thing happening at Minky Couture.
I know Sandy, and just, she's let us behind the curtain a lot. And I know that's something that she did it once, and she's like, I don't know if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. Well, in normal Sandy fashion, when she does it right.
Exactly.
I love it. Absolutely. Check them out. It's Minky Couture. We're in Layton. Stop by, say hi. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I was asked to coach a senior leader who was described by his colleagues as being aloof and difficult. As I observed, I noted that he rarely listened. Without fully understanding, he would then offer thick, layered advice. This is what I did. I put a timer on his desk and said, for the first 10 minutes of any meeting, you cannot do anything but ask questions. But they cannot be questions disguised as advice. They must be non-prescriptive questions like, say more about that. How do you feel about that? What did you think about that? The turnaround was amazing. I can't believe what I've been missing, he told me. My colleagues are much smarter than I understood. My job is to give them confidence, not answers. Learn more about non-prescriptive questions with an MBA from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright here with another experiment you can try at home regarding water. You can take 4 bags of water softener salt, lift 3 of the bags with one hand and 1 bag with your other hand. Yeah, I know. Now, if you're like most people, you'll probably find that 3 bags of salt weigh about 3 times as much as the 1 bag of salt. And that's an important thing to bear in mind when you're shopping for a water softener. You see, in our home, we have Kinetico, and the Kinetico water softeners are so well designed, they use only 1 bag of salt for every 3 bags that other water softeners use. Now, I can speak to this because we have had a Kinetico soft water system now in 2 different homes, and I'm not a fan of lifting those bags of salt. This is just one of the many reasons you really should look into Kinetico. Their number is 801-576-8600 or go to softwaterutah.com.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
It's the Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Hundreds of new RVs. Buy and save at the show. Register to win an Alaskan fishing trip with RW Fishing.
Come on in, the great outdoors is waiting.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Mid-Bend. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yo, this is how I'm coming from the non-deuce. Another fat track, so with them deep on the bullshit. And let's relax, I'll sip it on yak because it's right there.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up in an hour from now, you're going to hear from Mark Medina. Jared Calhoun, head coach at Utah State, will join us coming up at 2:30. Aggies get a big win last night, knocking off Fresno State. Aggies now 21-3 on the season and 11-2 in Mountain West Conference play, as they've got a big one coming up against the Memphis Tigers. Yes, Penny Hardaway is going to be in Logan, Utah, coming up on Saturday, the Memphis Tigers. Now, when this was scheduled, this felt like it was going to be a home run. It could be a quad 1, maybe at worst a quad 2 game for the Aggies, but Memphis hasn't really held up their end of the bargain. They've certainly had their struggles, and so it's more about Penny Hardaway coming to Logan than it is Memphis. Although, look, they're loaded with athletes, crazy athleticism. They've got a little bit of a UNLV feel to them. They could beat anybody, but they could also lose to anybody as well. So that's what Utah State's got going on in the Spectrum coming up on Saturday. Oh, my goodness, Lloyd, you ready for some bad news?
Oh, no, what?
Oh, we've lost our quarterback.
Bo Nix?
No.
He's done?
No. No, James Vanderbeek has passed away.
Oh, man.
From colon cancer. Made his diagnosis public in 2024, but he's going up to the, the old football field up in the sky. Man. I feel bad. Our beloved.
He has been. I followed his story a little bit. I think I follow him on Instagram, and yeah, he's been having that fight for quite a while. That's too bad.
Well, what a bummer, man.
Probably one of the more iconic high school football movies.
That's a great.
And part of one of the all-time great scenes.
Well, hopefully wherever he's at in heaven does have whipped cream. But but honestly, yeah, that's a gut punch, man. And really was the movie the movie was good. It was solid, but it was just kind of like, that was part of your growing up, was watching Varsity Blues. And look, our generation may be a little older. Mine was The Program. That was the football movie that I had growing up. But I know that next generation, a lot of millennials, hey, they were all about Varsity Blues. Not so much Dawson's Creek. I didn't really watch that. But Varsity Blues, yeah, absolutely. All right, Jaren Jackson Jr., finally in Salt Lake, got traded in the middle of that Jazz road trip. He will make his debut in a Jazz uniform tonight in the Delta Center. His Delta Center debut, and he sat down and chatted with the media for the first time earlier today.
First week with this team, and how much you've gotten to know the guys, the system, and you kind of learning every single day?
Yeah, I mean, the first couple of days I wasn't even with them. They were on the road, and I was able to go to Salt Lake with Jitty and Vince, and we're kind of just, taking it all in and getting our minds right. But, after that, meeting them in Orlando, in Miami, it's been a lot of fun. You guys know them better than me, but they just seem like great guys, and they play together as a unit, and they, it's just been a great experience, made me feel welcome and everything.
You've played against this team for 8 years, and you've played in this arena. What do you think it's going to be like when the fans kind of greet you and give you your official welcome to Utah?
Yeah, it's probably going to be loud every time I've come here. It's never been quiet. A lot of energy all the time. So, yeah, I think I'm mainly excited for that, to have it on my side a little bit. Usually you're anticipating it, trying to work through it as an opponent, but, now it's with me.
The Jazz obviously acquired you not just for this season, with an eye toward the future. How do you feel like you kind of fit in terms of your skill set? What do you feel like your role on this team is going forward?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I feel like I'm versatile. I feel like I can do a lot of things, and this system is a different offense than anything I've played in before. But it's something that I think teams, and me in particular, not have had trouble guarding, but definitely locked into guarding. I think it's a system with a lot of movement, especially offensively, and I think I can bring a lot to the table. Learning more about it every day, I learn a little bit more. So, asking me right now about it is a little bit tough, but I'm still learning like a couple things every day that would be unique to me in the system that's going to help me.
What's it like playing alongside Larry? He has a lot of size. He's a potent weapon on offense as well.
There's not much he can't do on the floor, which definitely helps everybody on the team. And I think just being a threat from everywhere, you can't go under. When he puts the ball on the floor, you have to respect him. You know, when you're driving at him, you have to kind of make a choice, stay home, or it's kind of lights out with him. So, you know, it's been crazy to play against him for this many years and seeing him improve. And then, you know, at this point in our careers playing with each other, I think it's nice.
There's kind of been a lot of talk league-wide about you guys sitting in the fourth quarters of the last couple games. I'm curious, how do you feel about it?
I mean, as a player, you always want to be out there, but, you know, if you're out in the first quarter, out in the second quarter, third or fourth, I mean, you just have to make an impact when you're in the game. That's what you have to focus on. If you focus on when you're not out there, you know, you're gonna struggle as a player. If you're a rookie, a young guy, you wanted to play in the first half and you didn't, or whatever, you play in the third, like, all that comes into play, man. You have to. This is my 8th year, so stuff getting thrown at me, I feel like I have enough experience to, you know, be mentally capable through anything.
You know, when you look at where you started in this league, you know, kind of as a teenager, and now you're, what, 26, 27?
What am I? Something like that.
Something like that.
26, yeah.
But, you know, you're rounding into the prime of your career. I mean, you know, what's that journey been like for you? You know, starting out so young in Memphis and honestly going to a franchise. You know, obviously the geographic part is different, but you know, a lot of similarities between the franchise that you're going to as opposed to where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's been feels like 3 years, but it's been 8, and yeah, I'm blessed to be able to be here like this. You know, people who get closer and closer to a decade in a year, that's special. You're in rare company at that point, and you know, there's so many people I could give credit for helping me get to this point. But yeah, I'll probably save that for a speech down the line or something. But I just, you know, I'm blessed. I'm blessed to be here. I'm blessed for everything that's happened to me up to this point. Everybody who's believed in me and helped me work on my game and trusted in me, and I feel like I've gotten better every year, and I want to continue that, no matter how old I get, you know. So, yeah.
You know what it's like to be on a playoff contender. Maybe not this year, but where do you see the trajectory of this team? Do you think this team with a full season, full off season with these guys, this could be a playoff team as early as next year?
100%. I mean, my goal is to come here and, you know, win a championship here. So I don't really think my mind is geared toward anything else. That's just kind of the mentality that I have. And then when you look at who we have, like, I really like what I see.
You mentioned getting better every year. This staff prides itself on player improvement. What's your relationship been like with Will? We saw you out there talking with him after shoot around, but it's early. But what are your thoughts about him and the coaching staff?
Yeah, I mean, our relationship started like hour 2, you know, so it's probably the second person I talked to when I got back to my house on the phone, you know, after seeing everybody and my own staff and everybody else, and it was a whirlwind at first for sure, but, you know, they had a game that day, and we had a game that day, and I was talking to him just about how the day is going, honestly. But right now, you know, it's a lot of X and O's, how he sees me in certain systems, and I'm just learning terminology, the plays, different options, different reads, and then I'm kind of shooting ideas that I've had about certain things and just how we approach, you know, practice and the games, and it really comes from a lot of me asking questions to learn about what they were doing before I was here. So yeah, you know, we're talking about everything. Great relationship.
At 26 and 8 years in the league, you're a younger coach. How would you describe your leadership style?
I like to lead by example. I think being year 8, like the league's getting younger and younger, and everybody's just kind of like, you know, like these guys are young. So I think just leading by example, my work ethic, and that's kind of like the main thing. Being vocal, especially defensively. I think that's where you really can make your mark. If I were to give advice to somebody for anything, you know, to really make your mark defensively, because that's where you can be the most vocal. Offensively, you know, you can talk offensively, but there's a lot more moving around, a lot more things you got to focus on. But if you can disrupt the other team with your voice and communicate to the guards and communicate to anybody, you know, that's going to mess up your opponent. It's going to help us. So, yeah, just being vocal.
Looking at next year, you won't see it this year, of course, but playing with Walker Kessler might be one of the better defensive centers you played with. You might be at your best at like a roaming forward kind of role defensively. Are you excited for that pairing with him?
Yeah, I mean, I've played with Walt before in USA, so I know what he brings to the table, and he's hard to score over. So I'm glad I'm on this side of it, and I'm glad, you know, they're going to see me, they're going to see him, they're going to have to make choices. That's what it's really all about, making the other team make choices and giving our team a ton of them.
Curious what your perception of Utah was and the Jazz organization as an outsider for 8 years, and what have you, is there anything different that you've learned since the short time you've been here?
I think, I mean, everybody's pretty nice. You know, I think it's a very, I don't know if it's a homey kind of vibe when you're driving around. It feels pretty homey. I don't think I got out the hotel much when I was, well, actually, that's not true. I've been here for All-Star. Summer League, I was here. I know about Park City. I know, you know, it's beautiful views. I used to come here to ski when I was younger with my mom. So, yeah, I do kind of know. I don't think when I was younger I was paying much attention. But, yeah, I think we're selling out games. I think just the fan engagement and everybody just being happy, and the reception I've already gotten has been great. So I really appreciate that. You know, that goes a long way for me. Yeah, and it was hard to breathe. So I'm glad to get that on my side too and get adjusted to that. So everybody else got to deal with that.
Knowing that you and Lowry are playing together, you guys are unique as the 7-footers who play outside in, both shoot the ball, both on the floor. If just curious, if you were having an out-of-body experience and you had to guard two of those guys, I mean, how would you do that as an opponent? And
two of who?
You and
me and him? Oh.
Yeah, two 7-footers who play like that on the same team, kind of simultaneously. You know, how would you deal with that, and you know, what's that going to be like, kind of being on that side of it?
I mean, it's a blessing to be on this side of it. How would I guard it? You usually got to make stuff difficult. You know, we're NBA players. That's how I would approach guarding other talented NBA players. You can't just expect to take away every single thing. You have to make life difficult and force them into stuff that's uncomfortable time after time, so they get tired and they just do stuff they don't want to do.
The newest member of the Utah Jazz, Jaren Jackson Jr. He's got a couple of games with the Jazz under his belt, but his Delta Center debut coming up tonight, and you're going to want to get out to that because it's going to be an absolute blast seeing Jaren Jackson and, again, suiting up for the Utah Jazz. Jazz could make it easy on everybody and just float under the radar and just shut him down for the rest of the year, make up some kind of injury. That is acceptable. That's okay. You can do that, but heaven forbid you play him for 3 quarters and then shut him down in the 4th quarter. Now you're messing with the integrity of the game. So the Jazz are just being honest. They're telling everybody, yeah, we were playing him. He played, and, yeah, he didn't play the 4th quarter. Okay? That is okay. I mean, that's the problem. But if you lie and you flat out make up injuries and just say, oh, yeah, no, he's got this toenail issue it's flaring up. It's real bad. It might get infected, so we're going to shut him down. That's okay. So you can lie and be fine. Nobody blinks an eye on that one. But when you're honest and you actually play them and you allow him to play and have fans of your team be able to watch him out on the court, just not finish the game, that's messing with the integrity. That's going too far. All right, whatever. You bunch of hypocrites. All right, we are live here at Minky Couture. This is so much fun. I love being out here. We are out here for a few times every year, right before Mother's Day, right before Valentine's Day, and right before Christmas, because those are the big ones that you can absolutely not screw up. And, Lisa, you've seen our listeners come in during these occasions and they walk in and their eyes are big and they're like, oh boy. And then they leave and you can tell like an 800-pound, the weight's been lifted because they know that they're not going to screw up Valentine's Day, that they're going to hit a home run.
Yes. And like you say, they come in and it's overwhelming. You walk into the store and there are so many options and so many different styles and so many different sizes. And it's like, it's a lot to take in. We've got an awesome group of sales associates at each store location that can help walk you through that process and help you locate the best gift this Valentine's season.
55% off these blankets too. You don't even need to mention that to your wife that you got it for 55% off. Just show her the blanket and she's going to be impressed.
Yes, absolutely, right? It's the Minky Couture. It's the gift of luxury, the gift of comfort, and it's the gift that's going to last all year, right? The flowers, the chocolates, those are going to be gone. The flowers will, have died.
Yeah.
But every time she wraps up in that blanket, she'll think of you and think, oh, that's so wonderful that,
This was Valentine's Day 2026,
Yes.
because these blankets, they last forever.
Yes, yeah. They're all made from polyester fabric, so it's a, machine washable, safe fabric. So as long as you're following our wash instructions, your blanket is going to last for a long time.
I've had mine forever, and my wife has one she's had forever, and it's just, again, if you treat it right and you follow the instructions, you'll have a great blanket that you can pass down generation to generation.
Well, and it's so wonderful, right? Because it's like luxury that you can live in, right?
Yes.
Like sometimes luxury, like, oh, I can never use that thing, or I don't want it to go. But it's like, no, this is meant to be used and loved and cherished for years.
As you mentioned too, you can just come in, grab a neutral blanket, and or talk to the associates and maybe show them a picture of your living room or your bedroom or something like that, and they can help you out. But if you misfire on the color, no big deal. She's going to love you the same.
Yep.
She can just bring it back and swap it out for the color or style she wants.
Yep, absolutely. If she has a favorite color, right, chances are we'll have a blanket in that same shade. So, you can shop that route as well. But if all of those things, right, you get it wrong, just bring it in Monday morning and we'll get you taken care of with she can choose the color she wants.
Is there a certain color or style now because I know it fluctuates like crazy, but is there a certain one that is above the rest right now?
Within it for sure, like we've talked, our Hugs collection is by far the most popular.
Yeah.
And then from there, we find the neutral colors are going to be more popular, whether that's the cream or we've got a milk chocolate color. Those tend to be more popular right now with customers because they tend to go with homes. It's like, oh, that'll look nice on my bed. It will look nice on my sofa, that type of thing. But then every now and then you'll have someone that comes in that really wants to get that personality color that we, would say. It's like, oh, my wife's favorite color is purple, so I'm looking for a purple blanket. We've got purple blankets, right? So we really have something for every person that happens to be on your Valentine's list, right? Some people, they love to give them to their daughters or to their mothers or whatever that is. We've got you covered here, Minky Couture.
And that's the thing, too. And I love the Valentine's Day one styles that are out now. But you can find something that's going to match anybody. Look, I say just go big. Get a grande Hugs. That would be my suggestion to you. But if she's like, you know what, like my mom, she's in her 80s and isn't quite as mobile. And I got her a Minky, and it was actually too big. And so I got her a very the smaller one.
Yes.
So she could sit on the couch or sit in her chair when she's watching TV or something like that. And it's perfect for her. So you've got sizes that'll match whatever people need.
Yes, whatever your need is. Some people, or if we have a lot of people who come in, they're like, oh, my wife is always freezing. What's your warmest blanket? We can show you those options. Or, oh, my wife is always hot. What would be a lighter weight blanket that we could shop for? So we can direct you, really to any thing that you're looking for. We will have it here at Minky Couture.
Here's the big number, though, 55% off. You're going to be a hero for Valentine's Day. You're going to save money. You won't screw it up. You can get her a Minky and then, pick up some McDonald's on the way home. I don't suggest it, but the Minky's going to overcome a lot of your mistakes.
The Minky will compensate for anything else you may get wrong for Valentine's Day.
It gives you a little bit of leeway to screw up other areas, but you will not screw up the gift when she has the Minky Couture. Come up here in Layton. That's where we're broadcasting live from. I want to see some of you guys up here. They've got a staff ready to help you out with whatever you need. But if you can't make it here in Layton, you can go up and down the Wasatch Front. You'll still get the 55% off, and that counts through Valentine's Day, correct?
That will take you through this weekend. So if you can't make it in before then and you're like, oh, Saturday morning, you remember, your wife reminds you, oh, it's Valentine's. Oh, that's right. I heard this great deal on the Zone.
Yeah.
Come on in. Just mentioned Zone 55. You can even use it online. So if you're listening and you're like, well, I'm not near a store, I couldn't even get in, you can use that code online through the weekend. And there is not a better savings right now than your code. There's not another way to save in that way. So use Zone 55 and take advantage of those awesome deals.
Let's get it. It's right here at Minky Couture in Layton and all the other Minky Coutures up and down the Wasatch Front from Logan to St. George. But again, Layton's the place you need to be right now. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at kslrestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course not.
That doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Dev Simplify are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it. But without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for your Jazz at 30 update as Jaren Jackson Jr., now a member of the Jazz, and gets a quick feel of the Jazz organization and Salt Lake City.
Everybody's pretty nice. You know, when you're driving around, it feels pretty homey. I've been here for All-Star. Summer League, I was here. I know about Park City. I know, it's beautiful views. I used to come here to ski when I was younger with my mom. So I don't think when I was younger I was paying much attention. We're selling out games. The fan engagement and everybody just being happy, and the reception I've already gotten has been great. So I really appreciate that. That goes a long way for me. Yeah, and it was hard to breathe. So I'm glad to get that on my side too and get adjusted to that. So everybody else got to deal with that.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by University of Utah Health. Go to uofuhealth.org for more information. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your good, it is your bad, and yes, even your ugly. Let's talk a little BYU basketball. Last night, BYU snaps that 4-game losing skid. They go to Baylor and find a way to get the win. Now, look, a lot of people are hitting the panic button over BYU, and I understand why the concern level would be high, but you look at who they played. Arizona, again, number 1 team in the country up until they, finally suffered a loss to Kansas. Oh, and the team that beat Arizona, Kansas, was your next loss. Oklahoma State's the one you look at and you're like, yeah, that wasn't great. It was on the road. It's Oklahoma State. I get that one. That's probably the one you look at. But then you play Houston the next game at home and you lose to Houston. Well, you go on the road, you get Baylor 99-94. If there's one concern you have about BYU, it's on the defensive side. I mean, you look at the last point totals they've given up. 86 to Arizona, 90 to Kansas, 99 to Oklahoma State, 77 to Houston, and Houston is not an offensive juggernaut. They want to keep those games in the 60s, and then 94 last night to Baylor in a win. So defensively, they're still ranked 56 in defensive efficiency, but there are some elements that need to get better. Offensively, though, BYU is elite, and the one thing I do find very fascinating is like Kevin Young, you can tell, was like, all right, we got to go all in. We got to get this thing done. Robert Wright plays 40 minutes. A.J. DeBonsa plays 40 minutes. That is a sign of, hey, we got to get things going real quickly. Richie Saunders goes 36. I don't know how sustainable that is to play those guys those kind of minutes night in and night out, but they may have to. And if you want to get this thing right, then you need to go with your big guns. I remember a stretch where Craig Smith was playing Sam Merrill every minute of every available moment for Utah State coming down the stretch run of a season because he had to. You got your best player. You got to keep him on the court. You got to find a way to get wins. So DeBonsa, goes for 36 points. Robert Wright ends up with 30 points in the win. You'd love that assist number to be a little bit higher from your point guard, but he ends up with 3 assists, also pulls down 4 rebounds. He gets 4 steals in that game as well. So Robert Wright, big game for him, and then Richie Saunders does his thing. BYU had to win that game. It was a must-win game, and when they get down early, I think they trailed by as many as 12 points in that game, you started to really get concerned about where BYU was going to be at if they were to suffer another loss and make it 5 in a row. But they regrouped. The three-point shooting was abysmal, 3 of 19 from beyond the three-point line, but you get DeBonsa, who goes 13 of 16 from 2. So he finishes at the rim. Wright is able to get to the rim as well. So overall, big win for BYU, knocking off Baylor. Baylor, hey, look, let's be honest. They're not great. 13-11 on the season, 3-9 in Big 12 play. But you had to get that victory. You went out. You did it. You overcome some adversity. Now it's time to start stacking some wins. I haven't really been – I know, as I mentioned, a lot of people have been concerned about BYU. I said Monday, they're going to be fine. They're still an NCAA tournament team. They still have some of the best talent in all of college basketball. We set the sights really high for them, and when you roll out that kind of a payroll on a team, with that comes high expectations. And Kevin Young's not going to shy away from those expectations. But there's just too much talent on this team to get overly concerned about 4 losses in a row with that level of competition. Now, you're going to need to pick up some wins along the way. You're going to need to play well against Iowa State at home. That game coming up on the 21st, that's a game you're going to have to find a way to win. Arizona on the road in Tucson, probably not. But then you're going to have to make sure you beat Central Florida at home. Then you're going to have to go to West Virginia. That's got to be a win. You can't have any of these losses that are going to be head scratchers. That was Oklahoma State. You get one. That's it. Central Florida, you've got to beat. West Virginia, you've got to beat. Cincinnati, you've got to beat. And then Texas Tech will come back into the Marriott Center on March 7th to close out the year. You'd like to pick that one up. If you can finish the year with maybe just one loss to Arizona, and because the schedule does open up after that Iowa State game, it opens up in a big way for your Final Four, including a home game against Texas Tech. You've got to feast on that. You got to string together some momentum and get a solid seed going into that Big 12 conference tournament. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
So Lloyd stumbled onto this audio, and I think it's fantastic. John Schneider, the general manager, who has not put together one iconic defense in the Legion of Doom that won a Super Bowl back in 2013. Then it got stripped down, and then he built up another historic defense, but also stumbled on a running back who ends up being your Super Bowl MVP in Kenneth Walker. And he, let's just say at the parade, John Schneider had one too many beverages and got in front of a microphone in front of hundreds of thousands of Seattle Seahawks fans and talked a little bit about negotiating with his running back.
To Ken Walker being the MVP, let's go! Woo! He tried negotiating with me 5 minutes ago. It was really weird. Anyway, hey, MVP! MVP! MVP!
So you get to the point where, and Lloyd, not even just if you're intoxicated that level, like we've all had those moments where we try to slip in a joke and it just falls flat. And you're like, uh-oh, I just screwed up. What do I got to do here? And so he realizes, even in his drunken state, that he screwed up and that he made a joke and it fell flat. I mean, you could hear the groans behind him.
Look at Kenneth Walker.
And
you
he's
see
right
the video
there.
of Kenneth, he's like shaking his head, and it is so uncomfortable. Okay, what I'm going to say, they're both in a wrong place. Like probably before the parade, not the place to say, hey, let's talk negotiate. Like probably not there's plenty of time to talk. I know he's an unrestricted free agent, but then on the other side, the GM, sorry, you can't blast your MVP running back who I still say that the MVPs were the special teams, but he was your MVP, and he had not been for him, you probably would, you wouldn't have been in a place to sometimes, kick some of those field goals.
Yeah.
It was bad on both sides, but being drunk and intoxicated looks way worse.
Oh, it's so bad. It's just so bad. And honestly, too, it really cracks me up because, look, John Schneider has been an institution in the league for a long time, and he's had that job, and that dude bleeds professionalism. But when you have one too many, it all goes out the window, and you're going to say something stupid. And he did. And, I mean, look, if you're the agent of Walker, aren't you watching that and be like, all right, okay, noted, duly noted, and there's going to be competition for my guy's services coming off a Super Bowl MVP. So just know we understand where we stand with you. So if you want us to stay in Seattle, that price tag may have just gone up a little higher. So
it kind of reminded me of, as far as on Kenneth Walker's side, it kind of reminded me of, you remember on Goodfellas where they had the big heist and the one guy came to get his cut, like literally after they just had the heist, and he's like, hey, so can I get my cut now?
Yeah.
Like, it kind of reminded me, it's like, hey, will you pay me my cut? And it's like, dude, chill for a sec. Let's enjoy the moment. Let's enjoy this together. Let's enjoy this celebration. Don't already hit me up about your raise or your contract. We're at the parade, for heck's sakes. Like, come on.
All right, so there was a I don't know. I probably shouldn't share this story. All names will be left out. This was a long time ago, Lloyd. And by the way, this was under different management and different employees. This person is no longer working in the sports media world. But we got to a point where we were able to give a lot of our guys raises across the staff, and we'd fought for it forever. Like, hey, our guys need increases. We got to get them paid a little bit more, and we got a lot of pushback. And then this, by the way, this wasn't Bonneville. This wasn't KSL. This was another group at the time. And so we fought like crazy, and, man, I did everything I could to get some increases for our guys. Finally, they give me the green light. Like, okay, yeah, we'll give them X amount percentage, this, and this. I'm like, okay, good, finally. And I'm so happy because I get to deliver the good news. And so I sit down with a guy, and I'm like, hey, you know what? I know you've been patient. I know you've been wanting this. Guess what? We got you some more money. Here's the number. And he looks at it, and he looks at me. He's like, I thought it was going to be more. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, I went out on a limb for you. Like, I worked really hard to get this for you. And you're going to, like, say something like that to me? Like, hey, come on now. Like, let's be a little appreciative. And, if you're John Schneider and the rest of the Seattle Seahawks, like, now's not the time to really downplay a guy or kick him when you're trying to say, oh, yeah, he's negotiating with me. It's really weird. No.
That's bad timing.
You got to know the timing. And so, I mean, look, if I could have, I probably would have pulled the raise there on the spot. I was super ticked off at the time. But you know what? It is what it is. But, again, I'm telling all you kids out there, even guys that have been around the league for a long time, even guys that should know better, number one, stay off the booze, especially in public. And number two, watch what you say. Don't say dumb stuff. It'll always come back and bite you in the butt. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We talked about BYU picking up their win last night. University of Utah in action as well last night against Houston. Look, Alex Jensen doing everything he can to get that program turned around. It's going to be a bit of a rebuild. Kelvin Sampson had some words to say about Alex Jensen. You'll hear those coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, let's say you're a little banged up, right? Things aren't going well for you, and you feel like you need to get back into the condition you were, whether it's so you can play a little hoops with the kid or whatever the case might be, or you just want to better your quality of life. There's one place to go, University of Utah Health. That's uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. They're going to get you back on track. It'll be the same doctors that'll work with you through your injuries and your aches and pains, that work with the Utah Jazz, that work with the Utah Mammoth, that work with University of Utah teams as well. One place to go, one stop, and there's so many great opportunities with clinics up and down the Wasatch Front, as well as the granddaddy of them all, the University of Utah Hospital, ranked, by the way, the #1 hospital in the state of Utah for 11 years in a row. They've also got great telehealth options as well. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Tonight on KSL, pest control, parking, even trash valet fees. Ask just about any Utah renter and they'll tell you.
They want to charge you separate for every little thing.
Additional monthly costs are popping up all over the place, inflating rent hundreds over the advertised price. KSL explores a new measure that would keep the real cost from getting buried in the fine print. Hidden housing fees, a Cost of Utah report, tonight at 10.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep, deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends.
Nice.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I hope you're all having a tremendous day. Valentine's Day is coming up, and just here in a few moments, we'll talk to Lisa. We're live here at Minky Couture. We don't want to mess around here. We want to get you taken care of for, again, what should be a good Valentine's Day. It's good if you get the right gift, and Lisa's going to help you out here in just a second. Last night, it was all Houston. as they get the victory over the University of Utah, led by 9 points at halftime, and then it got away in the second half. Utah only scored 6 points in the first 10 minutes of the second half, and this is up against a defensive grinding team in University of Houston. That's one thing that they've done is they've bought in defensively into what Kelvin Sampson's been preaching. They'll switch everything, and they not just play defense, they embrace defense. They are all about trying to shut you down and make you look silly. And it's a squad that every time you go up against them, you're going to get put through the ringer. Well, last night it was the University of Utah. Utes now fall to 9-15 overall and 1-10 in Big 12 play. But if you're Alex Jensen, and look, I've known Alex forever. I consider Alex a friend. But taking the friendship out of it, Alex Jensen is far and away the right man for the job. And if for whatever reason it doesn't work with Alex Jensen at the University of Utah, then it's not a coaching problem, because you've had Craig Smith, who is a tremendous head coach. You've had Alex Jensen, who is a tremendous head coach. You even had the back end of Larry Kraskowiak, who is a very, very good head coach. And look, it's like, I make reference to the I can't remember exactly what singer was, some guy from the 70s, Greg Allman, the Allman Brothers Band. He was quoted after he got his 5th divorce where he said, "Maybe the problem is me." Well, if you have another head coach that can't produce at a high level, maybe the problem isn't the coaching. Maybe you got to take a deep dive inside whatever is not clicking inside that athletic department for your basketball team. Kelvin Sampson last night after the game gave a huge ringing endorsement for Alex Jensen.
Utah can turn around quickly. There's a lot of tradition here, and I think Alex is the right guy. He's a Ute. I know he's come from the NBA, but that bit of Ute matters. That's important to him. And these kids will, as he builds this program, I think he's going to do a great job. And I've watched him.
And honestly, he's spot on all that. Alex Jensen, far and away the right guy for the job. He will get that program turned around if he's given the right resources, if he's given the right opportunities to go out and run the program the way that he wants to win it or wants to do it. And by all accounts, it sounds like that is being put in place. But I will say, let the man do his job. Let the man be able to make the decisions he needs to make, build the team the way he needs to build it, give him the resources to be successful, and Alex Jensen will knock it out of the park. I have little doubt on that. Unfortunately, I don't think that same luxury was given Craig Smith, and I think that's why Craig struggled with wins and losses down the stretch. Craig Smith didn't all of a sudden forget how to be a head coach in college basketball. Craig Smith has won everywhere he's been. Whether it was at South Dakota, whether it was at Utah State, whether it was at Minot State, where all the places Craig Smith went to, he won at a high level. But it was the University of Utah where suddenly he forgot how to coach? No, of course not. The landscape changed, and the athletic department at the University of Utah wasn't ready to change with basketball. They were all in on football, but they weren't quite there on basketball. Now they are. And so give Alex Jensen, give him what he needs, and then get out of the way and let him do his thing, and you'll be fine. You'll have that program turned around. He's going to build it the right way. He's going to be just fine. But, again, let the man do his job. All right, we're live here at Minky Couture. Your job here is just to make sure you get the right gift for Valentine's Day. And, look, you can complain. I always hear guys like, it's a Hallmark holiday. Okay, maybe, but it still is a holiday, and you still have high expectations. That's no excuse. You got to come down here to Minky Couture and get your blankets.
Absolutely. And we're here to make it easy for you. All you have to do is show up.
Show up,
and
that's
our
it.
sales associates will take you from there. They will walk you through that shopping experience and help you find the perfect gift for your significant other.
So I had a friend of mine that was listening that he lives up in Idaho, was on his way back up to Idaho, and he listened and he's like, oh, I can knock Valentine's Day out right now. And he did. Came in, got a few blankets, and absolutely left with a big old smile on his face. As much as a guy from Declo can have a smile on his face. No, I'm joking. He's a great dude. And but it's the realization like, all right, I'm good.
Yeah.
Everything's good.
You've got it done. Check it off early. You don't have to worry about, Saturday morning. Oh, it's Valentine's, right?
Yeah.
Come now, shop now. you'll have great selections, and we'll be able to help you really find the perfect gift.
55% off these blankets, too. Normally, they're worth whatever the normal price is, but to get 55% off, that's a steal.
It is. Yeah, this is the best time to shop, especially with your offer. There's not another offer currently out there like this one. So you're going to get the best savings that Minky Couture has available right now. So that's a plus. That's a good reason to come in and buy. And then we've got, a wide variety of blankets to shop from. And with those savings, you're getting better than like buy one, get one, right? Like that's traditionally like our best offer. And it's like you can actually get 2 blankets with the offer that we have for your listeners today.
There may be some listeners out there, and because guys, I love them, but they're morons sometimes. And I love you guys. No disrespect. I'm with you. But they keep hearing Minky Couture, and they're like, okay, it's a blanket. Does it really matter? It does. It absolutely matters. And that's the thing. Your wife is going to look at that blanket, and if she has that tag, she's going to know he took a little extra time, he did it right, and it really mattered. The quality of gift mattered to him, not just what he gave, but the quality of the gift.
Yes, absolutely. And that's a wonderful thing, right, about being able to visit a store to shop in, and experience the blanket firsthand. Because some people, right, would be quick to say, oh, it's just a blanket.
Yeah.
We promise you it is so much more than a blanket. Yeah. And the way that your wife or your significant other will use and love it, right, you will soon find out that, okay, right, like it is so much more than a blanket. A blanket can convey so many, words and thoughts and feelings that maybe we struggle to express or share, and it's like, hey, wrap up in that blanket and know how much I love you, right? Like.
Yep. So, by the way, I got a story we were talking about, and I got a text from a family member that reminded me of this, about how well these things can be cleaned. So my middle son, who was graduating high school, he was going off to he and his friends were having a campfire. And you bring blankets to a camp. He grabbed a Minky, and it came back, and that thing reeked of smoke. And I'm like,
campfire?
What have you done? And so my wife ran it through the washer and followed the instructions, and boom, it was good as new.
Yeah, that's what I love about Minky Couture is because it's meant to be used. It's not just a decor piece that you're going to put over there and like, oh, that's the look at towels. Don't touch those, right? Like we put those up, but nobody touches or uses them. No, a Minky Couture is meant to be loved, to be used,
And we think of movie night, which those are great for. I love the hugs for that. But if you're going to sporting events, if you're outside, if that's the one you needed for the campfire, you have those Go blankets.
Yes. Yeah, we have our everywhere blankets. So literally you can take them everywhere. They have an awesome, one side of the blanket is like a water resistant fabric. So you can lay it on the grass and you don't feel bad like, oh, you put my Minky down on the ground, right? It's meant to be, that you can put it on the grass. Or if it's raining outside, you've got a little bit of rain at the soccer game, you can wrap up around that and it's going to be water resistant. It even has like a built-in hood, so you can like unzip it out of its pouch and you can put it over your head, and then has 2 little like interior pocket things, so you can just put your hands up in there and tuck in and stay warm. It's the great outdoor blanket.
So if you think, all right, I've given a Minky already, so I'm set. She won't like another Minky. Well, first off, that's wrong.
There's nothing
she
like
will
a
love
new one.
a brand new Minky. But you can also come in. You've got that everywhere blanket. You've got robes. You've got so many, even pillowcases.
We have pillowcases. We've got pajamas. Literally, we've got you covered here at Minky Couture for all of your Valentine's needs.
And it's a no-brainer, folks. Come on up here. 55% off these blankets. All you have to do is say Zone 55, and they will hook you up. Now, we're in Layton, but that 55% off applies anywhere at any Minky location. But I'm selfish. I want to hang out with you guys. So make sure to stop by here in Layton. It is Minky Couture, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Dev Simplified are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it. But without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros. Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
We carry all of your home medical equipment and supplies, and we're always here when you need us.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
97.5 KZNS-FM Colville, 1280 KZNS-AM Salt Lake City, and KSL-FM HD2 Salt Lake City Mid-Bend. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
7.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Thursday, or was it Wednesday? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Yeah, Thursday's tomorrow. The days all just kind of blend together. Hey, it's a chance for you to win. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday. And caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, and you'll score a pair of tickets to see Brian Reagan at the Delta Center coming up on Saturday. That's right, this Saturday. Great seats are still available at SeatGeek.com. If you don't win But remember, caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. All right, Mark Medina is going to join us coming up here in just a moment. You can also check out JJ and Alex coming up tomorrow from 3 to 6. They'll be at the Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. It's your chance to shop, compare, and buy the RV of your dreams. It's the boat show coming up tomorrow, 3 to 6 at Mountain America Expo Center. All right, fired up to talk to Mark Medina, one of the best when it comes to covering the NBA. He's been doing it for a long time. And as soon as we get him on the line, I'm curious to know, I do not know where he stands on the tank gate going on for the Utah Jazz. For whatever reason, the national media has suddenly sunk their teeth into the Utah Jazz for essentially, according to them, disparaging the sanctity of the game of basketball. All right, get off your high horse. Stop it. You bunch of hypocrites. This has been going on forever. The Jazz played players for 3 quarters and then shut them down in the 4th quarter, and apparently that's the line you're not allowed to cross. So you can falsify injury reports, you can make up stuff and say, oh yeah, our guy here, Jaren Jackson, we traded for him, we're really excited, but his hamstring's a little tight, so we're going to shut him down for the next month. That's okay. You can lie, fabricate, make up stuff. NBA doesn't care. National media doesn't care. But if you play the player and he's active and he plays for 3 quarters and then you shut him down in the 4th quarter, then that's too far. Now the dignity of the game is at stake. Oh, my gosh. Look, I love the NBA in terms of the quality of the game. And I know some people have a hard time with that too. They think there's no defense, but you have the best athletes on the planet. These guys are talented beyond belief. They're doing things on a nightly basis in the NBA that nobody else is doing. But sometimes it's really hard to like the NBA when stuff like this comes up. All right, joining us now, does a lot of great work covering the NBA. You hear him on Fox Sports Radio on this station. Mark Medina, kind enough to join us. Mark, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm good. All right, so we have a little bit of an issue here with the Jazz, and I want to get your thoughts. I do not know where you stand on this, but it seems like the national media has kind of sunk its teeth into the Jazz for playing guys for 3 quarters and shutting them down in the 4th quarter. And it seems like had they just not played them at all, that would have been okay. But the fact that they're playing them and then not playing them in the 4th, that seems to be the line you're not allowed to cross.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Utah Jazz aren't the only team that has tanked this year and historically. But I think that there is a way to finesse it a little bit. If there are, real or slightly exaggerated injuries, or, you play more younger guys but not be completely obvious. I think it was the fact that they shut down, 2 pretty big guys in the entire 4th quarter. I think there's a way of accomplishing both, maximizing lottery odds, but not being so blatant about it. But I think to your point, the Jazz aren't the only team to do this, and certainly aren't the last, until the NBA tries to mitigate that. But the last thing I'll say is the NBA has tried to mitigate it. You've seen the play-in tournament, that's created more competition late in the season. The lottery odds themselves were built by design, that you don't necessarily guarantee a top pick for just the worst team, that there is some element of chance to it. But I think the main thing on why the Jazz behavior rubbed people the wrong way is that it was for the entire 4th quarter. It was also very early in the season. If this had taken place, next month, April, I don't think there would have been as much angst, but this is before the All-Star break. I mean, usually we start seeing bad basketball beginning with the All-Star game, not before it.
So you just got to be a little bit more subtle on how you do it, apparently, right?
Yeah, but also, I mean, I think that they can be one and the same, but they are different. Not as blatant. Like, play young guys throughout the game, be more staggering with your rotation. If you're sitting guys for an entire quarter, that's blatantly obvious. I know that if you sit a guy for an entire game, that's even more. But, there are guys that have injuries that there's a validity to it. So I think it's more about not being so obvious, as well as the timing of it. Again, if this took place next month in April, I don't think there would be as much angst. But it's one of those things that because a little bit with this play-in tournament, it's created this wider division of teams that really don't have a chance, and they've leaned into, okay, let's just be really, really bad. And for that to take place before the All-Star game, I think that's contributed to the frustration and criticism.
Well, but and the other thing too is like if there's a team that knows that tanking at a high level doesn't necessarily reward you in the long run, it's the Utah Jazz because, hey, they had the worst record in the NBA and they still picked 5th in last year's NBA draft. So, I mean, this is a team that's well aware that, hey, you know what? It may not work out for us if we tank at a high level. Yeah, I mean, there's no easy answers to this because, I know Jerry West when the whole lottery system came out, he was poo-pooing it because he thought this was a celebration of losers. But you look at the San Antonio Spurs, right? They got Tim Duncan and Victor Wembanyama. These are generational talents, but there's also the other counterpoint that doesn't guarantee that you will get that top pick. And, teams that tend to be in the NBA draft, they tend to be there a lot of times as repeat offenders. So I suspect that because the NBA has continued to tinker with this over the years, they will do more things because of some of these recent examples, not just with the Jazz, but the Washington Wizards. So I think that what that is, it's hard to say, but I know that Adam Silver is here in LA for NBA All-Star Weekend. So hopefully he has, some concrete answers beyond lawyer speak and double talk. So if you were Adam Silver and you could make any decision you want, what could you do to fix the lottery? Would you make even odds for everybody in the NBA? I mean, again, pie in the sky. I know that not everything can happen, but if you could just revamp the whole thing, how would you make it?
Yeah, it's tough because I think even odds make sense. The whole relegation with soccer makes sense, but I think that some teams will then argue, well, what about the hypothetical where, our star player all of a sudden has a season-ending injury? You're going to punish us for that? I think that as long as the NBA differentiates between external circumstances and internal dynamics, those two proposals could at least reduce it. But, yeah, there's no easy answers because you can't completely eliminate everything because at the end of the day, the league is going to create winners and losers. There's only one championship team. You have 30 teams, and it's possibly going to be 32 with expansion. By design, you're going to have bad teams, right? So it's not an easy solution. But again, going back to Utah and some of these recent examples with other teams, it's more of the blatant severity of it and the timing of the season. Again, if this took place next month, April, wouldn't be as much angst about it.
Your initial thoughts when you saw the Jazz and the acquisition of Jaren Jackson, how do you feel like that trade went in terms of what they had to give up to get him, and how does that remake this team going forward?
Yeah, I thought it was a great deal. I mean, Jaren Jackson Jr. is a winning player, great defensive player. He has all those accolades. No one's going to mistake him for being the most lethal scorer, but he's very versatile with that. What this means moving forward, I can see that fit with Lauri Markkanen coexist, even in today's NBA where you go into smaller lineups. There's kind of a yin and a yang to that, and both players are very versatile that they can complement each other. But I think it also does give the Jazz flexibility that if there is a better deal out there, that there's more of a comfort level to include Lauri in that trade package. So I think it's a great move. Now it's a matter of let's play them in the fourth quarter so you don't get everyone up in arms about it.
Let's just say for the sake of argument, the Jazz hold on to Walker Kessler in restricted free agency. So you have a potential starting 5 lineup with a 7-footer in Kessler, and then you've got a player of the quality and the size at the 4 of Jaren Jackson, Lauri at the 3, Ace Bailey at the 2, and Keontae George at the 1. That's a massive starting lineup in terms of length. Just how much can that improve the Jazz, who have been pretty woeful defensively?
Yeah, I think it can do wonders, but it also goes both ways. That if you're playing small, they're going to be overmatched a little bit. But the good thing is it's not going to be that dire because they still have a lot of athleticism on the floor. And the ironic part in today's NBA is that it is a copycat league. So now it's all about, you don't want these traditional big guys and all this size, but you always have to counteract what's the conventional wisdom in hopes that creates a competitive advantage. So what that means, where the Jazz are in the pecking order, I'm not labeling them an all-star team or, a playoff team right now, but they have the flexibility to, really package players together, including Walker Kessler, including Laurie Markkanen, and try to flip that into more talent here. But I think in the short term, from a basketball fit, it is, they can coexist, but it is a process to ensure that results in actual wins.
So when you look at the market for Walker Kessler, restricted free agent, what do you – and again, I'm just asking you to spitball here, and I won't hold you to it, but what do you think the market is in terms of dollars per year for Walker Kessler?
Yeah, it's hard to answer. I don't know exact dollars a year. I just know, being out here in L.A., there's always a lot of talk about, the Lakers have interest in Walker Kessler, but I think they often shied away from it as well as other teams with the expectation that, they would get kind of a Rudy Gobert type of package in return. I don't think that's what the market is for him in a trade. But as it pertains to, contract free agency, I don't know the exact dollar figure, but I don't sense teams are about clearing up cap space just so they have him. It's more of one of those nice to have tos, but don't need them type of scenarios.
Mark Medina joining us. You hear him on Fox Sports Radio. Has been covering the NBA for a long, long time. Oklahoma City, you put them certainly as the best in the West. Denver, I would slot them at number 2. I'm just talking about my own personal power rankings. What do you do with Houston? Where does Houston fall in the mix in all of this?
Yeah, I think they're a wild card because we've seen them be really well, and we've also seen them still show the signs of young growing pains. There's a reason why Kevin Durant got frustrated without Bryn Sengun because of defensive effort and attitude. Where I rank the Rockets, I would put them at 4th right now because I'm with you. I have the Thunder at 1st. Denver, I have at 2nd because Jokic is back and they have more of the experience continuity. But I think the Spurs are the real deal. I don't think they're overwhelmed because of their youth. They have a good blend of hungry, talented young guys that are about the right things with Wembanyama and Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper, but they have good vets with De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes. But the only reason I don't have them ahead of Denver is not because I think that they'll be overwhelmed with the playoff moment. It's just from a tactical standpoint, they don't have the same familiarity as the Nuggets do and the Thunder. But the Rockets, I thought that they would be a lot more consistent, but this is what happens when you try to blend youth with an established veteran. Sometimes you go through these growing pains. The Lakers could eclipse them because Luka Doncic is that special a player and Austin Reeves is back, but they've been pretty flawed defensively that I expect that they'll stay at 5th.
What do you do if you're running the Golden State Warriors and you want to keep, this nostalgic factor of the team together, but it's probably in your best interest to tear it down and start rebuilding that thing up? How do you balance, treating, guys like Steph Curry and honoring them and who they are, but also knowing that, you're going to have to turn the corner here sooner or later?
Yeah, well, through hits and misses, I don't think the Warriors have been hamstrung on nostalgia factor. I mean, they didn't keep Klay Thompson. They parted ways with Andre Iguodala. It's about what do you get in return. And so they made it clear that they're willing to trade Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and a package for Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Bucks just weren't interested, even when they were including draft picks and some young players and Jonathan Kuminga, Buddy Hield. And so when Mike Dunleavy is saying, we didn't get that far and Draymond wasn't part of the discussions, I think it's more of semantics that it wasn't part of the discussions because the Bucks weren't interested. But, as soon as there's a better deal, they'll do it. And Steph Curry is still playing at an all-star caliber level. He's not playing at All-Star Weekend because of an injury, but, he's still the real deal. So it's about packaging the best talent around him in hopes that he can still win a championship. And so right now they've been leaning on their current roster because that's the best with what they have, available. And I know talking with Draymond earlier last week, he hopes he can still play another 2-4 years. He's really good defensively. But if there are better opportunities to make in deals, the Warriors will do it. It takes two to tango, and it's easier said than done to find the right deal as they've experienced these last few trade deadlines and off seasons with negotiations.
We got a couple games of a sample size under our belt, but when I say long term, I mean long term this season. How do you think James Harden fits in with Cleveland?
Yeah, I think it could go really well. It could also blow up in their face. Why it could go well is that he's still playing at an all-star caliber level. He wants to win a championship. I think in the short term, he's shown historically he can coexist with other ball-dominant players, Russell Westbrook, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard. But here's where you have skepticism. In the playoffs, he doesn't show up consistently because of health or just shrinking from the moment. And eventually, long-term, there is a feeling that he's more comfortable being the main guy, and Donovan Mitchell is the main guy. Now, in Donovan's case, he is what, Kenny Atkinson considers to be a selfless superstar where, he wants to make guys comfortable, whether it's, Evan Mobley or Jared Allen or Darius Garland when he was with the team and bring out the best of him. But make no mistake, they're expecting Donovan to carry the team, take the last shot. But I think all things considered, when you look at all the different dynamics with the Clippers and the Cavs, it makes sense why they did what they did. Even with the question marks I outlined with Harden, I think the Cavs had even more question marks about Darius Garland with his health. He's had different injuries. With the Clippers, even though they've had this late season run, it's really only enough to set them up to make it through the play-in tournament. They want to have cap flexibility this summer and next summer to potentially build more around Kawhi Leonard. And Darius Garland, yes, he has injury history, but he's at least younger. So in theory, there won't be as much concerns about long-term durability as there would have been with Harden. But, as I outlined this could also blow up in the Clippers' face as well because Garland, yes, he's expected, I've been told, to come back after the All-Star break, but his injury history these last few years is his injury history. And, so understand, again, why the move was made. It could work, but it very well could backfire for either team.
Well, Mark, we appreciate you coming on. We'll agree to disagree on the whole Jazz fourth quarter situation. I totally understand your stance on it. I know people here in Utah are defending their team as well. I am as well. I just, but I do agree. I do appreciate your stance and coming on and answering the questions about it.
Of course. Hey, I'll give you some red meat. What the Jazz did, it's so bad for the NBA. It's so egregious.
You know what? Lloyd was rolling on that, and we'll spin that clip and just play it over and over and over again coming out the rest of the day.
I hope the tongue-in-cheek tone was caught there.
Oh, for sure. Thanks, Mark. You're the best.
All right, take care.
You got it. Mark Medina from Fox Sports Radio, as well as covering the NBAs with Athlon and others. All right, so he says it's a timing thing.
I so
the Jazz
disagree
pulled this off.
with that. It's not a timing thing. I know. It's not, because it hasn't been a timing thing with anybody else that's done it. It hasn't mattered. The tanking was before the All-Star break. It's not the timing. It's not the timing of it. If that's another way you want to spin it, then fine. That's fine. That's everybody. All the national pundits have their own way of how they're spinning this. So,
but honestly, his thing is. Honestly, like, the Jazz aren't subtle about it. And that's apparently what's got according to him, that's why everybody's upset about it, because everybody else has at least lied and tried to pretend like they're not tanking, but these injuries are real. And the Jazz are like, no, they're healthy and we're going to play them for 3 quarters, and the fourth quarter's here, we're shutting them down. If anything, the Jazz are getting penalized for being honest about what they're doing. They're being totally upfront. Yeah, this is, they're not saying it out loud, but we all know what's going on. You heard Will Hardy. We played the cut, I believe, yesterday, where Will Hardy's like, they're not playing in the fourth. They weren't coming back. That's it. Plain and simple. There's no question about it. So if you think that the sanctity of the great National Basketball Association has been hurt by the Jazz, folks, that ship sailed a long time ago. A long, long, long time ago. All right, Lisa's with us. We are live here at Minky Couture. We've had some great listeners come by and say hi, and they walked out of here with some blankets. And in fact, I talked to a guy who just left, and he said, I don't know what color I got. I don't care. All I know is she's going to like it, and then she can choose her own blanket.
Exactly. We have enjoyed today meeting many of your listeners. We look forward to meeting many more of you as you come in the rest of this week. Is this the savings for your listeners? If you can't make it in today, they're going to go through the weekend. So if you can't make it now, don't worry. You've still got some time on the clock to come in and shop.
But, honestly, selection is key.
Yes.
And if you want to choose, you want to get in here as fast as you can.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've got we have a really good inventory right now. We've had a recent restock on a lot of our popular blankets that we did sell out over the holiday season, but everyone's getting those notifications that they've been restocked. And so they're naturally going to be heading in to snag those ones that they've been anticipating, their arrival. So the sooner you can shop, the better selection you're going to have. The savings will be there all weekend, but the selections might look different.
Well, there's so many opportunities for you to come by, and you can go online and use that code Zone55, but I think you should probably go to a store. You're cutting it a little close now.
Yes, yeah, that's a good thing to point out. You can shop online to get those savings. You're just not going to get that gift for Valentine's Day. So if you are needing it for Valentine's Day, you're going to need to come to one of our store locations. We have a store in Logan, South Ogden, Layton, Sugar House, Draper, Orem, and St. George. So we've got you covered along the Wasatch Front and even down into St. George if you're headed that way for a soccer tournament and you get down there and realize, oh, shoot, it's Valentine's Saturday. We have a store there that can still take care of you.
Well, the great thing, too, is I remember, when Hans and I did our first remote for Minky Couture, we were here in Layton, but it was a different location. We were in a closet. Our shoulders were all next to each other, and Sandy was just getting that thing off the ground. And to see what it's become and what it's turned into has just been amazing.
It's remarkable, and I honestly think it's a testament to the wonderful woman that Sandy is, right? That the way that you give back, it will come back to you, right? And so she's always set that as her top priority, is to support the communities that support her. And it's been a wonderful thing to watch the growth of the company. This year we'll be celebrating 17 years.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's exciting. We're the original luxury blanket here in Utah. We're, nationwide, there's a lot of growth happening, and it's just a wonderful place to be.
It really is. But here's, ultimately, if you're a guy right now, you just want to have that peace of mind when your head hits the pillow on Friday night and you think to yourself, I'm good.
Yep.
I'm good.
Yep.
There's no question. I promise you this. I will give you my absolute word. If you get a Minky Couture blanket, whether it's your first or your fourth blanket, you are going to be a hero on Valentine's Day. It is like guys just want a sure thing. Mm-hmm. They want a sure bet. They want to know that what they're doing is absolutely right and they can't screw it up. That's what it is when you get a Minky Couture blanket.
Exactly. You're so right. It's just so true. It really is the best gift for Valentine's, really for any occasion, right? Whatever you might be celebrating, Minky Couture is the best gift that you can give. And people know, right? They're like, oh, well, is it a Minky Couture?
Yeah, she's like, oh, thanks. And while she's like shuffling and looking down, I'm like, she sees the tag. Oh, yes, there we go. Yep. And that's the iconic tag. I mean, that's part of what you've built here is that iconic tag on those blankets. You've got something great.
Something amazing, yep.
Awesome. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live here at Minky Couture. Coming up next, we'll catch up with the head coach of the Aggies, Jared Calhoun.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends. Nice. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment brought to you by U of U Health. Go to uofuhealth.org for more information. Joining us now, he is the head coach of the Utah State Aggies, as Penny Hardaway coming into town on Saturday. It's the Aggies up against Memphis on Saturday, 6 o'clock tip-off. You'll hear it right here on this station, but Coach Calhoun, kind enough to carve out a few moments for us. I know you don't talk to me enough, so we thought we'd squeeze in one more conversation. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Scotty. Never get tired of hearing your voice, buddy.
Hey, by the way, congratulations on the win last night. It was one of those games where your team found a way defensively to get some stops down the stretch, and offensively the fast break points just keep on coming. But now that you've had a chance to look at the film a little bit, tell us a little bit more about what you saw in that game last night.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I think Fresno State is a much improved team. You know, I think we've got a lot of teams in our league that have made great strides. Nevada certainly is much, much better than last year. You look at Grand Canyon coming into the league. You know, the league overall is a better conference. You know, it really is. We've got some great quality teams. So I thought last night the story of the game was our bench. You know, Elijah Perryman coming in as a freshman, getting 16 points was really, really critical. I thought Colby King provided a huge spark, and then Gary Clark, Zach Keller, and I think Carson Templin played really well. And I think it just shows you the strength of our team is our depth.
When you put this game together with Memphis in the offseason, I think you're anticipating that Memphis, from a record standpoint, would be a lot better than what they're at right now. But still, this is a team that is loaded with talent, and it kind of has that vibe of they could lose to anybody, but they could also beat anybody on any given night.
Yeah, you know, currently they're playing really, really well. You know, Penny Hardaway, obviously a NBA legend, has done a masterful job at Memphis. They play anybody, anywhere, anytime. So if you look at their losses, the majority of them are to Power 4 teams. You know, they don't really have a bad loss, so to say. So they play everybody in the country. Give him a ton of credit for coming to Logan, Utah, and then obviously we'll return the game next year. So I think they'll go on a run. I think they'll be a force to be reckoned with in the American Conference. So by the time Selection Sunday rolls around, we are really hoping that they're a quad 2.
I know that you and especially Cameron Walker, both of you are, you know, you're big into the making sure your computer numbers look as good as they possibly can. Is this when this thing came together? You end up sacrificing a bye week, you know, a Saturday that normally you would have had off this week to play a game like this. What was that thought process for you in the offseason when you're putting this together, realizing that, you know, you could be cutting back on some rest, a little R&R for your team to get this game in?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, scheduling, Scotty, outside the rev share and the NIL is probably the most important piece to a college basketball team. So I think we've done a really good job putting ourselves in back-to-back years a great position to get an at-large bid. In today's world, when teams are spending $8 to $18 million, these bids are getting harder and harder to get. If you look at the ACC, what they've been able to accomplish from last year to this year, they are really on the upswing. So we wanted to provide our team with good quality opponents, a lot of quad 1, quad 2 opportunities, and we've been able to do that. Obviously you have to win those games, but this was the only date that made sense for the University of Memphis. So we had to sacrifice, as you said, the bye week, but we've done a really good job of kind of shortening our practices. We have an off day today, so we'll have a 2-day prep to get ready for these guys.
Jared Calhoun, head coach of Utah State, joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. How hard is it when, and I'm not talking about last night in particular, but just any game, when you're up on a team and you kind of want to pull back the reins a little bit, but you also know that margin of victory is part of the equation. So you've got to balance those two things. How difficult is that for a coach?
Yeah, I don't think there's any pulling back anymore, Scotty. You want to get as many stops and score as many points as you can. The last thing you want to do on Selection Sunday is not have great metrics. So every possession is measured. You got to try to score the ball. Right now we're in the top 40 in both offense and defense. Really, really pleased with both sides of the ball. We have to continue to get better and then just really continue to be process driven. I think these are the dog days of February, but it sets you up for March. So we have a lot to play for. We have a lot of games left. And we have 2 coming up that are at home, Saturday and then Wednesday against Boise State. These are 2 tremendous opportunities for us.
Yeah, to sell out last night, more sellouts that have already been announced. Just with that crowd and that atmosphere last night at Spectrum Magic, you've been around that program for almost 2 years now, but last night felt even a little bit more special than usual.
Yeah, I thought, just by giving everybody that walked into the building a T-shirt, see how it was striped, see the scoreboard. There's so many great memories, so many great players, so many great coaches, so many great fans. Everything is really kind of fallen into place for a number of years with Utah State basketball. So it's really a special time to be a part of it. We have a really good group, and you just don't take these things for granted. You're certainly very hungry to keep going at 21-3. But sometimes, when you walk into that building, you can feel it's going to be one of those nights. And I thought last night that was really, really incredible atmosphere.
When you let's dig a little bit deeper on this Memphis team. What really jumps out at you when you watch this team on film?
Very, very athletic, Scotty. When you look at their team, their front line, the ability to block shots, really defend, high level defensive team. They've got a lot of guys that have played a lot of college basketball, and they're going to play tomorrow night. They're going to play against North Texas and then fly into Logan on Friday. So we have to have 2 really, really good prep days. It's not like we've seen these guys at all where you're now in the league play, you're playing teams for the second time. This is certainly new territory for not only us, but I think Memphis. Playing a non-conference game this late is kind of unique.
Do you feel like even though maybe Memphis from a metric standpoint isn't where they need to be, that even though the thought that you would schedule a game against a team that you thought would be better than maybe what they are now from a record standpoint will still resonate with the committee?
I think so, and I think they'll get there. I really do. I think Memphis will go on a tear, here at the end of the season. They always do. They always end up winning their conference championship. So, hey, they may not be in for an at-large, but I do think they'll get the automatic qualifying bid out of that league. But there's some great teams. We lost to South Florida out of that league on the road. The American Conference is very good, so I do think they'll finish strong.
Jared Calhoun with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When you look overall at the landscape of this new Pac-12 and you're putting schedules together, you don't have to give us the details because I know a lot of that is still behind the scenes, but do you kind of have a general sense of what your scheduling is going to look like next year? And does that mean you have to find more non-conference games for next season?
Yeah, for sure, Scotty. I think, like I said, I think scheduling is really critical to this. we're going to have to get 16 non-league games. You know, our belief is to go get 6 or 7, probably 7 quad 1, quad 2s in the non-league. We'll probably get some of those through some neutral sites. We'll get some of those through tournaments. You know, once you get your MTE and you get your 2 games in your MTE, we're also looking at a neutral site with some of the best mid-major teams in the country getting together on a Thursday, Saturday, or Friday, Sunday. So we'll have 4 there between our MTE and then this kind of deal that's, you know, being put in place right now. We've got to go to Memphis. That would be 5, and then we'll probably have to get 2 more. Also looking at possibly playing a game in Salt Lake at the Delta Center again against a quad 1 or quad 2. So, you know, scheduling is going on right now. You know, that along with the portal, you're trying to balance those 2 things really on a yearly basis.
So does that mean you try, because I think a lot of people feel like the season's over, then you start talking to your guys about hopefully retention, but I imagine that's been going on for a long time in trying to lock guys down to make sure that they're back for next year.
Yeah, I mean, I think that never ends, right? The constant communication, whether it's an agent, whether it's a parent, or with the student athlete, right? I think the best thing we can do is provide great experiences, right? And how you do that is, you know, obviously coaching them, but building those relationships every day. And I think our community, the culture we have, the momentum that we have in our program, I don't think too many guys really want to leave. So then the missing piece is the rev share and also the NIL. So, you know, you kind of constantly try to battle that as well.
Coach, appreciate it. We'll talk to you coming up on Saturday, but good luck against Memphis and this stretch run as well.
You got it, Scotty. Thanks for having me.
You bet. There he is, Jared Calhoun, head coach of the Utah State Aggies, as they have a non-conference game against the Memphis Tigers coming up on Saturday. That's right. Penny Hardaway, little Penny, will be in Logan, and then Utah State will be back there next year. So, you know, the reason I brought up the scheduling thing is because there are teams that, like Utah State, you know, so to speak, mid-major programs that have a really elite home court advantage, and there are teams out there that say, yeah, we're not going there. We want no part of that. And so it is very difficult to schedule non-conference games in Logan. But now you have to schedule more because you're going to a conference in the Pac-12 that will not have a high number of teams. So as he mentioned, he's got to schedule 15, 16 non-conference games. So that is, you know, Utah State was about, I want to say, at 11 this year. So you have to add about 4 or 5 of those games. And that's bye games that you have to, you know, come up with money to bring a team into Logan. That means playing non-conference games in, you know, NBA arenas. That means using the Delta Center to try to bring a team in, because you're going to have a hard time saying, we want you to come to Logan. Let's work out a home and home. Now, you were able to strike a deal with Memphis, which was awesome, but those are few and far between. So they've got to be really, really creative. And this is also a Utah State team that if they're able to hold on to some people, Adlon Elamine, I believe, is going to be a future superstar in the Mountain West Conference. I'm sure his DMs are already blowing up from teams across the country saying, hey, come here, we got you. We're going to come up with a lot of money. Mason Falslev will have another year of eligibility. There's going to be a lot of money coming his way as well. So it's a matter of trying to make sure you can raise money, you can get guys locked down for the upcoming season, and then you realize what you have. Then you go out and you build your schedule so that you can put that team in the best possible way to showcase them to the rest of the country. All right, we'll wrap up this bad boy next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as we are live here at Minky Couture, right here on the Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire 4th is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. ridiculous, frankly. I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned, too, is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for team building. Like, this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Right now, save $16 on a pair of Rain-X Rugged XL wiper blades, plus get 2 times O rewards points only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and when my wife Dee and I moved into our new home a few years back, would you care to guess what was one of the first purchases we made for the home?
It was a water softener, Doug.
That's right, but not just any water softener. The fact is, we, Dee and I, just won't settle for anything less than Connecticut. For one thing, Connecticut softeners are so well designed, they use 2/3 less salt than other softeners. And I tell you, my back really appreciates carrying in just 1 bag of salt compared to 3 that my neighbors are carrying in. For another, Connecticut's all-mechanical design never needs adjustment, even if the power goes out or some household water use changes. In fact, it's virtually maintenance-free, meaning there are no annoying knobs to fiddle with. You really should look into the water softener from Connecticut. To learn more, call Connecticut of Utah at 801-576-8600 or go to softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
Tonight on KSL, pest control, parking, even trash valet fees. Ask just about any Utah renter and they'll tell you.
They want to charge you separate for every little thing.
Additional monthly costs are popping up all over the place, inflating rent hundreds over the advertised price. KSL explores a new measure that would keep the real cost from getting buried in the fine print. Hidden housing fees, a cost of Utah report. tonight at 10.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design, but using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
It's the Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Hundreds of new RVs. Buy and save at the show. Register to win an Alaskan fishing trip with RW Fishing.
Come on in, the great outdoors is waiting.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, wrapping up another edition of the show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big thanks to everyone who stopped by and hung out with us today. A lot of guys walking out of here with some blankets and a big smile on their face, knowing that they're going to be okay. You're going to be all right. By the way, coming up on tomorrow's show, the newly minted head coach of the University of Utah, Morgan Scally, will join us. You say 205, Lloyd? 105. All right, so Morgan will join us back where it all started, because people forget that Morgan Scally, we gave Morgan his real head start in this by having him do sports radio after the university, after his playing days. Now, fortunately, he was smart enough to get out of radio, get out of the media, and go back to coaching. And now he is the head coach of the University of Utah. We will talk to Morgan Scally coming up tomorrow at 1:05. Also, coming up on Friday, we'll be live at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and I will have a co-host for that show, Matt Wells, former head coach at Utah State, former head coach of the Texas Tech football program. He will stop by and hang out with us for 3 hours coming up on Friday's show. But more importantly, Friday's the day before Valentine's Day, February 14th. It is the biggest day of the year so far for you as a dude. You cannot screw it up. You've got daughters, you've got a mom, you've got a wife, you've got so many people in your life that you need to take care of on Valentine's Day. And all you have to do is come right by here at Minky Couture, and you can knock all of it out.
Yeah, you can't mess it up.
Nope.
When you come to Minky Couture, you can't, literally. We're here to help you make sure that you're going to walk out of here with the best gift for Valentine's.
And I can't stress this enough, too, because some guys are like, well, I can screw it up. I can get the wrong color. No, you can't screw that up either, because she can bring that by and swap it out.
Yeah. And if you're worried, right, get a gift card or choose a blanket. And if she decides, oh, you didn't get the right color, but you still got a Minky Couture, let's go trade it out for a different color. Yeah, absolutely, you can do that.
And look, I think you should have as many Minkies in your house as you possibly can. There's no such thing as too many Minkies. But if you do want to expand your horizons, you've got the robes. You've got so many other opportunities to get that Minky fill in other aspects of your life.
Absolutely, yes. We have so many different, a variety of products, right? Sometimes you think, oh, it's just a blanket, but there are other items here in store that you can shop from. And really for every price point, you know, it's like there is a gift for every price point. So whatever your budget is, because sometimes it comes down to budget, right? With the code that we have for your listeners, that's going to help alleviate a lot of those budget concerns, right? But then even within that, we can help find you the right gift.
Special Valentine's Day clearance going on as well. You can grab a grande for a great price there.
Yes, we have our Valentine's collection. Those blankets, as we're getting closer here to Valentine's, they're on clearance, so it's another amazing way to save. Lots of good deals in store. With the Zone 55 discount code, you're going to get 55% off any full price blankets. So it's kind of a no-brainer. This is the time to...
And the one thing that I love about what you guys do here is because you're like, you know what? We're on the air here from 12 to 3, but we're going to give you until Saturday to come by and take advantage of that 55% off.
Yep. So if you're listening and you're like, dang, that's an amazing deal, and I've got 15 minutes left or whatever it is. Yeah. Nope. Those savings will go through the weekend. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the 55% off code. You'll just have to mention it to the sales associate. You know, that, hey, I heard on the radio, you know, Scotty told me about your awesome deals, 55% off, and our associates will get you taken care of.
It's that simple, and that counts at any Minky locations, all the way from Logan down to St. George.
Yep.
But we're partial to the Layton store.
We are the flagship. This is where Minky Couture originally started. This is the home. Layton is the home of Minky Couture 17 years ago. So you do such a great job. You mean so much to the community. Thank you for letting us hang out Scotty.
here.
It's been the best day. Thanks so much
we appreciate it.
for coming. You guys have been great.
Awesome. Lisa at Minky Couture. Make sure to stop by any Minky Couture location. Here's the keywords you need to know. Zone 55. You use that, and you'll get 55% off your blankets. Minky Couture, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Hey, Utah. Tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February. Plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the Resolution Reset with $200 off, ending February 28th, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, it's Jay Broadbent here with Alpine Home Medical, celebrating 28 years of keeping Utah and Idaho comfortable and at home. Back in '97, I started with a truck, a dream, and a lot more hair. Today, we've got 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. From the moment you step into our clean, welcoming showrooms, you'll feel the Alpine difference. Our team will be there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for your needs. We believe that the right equipment can transform lives. We're honored to be a part of your healthcare journey and to help you live the life you deserve. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome on in, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Look, ChatGPT won't do the things I want it to do sometimes. And it's like, I think it thinks I'm look, I know, and you know who's ruined it? The teenage boys out there. I'm sure they have. Because now I ask it to, I'm like, hey, make a fake picture of, I think it was of Jackson Smith and Jigba. It was like, catching it was like pointing and laughing at Puka Nacua. That's what I was like, make a picture of this, pointing and laughing at Puka Nacua after the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
And then ChatGPT's getting all stifly and uppity now about stuff. And what are they? And it's like, I can't make fun of real people. If you'd like a generic person pointing at a generic person in a random Rams, I'm like, no, then we missed the point.
Did ChatGPT get sued?
Come on. Maybe, but
why is it worried about that now?
Yeah, you're fake. You can't get sued.
That was the whole fun of it.
That was,
I mean, we all understand and acknowledge it's not real.
Putting people in compromising positions was why you were created. Come on, ChatGPT.
The whole point of ChatGPT is to make our weird ideas come to life.
Come on. You know you can do it, ChatGPT.
The strangest thing we can think of. We want to we want to bring it to life.
Yeah, don't limit
That's
yourself.
That's your job, ChatGPT.
So the whole thing was that we were just watching the Seahawks celebrating, and ESPN had to blank out 2/3 of the screen because everybody was wearing the Sam Darnold T-shirt with him flipping people off, holding the NFC Championship trophy. Did you see this?
Yes.
And I don't know if it's a real situation. I go, did he really do that, or did they just kind of chat? And he's like, and you were like, oh no, ChatGPT can do anything. Now, other AIs, you can do a lot of crazy stuff, all right? But apparently, ChatGPT won't let me put a real Sam Darnold picture up there flipping somebody off. I don't even think he really did it. It does not seem like it's in his wheelhouse, that's something that he would do. But, maybe prove me wrong. But regardless, I've been hit up on Instagram. I've been hit up by my son. If we can get the Sam Darnold shirt of him flipping everybody off. And I said, we'll probably put a pin in that one.
Well, apparently, after a Google search,
you can get it.
The Sam Darnold flipping the bird picture is real.
It is real. Okay. Who was he doing it to?
I don't know.
I think it was just to his teammates. It's
Probably.
not like Matt Stafford walked by the trophy ceremony and he pointed at him and flipped him off. I mean, maybe that that rivalry just took a different turn. Annapolis, that'll be a lot more fun next year for us if the Seahawks and the Rams are in the NFC Championship game again. Those are the two with the best favorites, by the way, to go to the Super Bowl next year. And I don't blame them. Did you see, by the way, ESPN put up before the year, somebody took, everybody took receipts at the beginning of all this with the Seahawks winning, and they go, remember this? And ESPN's experts had put together chances of winning the NFC West. And this was from this year. I don't know why, because I never had the Cardinals even once thinking about the possibility of getting better. Did you?
No.
They had them at like a 38% chance of winning the NFC East.
Based on
or NFC West. I have no idea. And then it was, and then after that, it was the 49ers at like 22%. And then it was like 20% to the Rams and then like 9% to the Seahawks. That might not all add up to 100, by the way. I'm not sure. But it was definitely like the worst to the best in that order. And anybody who watched that thing whole go down, I don't know anyone who actually had the Cardinals doing anything. But I don't think they're going to do anything for quite some time there, JJ. But
there's not a lot of light in the end of that tunnel.
You know what? We're going to be doing something, though. Let's
maybe they should trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. That would change everything for the Cardinals and their tank.
Yeah, but if you tank too hard, everybody's going to make fun of you.
That's right.
All right. We'll get into that a little bit later, too, because Utah is still taking the brunt of what tanking is in the league.
We're not going to stand for it, Utah.
No,
we're not going to let these guys, these national talking heads, get away with their Utah slander. We're going to call them out today.
No way. All right. Before, though, that, we're going to talk about some couple things. I'm not doing this to rip any Band-Aids off and bring up old, or not even old, it's kind of fresher wounds. We want to let those heal. But Jay Hill was on a podcast in Michigan, okay? And I'm all about it, get out there, see what this guy. And if you're Jay Hill, you're not going to go to a new place and go, I didn't really want to be here, but the money was too good. Like $2.5 million a year is a base salary for a defensive coordinator. That's pretty look, I'll take it. You know what I mean? But Jay Hill goes on a podcast in Michigan with former Michigan players and starts kind of going into it. And I want to get into some of the audio that he'd said. Okay, what did he say about Kalani? What did he say about the decision to leave BYU? What did he say about being with Kyle Whittingham? All those things. So let's jump in right here, top of the program. Let's get it going here with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right. Hey, by the way, Latvia is the first team that Team USA is playing in the men's hockey tournament. Latvia. I'm watching Sweden versus Italy right now. Just don't picture Italy as being one of those strong contenders, but they are the host country. Maybe they got better now. You don't think of Italy as being a really strong.
How many American players that happen to be Italian are on the Italian hockey team?
Oh, that's a good point. Do you
research I must do?
Let me ask you this: do you get in because you're the host country? Is it like the World Cup? You get into the host country, you can.
I think so.
Yeah, we're gonna put our. Their goalie just strained your groin or something. They just took him out. Like, no, you have to stretch like that if you're going to be a goalie.
Probably some 50-year-old guy from Sicily.
The Italian beer league.
It's like, hey.
The super good soccer player. Yeah. Oh, here comes the look, if you're the backup goalie for Italy, look at this guy coming out. I mean, he's never.
I wish everybody listening could see this
I know.
right now.
Listen, I'll just explain to you. What's that meme of that guy who runs onto the pitch as fast as he can? This is the equivalent of a guy who
that cross-country guy that is going viral today. Similar to that.
Yeah, just charging up that hill. This guy just came in as the backup goalie for Italy, and he's going to turn some things around here. Okay.
He's been waiting for this his entire life.
All right, that's inappropriate. We don't need to see that part. What are you doing to the ice there, buddy? You're stretched out. Okay, we get it. All right, so here's Jay Hill on this podcast talking about. It's the In the Trenches podcast, and these are a couple of former players, and they talk all things Michigan and Michigan football. So here we go. Jay Hill talking about the decision to go to Michigan. First, he had to start things off talking about, because the host asked him about leaving BYU, and first he kind of went off about the experience that he had with Kalani.
Well, Kalani's a phenomenal person. He's a people person. Everybody loves him. He does a great job of motivating because the players know he cares about them. And so as a consequence, he can push them because they know he cares. He was great to the assistants. Anyway, bottom line, it was like working for one of my really good friends. I think he's great. He knows the X's and O's, and obviously he's had a ton of success.
He's like dating my best friend. I mean, it's like coaching with my best friend. By the way, when he says everyone loves Kalani, isn't there part of you that goes, hold the phone a little bit? We have a couple people in mind that may not necessarily love Kalani.
Oh, man. You can't make everybody happy.
Yeah, and he's not a. There are
but
guys.
When it comes to college football head coaches, my gosh, he's got to be the most liked college football coach.
I think he's been to dinner with every head coach and their
and a
spouse.
cruise with their family.
Yes, it's not just the coach who's good; his wife is amazing too. So that's not a shock.
I was talking to people at the Super Bowl. I was like, "Hey, you cover BYU?" I was like, "Yeah." What's Kalani like? He seems like an amazing guy.
Oh, he is, and everybody who, I mean, there are people who are fired by Kalani that do not love him. You know, and that's just a part of the deal.
That's business.
Of
You
course.
can't make everybody happy. You're going to have enemies.
Jay Hill leaving was tough, and I think we could all agree that's probably the biggest empty space left at that. Not probably, it is the biggest empty space left. Besides Kyle Whittingham in the entire state of coaching in college football. The decision to leave BYU, I think this will kind of shock people because I think we had assumed that maybe there was a little bit more of a, I don't know, I'm torn.
There were reports that there was somebody out there that was making it really hard.
Yeah, and I get it. And I think you as a BYU fan listening out there go, no, he wanted to figure it out. I think that it, maybe that there was just a little bit more and they finally came to a decision and they get with God on it and they go to the team that they want to go to. But this is what Jay Hill said about the job offer and coming to Michigan.
Well, the decision to come to Michigan was not hard at all. Coach Witt called me and said, "Hey, I think I have this opportunity. What do you think?" I said, "Coach, I'm in because it's Michigan. And I believe that we can win national championships here. I believe we can win consistent Big Ten championships here. With the way Coach Witt coaches, his discipline and toughness, I just think it's a perfect match for Michigan." I was in. Moving your family and doing some of those things, that's the hard side of this job. But a lot of times you put yourself in a great situation and you figure out the other stuff after.
My wife lived in Ann Arbor for a while. She was an intern at Ford.
Yeah.
She's like, there's some parts of Ann Arbor that would not be hard to move to.
It's nice. I've been out there for games. It's a great city, great college town.
I just think, and by the way, like, couldn't you have at least said, yeah, it took us a while. It was, no, he called me. Even Witt was probably like, oh, I mean, you can think about it. Like, I'll give you the night. And he's like, no.
I mean, he just made it very clear, like, he was all in from the very beginning.
Yeah, and that's the part I think that was not like it's controversial or weird or whatever.
Not at all.
The good news was he probably had that decision in his head and decided, I'm not talking about this thing at all until after I'm done coaching my last game at BYU, which he did. You know what I mean? Like, in an era when everybody else announces for you what your intentions are, Jay Hill did the pro thing, and even though it looks like there was not any moment of hesitation for Jay Hill to go to Michigan, and by the way, I don't think there's a coach on any staff on planet Earth that if they're asked to come be a defensive coordinator at Michigan would say, "Nah, man, I think I'm gonna stay here at JMU." You know what I mean? Like, this is not it.
But let's stop and talk about that, because I think there's a lot of BYU fans out there that wanted to think or believe that with the resources they had, they could have made this decision very difficult for Jay Hill, and it's very clear what Jay Hill just said. There was no hesitation. The decision was clear, crystal clear.
And I bet money wasn't even that much
from
of
the get-go. Not even a problem.
Right. Because they probably could have matched it.
It's Michigan.
Yeah.
Okay, here's where, and I don't fault Jay Hill at all, but here's the concern. I'm going to call it a concern. How do you change this narrative or this reality if you're BYU and Utah? Because the Cougars and the Utes are now competing at the Power 4 level. They have a lot of resources, especially BYU right now. How do you fend off the Michigans of the world from stealing your assistant coaches or your head coach?
A legacy Hall of Fame head coach that was at your school 5 minutes before and then just went to Michigan and then takes the other best coaching situation out of Kalani and Coach Whittingham and Morgan Scalley and Jay Hill. Everybody looks and goes, all right, Witt, Kalani, and then I think in your head, if you're trying to hire a new head coach somewhere in this country, anywhere, or an amazing assistant anywhere, you take Jay Hill, probably even before Morgan Scalley, just because of the extended success that have been. That
there's debate among Utah fans whether Jay Hill or Morgan Scalley would be the best head coach. That has been a discussion that's been had on social media.
Well, and Jay Hill's been a head coach. And so
exactly.
I think that would have been that's probably makes a decision for you.
But Morgan was in that position. He absolutely has earned it and deserves it. But that debate is real because Jay Hill has an impeccable head coaching record and resume at Weber State, and then was able to become one of the best defensive coordinators in the country at BYU. So Jay Hill is in that conversation with the other three.
Mm-hmm.
He deserves that opportunity, and I think success at Michigan is going to allow him to be able to pick and choose whatever opportunity he wants to be in that chair as a head coach.
Yeah.
Again, not at the G5, not at the FCS, at the P4 level, at the highest level, perhaps in the Big Ten, perhaps in the SEC. I don't know. Wherever he wants to go, if he's successful at Michigan, he's be able to do that. But from the Utah and BYU perspective, what do you have to do to be among the elite? Because BYU and Utah finished ahead of Michigan in the top 25 this past year.
Yeah.
And for the last 2 years,
I was gonna say,
BYU has been better than Michigan, and it's not even close. Yep. Winning more games, been in the top 25 more, been in the college football playoff poll more times.
Okay, what you're asking is,
why
I know
is it such an easy decision for Jay Hill to go to Michigan when you're LDS and you've been in Utah and BYU is a perfect situation for you? Why is it so easy to go to Michigan? What does BYU and Utah have to do to change that narrative? Is there anything they can do?
No. And that's the unfortunate part. That there will never be a moment in time. Think about it, too. Here's the litmus test. Can your school deal with immense cheating, public scandal, disgusting behavior by coaches? Go over to Penn State, look just across the same conference.
Penn State and Michigan have had their share of controversy.
And guess what?
At different levels. Obviously, Penn State was much worse.
Those brands.
But what just happened at Michigan is not light.
Of course
the
not.
Sherman Moore situation is not light.
But that's what I'm saying.
The cheating is not light.
Those things are there, and everybody still goes, yeah, but it's Michigan. You know what I'm saying?
BYU and Utah have had clean programs that have done things the right way.
Don't care.
One at a high level.
Don't care.
Michigan has had all kinds of ethical problems over the last few years. Did win a national championship, but everyone's wondering.
It will never matter. It will never matter.
And it doesn't change anything.
No, because
Michigan is, it's Michigan. Got to go.
Yep. And it's going to be like that forever. There are going to be programs that those coaching jobs will always be.
So there's nothing Utah or BYU could ever do to be on that same plane?
Never. You win.
Wow.
You win a championship. I mean, maybe I'm not looking 1,000 years into the future here, but those
none of us are going to be around for that.
No, but even 100 years from now, if BYU and Utah add 2 or 3 national championships apiece in football over the next 100 years, they still would never be there because this is a founding father. This isn't just, this has.
It's the big house.
And you think
it's the Big Ten.
You think BYU has money? You think BYU alumni have money? Of course they do. But we're talking about Michigan. Will BYU basketball ever eclipse Kansas from a brand standpoint of a place that you want to be if it's A versus B?
They'd have to win a lot of NCAA tournament championships and go to a lot of Final Fours before they can even be in that conversation.
And there's history that can never be
I get that.
Reestablished for another team who's new to the block, so to speak. Has BYU been better than Kansas in the last couple of years? Probably 2 out of the last 3 they have been, right?
Beat them head-to-head, both in their building and at their place.
And guess
Beat
what?
them badly.
And guess what? That's a job that is paying Bill Self. Now, Bill Self's a little bit different. But, there are high-paying jobs across the country that Kevin Young is like, yeah, I'm one of the high-paying guys too. He's right there with other Big 12 coaches.
BYU's doing everything that the other
100%.
Blue Bloods are doing at the highest level to compete.
That makes no difference because there's old money and a brand that will never be touched, and you can have all the new money you want, but you don't have that royal blood.
So tradition still matters in college football.
It will never change.
If Nebraska came calling.
No, I mean.
Why does that change?
Because Nebraska and Michigan are different. Like, let's not mess around. Just because the word blue blood is attached to one or the other.
How did they change? What changed?
Michigan is, first of all, the team that has won the most football games in the history of the game.
Yeah.
Okay? So that means they've been around longer. They've done more. And so I'm not trying. By
Where's
the way,
the line
saying
drawn with BYU and Utah where that's no longer? What schools, if you're an assistant coach, you're jumping to, are not lateral moves in college football at this point for BYU and Utah? It's got to be a short list, right?
Yeah, no, and I think
Michigan's obviously on that list. Jay Hill just proved it. He's like a no-brainer. I'm going to Michigan.
Okay, let's think about some big brands overall. BYU,
Ohio State, of course. Yes.
Yeah.
Oregon. Yes.
Yes. Penn State, even. Yes. Michigan. Yes. But and USC might be on that list.
BYU
I think,
kept Kalani from going to Penn State.
That's right. And you know what? UCLA was also a team that came calling, and I don't think that phone call was returned. UCLA's a brand that got eclipsed.
That's why the Kalani situation was such a big deal.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess you can never say never.
BYU being able to keep Kalani Sitake from taking that Penn State job was a massive deal. And we knew it in the moment. And now, as this conversation continues, I'm like, that was a massive deal. But I think the reason why that happened is Kalani, they got a deal done that made sense financially, not just for Kalani, but for his assistants and for NIL. It was a much bigger deal than just about Kalani. But Kalani is a BYU guy, and I think that played into the decision as well. I think that mattered in that situation. And BYU's fortunate that it did. But that was a massive victory for BYU to keep Kalani at BYU because we're having this conversation. We're going through those schools. And, yes, Penn State is one of those schools where if you're a head coach or an assistant coach at BYU or Utah, you're probably going to think really hard, or it's a no-brainer, like Jay Hill said, to go to those schools. And we're still in that situation. No matter what BYU and Utah have accomplished on the football field recently or over time, has not been enough to change that narrative.
Yeah, and again, never say never, but BYU and Utah will never have that same mystique that Michigan has, and it's not a bad thing. It's just where it stands. This is where the sport is. You can't
have to win multiple national championships.
Yeah. And even then,
conference championships, all that comes with it.
Right, and you could
100,000 seat stadium.
Look, we've seen it. Look, Utah has become something totally different from what they were when I was a kid growing up.
Oh my gosh!
Right? You think about what they were
unrecognizable
when we were in the mid '80s. Watching college
playing
football
on
as kids.
Concrete in the '80s.
And, yeah, I mean,
the fans that went to Rice Stadium know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and if you watch that growth, you go, man, some awesome things can happen if you get the right people in there. What we're asking here is that Michigan become less important compared to, some of these other teams. They just never will be. The alumni base is totally different. The span across the history of the sport itself is totally different. And you'll always be able to have that advantage of the branding. You'll always be able to have that advantage of the branding. North Carolina will always be that basketball program that I don't care how good UCF becomes over the years. You know what I mean? Or anybody. Think about even Cincinnati. Cincinnati's a great basketball program, pretty good history.
Oh, yeah.
But Cincinnati could do everything and be amazing and be awesome, win national championships or whatever it might be. No one would ever say, oh, Cincinnati's a way better situation than North Carolina.
Right.
You just never would.
You're correct.
So anyway, pretty interesting discussion because I think that Witt. Oh, we didn't get to hear the last one about Kyle Whittingham, right? I want to hear this one because he talks about Kyle Whittingham. We'll get to this and we'll get to the break. But here's what he said about being with Kyle. Obviously, there's a long, long history there, and that was part of the decision as well.
So I'm one of the few guys in the coaching profession that has the perspective of I actually got to play for Coach Witt. He was the defensive coordinator when I was playing. And then I got to be a graduate assistant under him, and then I got to see him as a head coach as he grew into the role. And I have more respect for Coach Witt than any coach in the game just because he's phenomenal with X's and O's. He's extremely disciplined and extremely intelligent. When you sit down with him, you're like, man, this guy's brilliant. And that's what I always saw in him and why I stayed with him for so long and why I was willing to come back with him because I just see special in Coach Witt. He's a coach of all coaches. he's one of those guys that never stops learning. He wants to know what the offense is doing. He's extremely smart with special teams. He wants to know all the techniques from all the position groups. So I've seen him grow up in that aspect. I would say just understanding of, it's never perfect. Although we're striving for perfection, it never is. And so how do you overcome those things? I think he's really grown there.
Okay, there you go. All those things add up to, it shouldn't have been it was a no-brainer for Jay Hill. And BYU knows, I think, in the end, if somebody was going to be like, I can't believe he went and took that job. Yeah, you can. You know exactly where he went. It's a bonus that this is a guy who he knows really, really well. If it was a no-name head coach, I say no name. If it wasn't the connection of Kyle Whittingham and Jay Hill, does Jay Hill take that job when a coach calls him up and goes, I love your style, man, like come to Michigan?
Based on what he said, yes, because it's Michigan.
It's Michigan. Yeah. It's
but
a bonus
it made it even more.
Whittingham.
It was even more of a no-brainer because of the relationship and respect that he already had for Kyle Whittingham.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, Kyle Whittingham made his first call to Jay Hill.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. Hey, we got more college football to talk about. You know why? There's teams who are like, hey, man, we want a piece of this action. We think we could be the next JMU. We think we could be the next Tulane. Put us in there as a G5 team representing, or a group of 6 team in the college football playoff. How teams trying to make that jump, it's difficult. You got to pay for it. But how to have success, I think you're going to have some people who are going to see that success. So we'll talk about that and much more right here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
3 right lanes of I-15 are blocked right now because of a crash northbound right before the exit to I-80 in South Salt Lake, with major delays stretching back to 45th South and Murray. Elsewhere along the Wasatch Front, the rest of the freeways are moving at normal speeds. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire 4th is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. Frankly, I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned too is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for team building. Like, this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in windshield pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Will Hardy talks about the improved defense for the Utah Jazz.
The attention to detail was very good. The communication was good. The physicality was good. You know, we also added a guy to our roster who has been Defensive Player of the Year, and I think Nurk, Jaren, and Lowry, we have a lot of size. And then we start subbing, and, you know, 2 of them are on the court for the majority of the game. You know, those guys have done a good job of protecting the paint as a group, but I think as a whole, the perimeter players are doing a better job of containing the ball. You know, everybody has to do their job in this league to guard.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. North Dakota State moving on up. How it could impact college football next season. Next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Got a Jazz basketball game tonight. As the controversial Utah Jazz take the court tonight.
Who are they going to play for only 3 quarters tonight?
Dun, dun, dun. Which,
Outrage.
by the way, it'll be a hilarious game tonight because they are playing the Kings. All right. Pre-game right here.
And the Kings will be full strength, right? Because they're
oh, yeah.
They're not the problem.
Napolis, what was the number of people sitting out? It's basically everybody for the Kings, right? I mean, it's anybody that's of any import.
Oh, the Kings are tanking tonight.
This is a 12-win team coming into a 17-win team's house. Neither want to win this game.
No Hunter, no Levine, no Westbrook, no Sabonis.
Well, yeah.
Essentially, nobody's playing for the Kings as well.
No starters.
No Westbrook probably works out better for them, though. That might actually be an advantage. So, no, I don't know. You know, it's weird because everybody's talking about the Jazz right now. Like they're the poster children for tanking. Come on. What are we doing? And
there's so many other egregious examples.
Well, tonight's just going to be I don't know what tonight's going to be.
Well, it's going to be the debut of Jaren Jackson Jr. at home.
And so you're probably going to see
it's going to be awesome.
You're probably going to see you ready for this? A 2-game win streak. No, didn't we decide it's 3, right?
It has to be 3.
Officially, it needs to be 3. Right? All right. But could win 2 in a row after that win over Miami the other night, which they got criticized.
What would that do to the national narrative?
They got criticized for sitting Larry Markkinen and Jaren Jackson Jr. in the fourth quarter of a game that they won. And then they go, yeah, I mean, it worked out for him that time. The guy said it didn't work out. It backfired on him. That's what he said. Yeah, and in that moment, it backfired on him. I mean, you just said the weirdest way that a bunch of young guys on a Jazz roster went to Miami, a team who has got a better record than they do, and just beat them. So I don't know what they want. So either way, it's fine. I got some college football stuff to bring up here, JJ. By the way, that's a 6 p.m. pregame right here on the KSL Sports Zone.
We'll get more into the tanking thing. We're not done with that.
Yeah, lots of talking in the 5 o'clock hour. Yeah, we'll hit a lot of Jazz a little bit later. But there you go. I did want to mention that Team Italy did fall 5-2 to Team Sweden in men's hockey. Spoiler alert.
How many NHL players on Italy's roster?
Italy has 0 NHL guys on an active NHL roster.
Wow. How many NHL players on Sweden's roster?
There are 0 amateurs. There are 0 non-NHL players on Sweden's roster. 0.
They're a juggernaut.
It is a roster made up entirely of NHL players. That's the same thing for Team USA, same thing for Team Canada. I mean, the Mammoth's captain, Clayton Keller.
Czechia is loaded with NHL players. Finland.
Basically all these. And so Italy was
Slovakia.
And they're actually, somebody even said, they go, okay, look, Italy is a second-tier tournament in Europe team, and here they are playing in this tournament. It's going to be a very different speed for them. They faced the most shots in the history of an Olympic hockey tournament at 62 shots from Sweden. And it was 3-2 with like 3 minutes left. So that's about as good an effort you could put in.
Yeah, a prospect for the Ducks played his tail off.
Oh, stop it with that dad joke stuff. He looked right at our producer. He worked his tail off. Womp womp. Got it.
DuckTales.
Worked his pants off like Donald. No pants.
I'm not a JJ hater. I'm not, but
before we get to North Dakota State, can we address how did Donald Duck get away with going pantsless for so many years?
Should have blurted out. Traumatized childhood.
We were victimized.
Subjected
to
think about it.
Duck nudity.
Yeah. Think about
for decades.
Think about Uncle Scrooge. He went full on top hat, big jacket, all this stuff, and even like the nice shoes. And
how can you be distinguished with the top hat and a monocle and not be wearing pants?
No pants. Inappropriate. All right.
What a weirdo.
It's a children's show. The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever. And head over to MinkyCouture.com on their website. You can get 50% off using the promo code Zone50. Or how about showing up and right there in the store? They've got stores all across the Wasatch Front. You can take advantage right there. Zone50, you're going to get tons of money off right there. The best blanket ever, best Valentine's gift ever. All right, North Dakota State looking for an immediate passage into the college football playoff FBS division. If you're unfamiliar with the Bison and what they do. Shame on you, because if you thought JMU was a pretty good add to the FBS level, maybe, JJ, am I saying it? This isn't nuts to say that North Dakota State University is the most dominant team in the history of the FCS.
In the modern era, yes. No question.
They've won 11 of the last 14 national championships. They are the poster child for – Carson Wentz was a –
he was. Carson Wentz, Trey Lance.
Yeah. Now, there's lots of guys who come out of there because it's a winning program. So they want to move to the Mountain West. They're going to have to pay the conference $12 million. They're going to have to pay the NCAA $5 million because, the paperwork.
Yeah, 10 national championships in FCS, all won since 2011.
Yeah. So
most all time.
Like I said, like the NCAA has to get a little piece of the action, so they're going to charge them $5 million.
Jeez.
I would assume for just like the notary fees and stuff like that for the signing. $5 million. So $17 million they're going to have to put up, which they are like, we have it. We're ready right now. Okay? And they want to be at the FCS or at the FBS level. They'll be in the Mountain West, which JJ, you and I both agreed. This would make North Dakota State immediately the best program in the Mountain West. Am I saying that? Is that being mean to the current teams that are that are going to be in the Mountain West this next season?
Well, let me list off the teams. You tell me who is going to be better than North Dakota State next year. Air Force.
No.
Hawaii.
Maybe. They had a decent year.
Wow. Okay.
But a maybe. I'll throw a maybe in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nevada.
The Wolfpack?
The Wolfpack.
No.
New Mexico.
Ooh.
Coach X got it going. Much better, much improved. Bronco Mendenhall got him going in the right direction.
I'd say that would be a team that would be better than
That's
North
a contender.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Crazy to say New Mexico's a contender in anything,
All
but
right.
they would be. Northern Illinois.
No.
Okay. San Jose State.
No.
UNLV.
Probably not. Dan Mullen, I think, is faking it down there.
Probably put him in that category,
Maybe
though,
a
with New
contender
Mexico.
one. Yeah.
How about your favorite school, UTEP?
I mean, they will lose by 3 touchdowns next year, at least. I'm setting the
North
line.
North Dakota State is much better than UTEP right now.
Right now.
Okay.
And some of these other teams, right now, yes.
The next and last school on the list in the Mountain West that North Dakota State must face, and we don't even know if they're going to play them in year one, is Wyoming.
Okay.
They should play them because there's only 9 teams in the conference.
Yeah, I think they're better than Wyoming, too. Okay? So we just named off 3 teams that could maybe contend with them? Or
only 2 that could actually, that we would say, okay, that's an interesting game. That's North Dakota State wouldn't beat them handily.
You said this before the show. You were like, I think North Dakota State actually would have been a really good fit in the Pac-12.
Absolutely.
That would be interesting. But again, you have other teams that are looking for this too. Apparently Montana's been looking into it. Sacramento State is a team that's ready to, they just keep trying to put up money to do this thing.
They want it in the Pac-12.
All right, Doubles Luge needs to settle down, right?
You're easily distracted.
This is a family program.
We should not be watching. That's for the late night Olympics.
Double Luge, settle down. Come on. Plus those outfits.
What's worse, Double Luge or Donald Duck without his pants?
You don't need that shot when they're coming straight at
What's
you.
more
too.
inappropriate, Double Luge or Donald Duck pantsless?
Double Luge by far. You know why? My favorite is when somebody goes, you know what you'd be good at? And then they're all, I want you to meet Mike. He's going to be your partner in the next couple of years. All right, just sit on his lap here. See how this looks. Anyway, I am easily distracted. And you know what I would love? I would love to see North Dakota State in the Pac-12. But I think this is great that they're going to go to the Mountain West. This actually made the Mountain West better. A conference
no question.
A conference we wondered was going to be going to get any good positive pub
How
over the
much
next
better
little while.
does it make it? In my opinion, I think North Dakota State wins that league in 2026. And depending on how they do in their non-conference, they'll be a factor in a group of 5 selection for the college football playoff.
I bet the next couple of years they'll be contenders. They'll be in the discussion.
How insane would that be?
They'll hit the top 25 at one point because they'll be, 9-1 in the 2027 year, and it'll be and they'll be there. So it's crazy
to make the move from FCS to FBS, to go from the FCS playoffs to potentially the college football playoff in less than 5 years would be a remarkable jump. But I think that they're built for it. I think they could pull it off. I think they could be one of the best group of 5 programs in the country.
Right. Annapolis,
JMU is made a similar jump, and I think that North Dakota State is better positioned than JMU
they
was.
are. Annapolis, are you laughing at Double Luge? Is that what you're watching? Yeah. See? We're all kids here, man. Like, why are they making these guys do this? The guy on the bottom is like,
why is this an Olympic event? This doesn't happen in real life.
No, you did this with your brother on a hill,
Did
sledding.
You?
Oh yeah,
laying on top of each other on a toboggan.
It was never on top of each other.
That?
It was back to back. It was like you had your legs, and he was sitting on the space in front of you, because this is not something that should happen in the real world. All right. By the way, some of these translate into like real life skills. Biathlon, ski around, shoot a guy. Double luge has no meaning in the real world unless you're trying to escape some Bond villain on a mountain, I guess. Hop on. But it would be...
It'd be Bond and a
Bond
Bond
and a
girl.
lady. Yes. Come on. All right.
Even that is far-fetched.
I'm glad we had this discussion.
Why are we doing this in the Olympics?
Jump on this luge. Get on the sled. That was my Connery. Get on the sled.
Suck it, Trebek.
We've got to get down this mountain. Get on. All right. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. We have a Would You Rather that you don't want to miss. I think there's some sound associated with it, too. It's a unique one. All right. So we'll jump in next with a Would You Rather. Stay right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solving.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check it out for yourself. If you go to the website right now, like I'm doing, you can get yourself you can just go on there, see the success stories. You'll see pictures of JJ and myself, some before and afters. And how it works, there's an actual button that says, here's how it works. You're not buying their meals. You're not buying supplements. This is not something where they're going to try to hook you to get into on the injections or anything like that. This is a program that if you follow it, you will drop between 15 and 20% of your body weight in the first 60 days. And then, more importantly, they're going to teach you how to keep it off. Get with Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
Yeah, if you're just serious about losing weight, a program can make all the difference, especially if you don't have all the answers. They have so much knowledge and information to share with you as you go through this plan. They're going to teach you essentially how to lose weight and keep it off for good. That's the experience I had. I had an app on my phone, and every day I would register exactly what I was eating. They gave me a list of foods I could eat. They're going to help me get into that calorie deficit without starving to death. And man, it just one day after another went by, and the fat started to melt away, and I felt so much better about myself. I looked so much better. My health improved. I can't tell you all the benefits I had on this program losing that weight, and it happened quickly and fast, but it made me feel better. I wasn't starving or losing muscle mass and all those other things. It was awesome. It worked perfectly for me. I think it could work for you too. Give this program a shot. Right now, you can save $200 on this program through February. So go to their website right now. Have a consultation on your own. Don't take our word for it. See if this is right for you, if it's a good fit for you. Because if it is, this is your ticket to weight loss you've never experienced before. $200 off right now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Ready for unbeatable deals? At
Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz host the Sacramento Kings at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And the Jazz are back in action tomorrow, hosting the Portland Trail Blazers, also at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. College basketball Saturday, Colorado plays BYU at 2 o'clock on 102.7 FM, and Utah State with a non-league game against the Memphis Tigers at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name right here and reach thousands of potential customers, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
Join us tomorrow. We're going to be at the Mountain America Expo Center there in Sandy. 3 to 6. It is that time of the year. The RV show going off at the Mountain America Expo Center there in Sandy. Your chance to shop, compare, and buy the RV of your dreams. And we'll be there. And you can come enjoy the time with us. There you go. I want to apologize, everybody, for the Seattle Seahawks post-parade celebration. It's not for the kids, man. What did Lloyd say? It made the Raiders look tame. I wouldn't go that far, but it was one way to have a
Nobody
party.
got killed, so it wasn't Raider
That's
level.
true. Nobody got killed. How dare you? Also, no Super Bowl trophy almost went down to the bottom of the ocean. That's good. That was a Gronk situation, right? It didn't fall in the water, right? It got close.
Tom Brady was the quarterback, so he completed every one of those passes.
Yeah. But Gronk dented the trophy, didn't he?
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. And I think it's actually cooler to have the dented trophy because somebody was like, well, we got to get a new one. I was like, no, you keep that one. Your your oaf of a tight end put a big dent in it. Come on. It's awesome. Okay. This would you rather. Also going to apologize for it in advance. So this one always comes up during any time there is not just the Winter Olympics, but any skiing, anything. Somebody always makes this surface onto X or Instagram, whatever social media platform that they can put it on, because it's absolute gold. Ironically, because the person in the video did not win gold. And in fact, the question for today is, JJ, would you rather be Lindsey Vonn and have your Olympics end the way that it did, being airlifted off the mountain? By the way, 2 airlifts in a weekend. That's going to cost you. Is it like the search and rescue teams here in Utah? They're like, you got to pay for that.
Hope she's got good insurance.
Yeah, that helicopter ride out of network. Oof.
Yeah.
You know. So, would you rather be that injury to Lindsey Vonn, or this now infamous injury on the hill during the World Championships of 2007?
Now it's the Frenchman Yannick Bertrand through the S-turn. Yannick Bertrand. Oh, the gate to the groin for Yannick Bertrand, and you could hear it. And if you're a man, you could feel it. Wow, watch this again. Oh, the Frenchman. Oh, monsieur. Wow, the boys took a beating on that one.
Oh, monsieur.
Oh, monsieur. So,
I'd rather
Lindsey
be
Vonn or Yannick Bertrand?
I'd rather be Lindsey Vonn.
Of course.
Who competed with so much courage.
But that's
so much bravery.
You don't think Yannick
like the ultimate
Bertrand,
competitor?
Come on. That took some courage.
Put it all out there, risked everything, knew the risks, knew what she was doing, and it went badly for her, but she has that pride that she can walk away with. I don't think Mr. Bertrand walked away with any pride. I don't think he walked away with any glory. He just walked away in pain.
Might not have walked away.
We don't know what happened to him. Is he still with us?
They had to put on one of those double luges.
Is he on life support still after 19 years?
I bet Yannick Bertrand is like, I had a really good skiing career. This is what I'm remembered for.
I want to watch the documentary of Yannick Bertrand. Oh, monsieur.
Yeah, I'm going to see if he's still with us. Yeah, he's still with us. He, by the way, he got to compete in the 2006 Winter Olympics. That was, of course, the year before the World Championships. Not shockingly enough, there are links on his Wikipedia page that are basically only dedicated to this moment in his career. So, best he ever did was he placed 24th in the downhill and the Super G events in the 2006 Olympics in Vancouver. No, not Vancouver. It was the one in 2006.
Oh man, what was that? Where was 2006? Lillehammer?
No, Lillehammer was 98.
I'll look it up. How can I not remember that?
I know. I'm kind of mad about it now.
Was it in Italy
too?
too?
The one right after us.
Yeah.
It was 02. What did it do? Switzerland? I don't know. Okay, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll have
Torino. It was in Italy.
Tour in Italy. There you go.
Yes.
How far is Turin from Milan in Cortina? It's going to be right there.
It's got to be close.
Does Sam Farnsworth have to take nine buses to get there?
Well, it's not close. It's a 5 hour and 53 minute drive.
Yeah.
It is 536 kilometers. Do your conversion math. I have no idea what that is.
Like 290
But
miles.
they are actually, Turin is in western Italy.
Okay.
You know, people that are smart at those things know that.
Hey.
Know that. It's not far from Monaco. It's by the border of France.
Oh, there you go. This geography lesson brought to you by Jeremiah Jensen.
There you go. Cortina is almost in Austria.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you see the difference there.
Okay, we'll take a break. We'll come back. And when we do, going to talk with Mitch Harper, BYU fresh off of a much, much needed win over Baylor. But I think people walked away from that game and they had some suspicions about that one too. BYU again giving up 90-plus points, having a massive night from the Big Three, and still having a little bit of a struggle with Baylor on the road in the Big 12. So we'll chat with Mitch Harper, see where BYU basketball stands right now, Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
AlpineHomeMedical.com. That's AlpineHomeMedical.com. Look, if you aren't familiar with what Alpine Home Medical does, it's exactly what the name says. They help you out with anything home medical that you have in need. And if it's mobility issues, if it's a power lift chair for a loved one, if it's a walker, if it's a scooter, whatever it might be, if it's the CPAP resupply program that is so good. If you are listening to us out there, so many of our listeners have CPAP machines, ask yourself when the last time you really got that thing cleaned, or you just got new hookups for this thing. It really makes a difference. And Alpine Home Medical can walk you through that entire process. They have that white glove concierge service. They'll take care of the insurance for you. That's a huge deal right there. Let them take care of it. And then they're going to make sure that they deliver it to your home, and they'll do it the best of anybody else at Alpine Home Medical.
28 years in business, serving Utah and Idaho as the leading home medical supplier. 11 retail locations across Utah and Idaho. There's walk-ins during store hours. Those are always welcome. And you're going to go in there, and you're going to see how incredible their showrooms are. Plus the 15,000 plus and counting Google reviews, read by their leaders who pay close attention to every single one and thank you for your business. Alpine Home Medical cares about you, and that's the difference. That's why they bring wellness home. They've done this for a long time, and they do it right, and they're going to do it for you. Whatever your medical supply needs are, they've got you covered. Start with Alpine Home Medical for your home medical needs. Alpine Home Medical, alpinehomemedical.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com. Dev Simplify are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it. But without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com. Your software pros.
Pack up though, because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of... In the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence. Or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse, with all the tech you need to stay connected. While the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest name.
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Can we just let Alex Carey sing this song right now? Go ahead.
I don't know
Give it a
any of
shot.
the, I don't know most of
You
the
don't
words.
need to know the lyrics. I don't know the lyrics
All right,
either.
Here we go.
Can you hear any lyrics right now?
You lied to me. Yeah, you lied to me. That's
A little Bee Gees going on there.
I know.
You Barry Gibb?
Yeah, I can be. I got that.
Pucking it up on the Barry Gibb talk show. Talking about politics. There we go. Give me that Barry Gibb.
What I do is I sneak in a ton of cuss words when I don't know the words. It's good.
That's what Bad Bunny did at the Super Bowl. Wasn't it?
Oh,
None of
my
us know
goodness.
because we couldn't understand anything. Naples would have to help us out. Well, you know Spanish.
I do. And
did he clean it up for the Super Bowl?
He kept it clean. The themes still weren't great.
The themes?
The themes are mostly about the womanizing.
Okay. Well, at least he didn't go pantsless like Donald Duck.
But hey, love is love, and
Speaking of themes,
the best replacement of hate is love, et cetera, et cetera.
So,
Like
yeah.
a lot of love from Bad Bunny exclusively. All right, ladies. There you go. Yes, we're jumping in on this part of the program here. The double luge is still going on. I don't know what to tell you, everybody. I don't know. Shield your kids' eyes from it, but it's on TV right now.
In the middle of the day.
I know. The U.S. is doing.
Shame.
The U.S. is doing. Hey, I will encourage you to watch a lot going on tonight with the primetime Olympics because there's a lot of good stuff happening today. Good day for Team USA, man. I'm telling you. Jumping into the program right now. We're kicking off the hour as we always do. It's the cut, top of the show here. Mitch Harper, our BYU insider for KSLSports.com. Let's get it right now.
It's time to get the inside info on BYU with Cougar insider Mitch Harper of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. That's right. It's that time of the show for us to bring in our guy, Mitch Harper. Mitch, it's been a rough couple of weeks for the Cougs on the basketball court, but a much-needed win last night in Waco at Baylor. I could tell, right? We're watching this thing as soon as it tipped off in the studio here, and Baylor smelled blood in the water. They went right after them, and BYU had its signature down double digits in the first half. But unlike some of the other moments that they've had recently, they whittled that thing down before the half, and then it wasn't the comeback story the entire second half for BYU. How big of a deal was it for them to not just get that win, but for the Big Three to have 81 combined points down there at Baylor?
It was important just to get back in that win column because I think that now with the schedule, how it's set up, they probably should get a second straight win this Saturday against Colorado, and then I think it sets up an opportunity next week, a week from now, to go into Tucson and just play loose and play comfortable and just try to be as open-minded to an upset as you possibly can be going against Arizona. So it was needed. And I think the defense is still an issue for this BYU team, but you got some valuable contributions from Kennard Davis, who gave you some a nice offensive rebound with an and one late in that game. Hadim Boop off the bench. I thought his defense was something of note in that game, and he got 10 rebounds. So you got some contributions along with the big three. And I think BYU just reminded all of us that this is a team that, even though they're sliding a little bit after facing that gauntlet of a stretch in the Big 12, they still will be a tough out for anyone that they face. If they're a 6-11, seed, a 6 seed, that 3 seed, whoever that is, probably won't want to face an AJ DeBonsa and Richie Saunders and Rob Wright, because the firepower of this group, having 3 guys that can get you any 80 points on any night, that's something that very few, if any, can boast in this college basketball landscape this season. So it was a critical win for this team.
Good, solid win for BYU, a win they had to have in a tough place to play. It's not easy to go win at Baylor. I don't care what year it is. That was a good win. And your big three score 81 points. But, Mitch, my concern is 81 of your 99 points come from 3 guys. You're still not seeing the production that you're going to need from multiple guys other than those 3. How concerning is that moving forward? Is that sustainable?
It's definitely concerning, but, it's February 11th, and that's just what it is with this BYU team. It's going to be the big 3. They need to score at least 75 points or more every single night. And on top of that, we're probably looking at a world where AJ DeBonsa and Rob Wright have to play all 40 minutes as they did last night.
Wow.
Because the bench is non-existent for this BYU team. I think Hadim Boop, again, can be someone that you can turn to consistently. I think that Kennard Davis, if he can give you the contributions that he did last night, that's valuable, because he's always going to get open looks. And if he can knock down 2 or 3 3-pointers per game, that would be huge for BYU. But you go through this bench, I think Bidu Ahmed, the former G League player, I thought last night wasn't the right matchup, and I think that's what helped BYU with Boop coming off the bench. Thought it was a good matchup for him. But I think Bidu, at times, he can be a good rim protector in relief of Keba Keita. Mihailo Boskovic, he's always willing to fire up a 3. But outside of that, there's just nothing that you can really count on night after night from this bench. It's the top 3, the big 3, and then you just hope that, some of the other guys perform. But I just think that's what it is with this team. And the thing is that a lot of college basketball teams, with their roster and revenue sharing, you're kind of seeing a lot of teams, Texas Tech, Houston, Baylor, they're pretty much playing 6 or 7-man rotations, if that, because they allocated a lot of resources to the top end of their roster, and BYU is in that same boat. You're going to go with the guys that you're paid the premium for, and that's AJ DeBonsa, Richie Saunders, and Rob Wright. They got to carry you, and they got to stay healthy, and that's the key, because there's still a lot of tough games ahead. But I just think that's kind of what it is for this BYU team. You can't expect much from this bench at this point.
I don't mean to totally single him out, but I think it's just that bigger problem of the defensive side of things. Keba Keita is one of those guys that at the beginning of the year had that, he's on the Naismith Defensive Player of the Year watch list. And, now I think about a game last night, it seems to be kind of what we've seen out of this team. I just don't know where the defense has gone or the comfortability. It just looks like he's not as comfortable and as loose playing Keba Keita right now. I don't know where that production has gone. And so not even from the offensive side of things, he's good to give you 8-10 points a game usually. And he'll rebound, but he hasn't been doing much of either. And then the blocks don't really come at the pace that they used to come for him. So what's Keba Keita's deal this year?
It has been a little bit concerning the past few games, especially that Houston game where he was 1 of 6 from the field, because he's one of the all-time best field goal shooters in BYU history, because when he puts up a shot, it's going to be a high percentage look, and it's always around the rim. I think one of the big things too with Keba Keita's maybe not as great of an impact, at least in the offensive end, and at times defensively. Offensively, the spacing sometimes isn't as open as what we saw last year with Yegor Dioman. This year, Rob Wright's a paint-touching guard where he's going to slither into the paint, and he's going to kind of occupy that space. You're not seeing as many alley-oops like you saw with Yegor Dioman or Dallin Hall a season ago to Keba Keita. We haven't seen that as often. And then Keita too, he had an injury earlier in the year. He had some illnesses. It's been some up and down availability for him. But he's got to get right because when you talk about the rim protection, that's his strength. And he had a few blocks last night, but it's got to go to a higher level, I think, against the great teams. Because right now, BYU's 6 wins against Big 12 competition, they've all come against teams that are in the bottom 9 of the league. And, 3 of those wins are against the bottom 2 teams in Utah and Kansas State. So there's not a signature win yet. Last night was the first quad 1 victory in 2 months since the victory over Clemson. But, Keba Keita's got to be important for this BYU team because when he brings that intensity on the defensive end, it just does so much for this BYU team because you can't ask AJ for what he gives every single night on the offensive end. There's going to be a little bit of sacrificing on the defensive side. That's where Keba Keita can pick up the slack. A 3-and-D guy like a Kennard Davis picks up the slack on the defensive side because so much is asked on the offensive end from BYU's big 3, in particular AJ DeBonsa.
Rob Wright had a great night last night in his return to Baylor. I know that was a big night for him. I know there was a lot of energy in that building directed towards him. How do you think he handled all that, and what did he say after the game about it?
It was his best game as a BYU player because this BYU team in Big 12 play, they've turned the ball over a lot. You go back a week ago against Oklahoma State, he and AJ DeBonsa combined for 10 turnovers between the two of them. Rob had 5 and AJ had 5. Last night against Baylor, only 2 turnovers, one of which was late. They kind of kept Baylor a little bit within striking distance, but I thought he had great composure and I thought great decision-making. Now, Baylor's not great at generating turnovers, but I thought that, Rob Wright did a good job of taking care of the basketball, and he was efficient too, and he was attacking and getting to the hoop because, again, that's where he is at his best, getting into the paint, attacking the rim, and finishing. He's had so many shots around the rim this year they just miss. I'd have to go and count the missed layups or missed bunnies from Rob Wright. There's been many where his scoring totals could be a lot higher this season, but he was efficient last night. And I got to think that playing his former program, going up against Scott Drew, who said leading up to that game, yeah, players come and go, but you wish they wouldn't leave after signing a contract. Scott Drew put that out there. There was probably a little bit extra intensity. Rob Wright's a man of few words in these post-game pressers, and he kind of kept that calling card in this one. But even Kevin Young said that the Baylor fans were pretty classy, as he put it. And that's maybe a low bar when having a BYU game, considering BYU walks into some buzzsaws when it comes to chance. But Baylor fans were pretty classy, even to the point where you heard a lot of BYU fans making their presence felt in that gym that only holds 7,500. So it was a good night all around, I think, for BYU.
Well, Baylor fans just didn't want to get fined.
They're all, you guys. I love how there's like a thing at every game now. They like have somebody. It was like some coaches, it was some like athletic directors. Now they're like trying to bring back like celebrities that are like from those schools. Are all. And I just want to remind everybody when BYU comes here, let's not embarrass ourselves. All right, let's stand up for Baylor. And you're like, oh my gosh, like what is going on?
Every team has a celebrity BYU apologist that has to say something before the game. Please don't say anything bad about the LDS Church.
You cannot. You
don't want to get fined tonight.
It's like every other. I would imagine that people are like wondering after every game, Mitch. They're like, I wonder if Mitch is going to write a blank BYU article after this one because I think I heard it. I think I may have heard it. And it's like, oh, not another one. All right. Facing the team right now is maybe some, they got this Colorado game to maybe get right a little bit. And they do. The rest of conference play, I mean, none of these games are going to be gimmies or easy. A lot of them have a lot of folks who are ranked, and it's still going to be difficult. How can they – obviously winning at Arizona is like that's a tall ask. But what about the ones that along the way get them to the spot where people go, okay, now they're back to what we think is a team that could be a Sweet 16 or Elite 8 team?
I think BYU could finish 6-1 in the final 7.
Wow.
I think that the game that will be the must win to get a signature victory for BYU is going to be Iowa State. Saw last night Iowa State lost to TCU. Iowa State's kind of been up and down with their offense, and maybe the perfect cure for offensive woes is facing BYU, but I think that BYU can put up a lot of points. And I think, being in the Marriott Center, BYU's had Iowa State's number Whether it was Mark Pope or Kevin Young last year, they swept the Cyclones a season ago in Ames and Kansas City. I think that's a winnable game, even though Iowa State has at times looked really good, and defensively, they're one of the best in the country. There's going to be tough games at West Virginia and Cincinnati. Cincinnati, despite their issues, they're one of the top 10 defenses in college basketball, and then Texas Tech to close out the regular season. But I think there is a path to going 6-1 because 4 of the last 7 are at the Marriott Center. You like that setup. That Arizona game, that's just, to me, an automatic L. I'd be really stunned if they won that game. But I think BYU, if they could go 6-1 somehow, and that's a real optimistic outlook, but I think it could be done, then you're getting into that protected seed territory at the 4 seed line. And I think for BYU, that's critical because if you get into the top 16 seeds, you're not allowing the committee to entertain the dropping a seed line because of no Sunday play. You're protected with one of those seeds where you slide them into Portland as a 4 seed or a 3 seed, whatever that looks like. Whereas if you get outside that top 16, say you're a 5 seed, you might drop to a 6 or a 7 because you got to factor in BYU into the Sunday conversation, and you're not going to give them priority over a 3 seed or a 4 seed. So it's important for BYU to climb the seed lines again. Right now, they're pretty much a 5 or a 6 seed, depending on what brackets you look at. But there's opportunities to get quad 1 victories. You got 5 quad 1 games remaining as of now. And I think, outside of the Arizona game, if BYU's big 3 show up like they did last night, they could take down anyone outside of Arizona remaining on the schedule.
No, you're right. I'm looking at it. I think you're absolutely right. It's not going to be easy, but 6-1 is definitely possible with having Iowa State and Texas Tech at home. It'd be really tough to think that they could win in Tucson against that juggernaut that is Arizona. And 6-1 puts BYU in a really good spot at the end of the season with some quality wins. And it would put A.J. DeBonsa in a really good spot. It's interesting. You have the contrast of Darren Peterson sitting out games while DeBonsa's playing 40 minutes and giving it everything he's got. I think he's earning a lot of respect, not just in the college basketball world, but with the NBA. What is playing like this many minutes doing for him in his future or award consideration? Because it's quite remarkable what he's doing with what's being asked of him with this team.
Well, I think what's been so impressive about AJ, I think that's caught maybe everyone a little bit by surprise. We saw signs of this during his time at Utah Prep, watching many of his games in his one season with them, but he really does want to get his teammates involved. He is willing to pass the ball and pass it at a high level. Last night, he had 7 assists. I mean, he will find the open guy, and he wants to get his teammates involved. Guy's got to knock down shots. I go back to the game at Kansas. He has only 1 assist. That wasn't an issue of him not passing the ball. It was simply guys weren't hitting 3-point shots when he was finding them. AJ will make, his teammates better, and I think there's still a little bit of chemistry being developed with this BYU team. I think the one missing piece for AJ to really get the momentum built for him as maybe I don't say a lock to be a number 1 pick, but to be viewed as the number 1 prospect is for him to have a 36-point game against one of the big dogs in the Big 12, because all these games, 43 against Utah, 36 against Baylor. Yes, it's Baylor, and they've got NBA players with Yesufu and Carr, but to have a big game against someone that's viewed as one of the national title contenders. He did it kind of against UConn. It was primarily in the second half where he ended up with 25 points. But again, in the Big 12 play against the biggest teams, he's been kind of controlled a bit against Houston and against Kansas and Arizona. So that's going to be the thing for him, leading BYU to a big victory. I think that's where, like an Iowa State, or if he somehow pulled off a massive upset at Arizona and had a big stat line, I think then you're starting to talk about him as a, number 1 guy. Because I think that Kansas game, it was the ultimate prospect matchup. And I think just when Darren Peterson was cooking the way that he was for that 7-minute stretch in the first half, and AJ wasn't responding, I think people made a lot of narrative conclusions in that moment. But AJ has been really tough. I think back to a game against TCU where he takes a hard fall on his right shoulder, and you could tell in that game it was bothering him, yet he didn't come out, and he kept playing, and he played the next game with blue tape on that right shoulder against Texas Tech, which coincidentally was his lowest scoring output of 13 points this season. AJ's always there, and he's available, and he's really kind of embraced BYU, which, again, I think for Cougar fans, I think they were thinking a lot of, this 5-star player. BYU's never had a talent like this with so many accolades coming into the program. Will it just be all about him? It really hasn't, even though that he is a massive story every single time he touches the floor. He really is a guy that kind of fits at BYU, as crazy as that sounds, and it's worked quite well. And BYU, though, has got to make a run in the NCAA tournament to really maximize this opportunity to have a generational player like AJ DeBonsa.
Mitch, before we get you out here, I just want to ask you about, we had this discussion yesterday with Jonathan Tavernari about, the top-end talent is unquestionable about how good these guys are at the very top, and the bench, as you alluded to, is not great in comparison. How does KY flip that narrative? Obviously, you just go, well, you recruit a lot of other guys. It's it's a little bit easier said than done. So how can he make that work? Because you're working into a time where you're going to see the best player in the history of BYU be here for 1 year and leave. A lot of other names, obviously Richie Saunders not going to be back. So how do they replace top-end talent, but also make sure that they don't just have 3 guys every year that are going to be the ones that you hang your hat on?
Well, when you look at next year, BYU's in the mix for Bruce Branch the third, who's viewed as possibly the number 1 draft pick in 2027. He took a visit to BYU, an official visit, a couple weeks ago, and BYU is in the thick of that recruiting battle. And if they got someone like him, you're talking about potentially another AJ type of guy at BYU, and you've got a good stable of young personnel. I think that some of the misevaluations have happened. I think Kevin Young is still learning about college basketball. I think he even saw that last night when it came to the way that he's choosing to call timeouts. I think he's still learning about going into road venues. You need to be strategic with your timeouts. I think when it comes to learning about college basketball, figuring out ways to build out rosters, and you can't just take the NBA approach to the college game when constructing a rosters. Some of these guys, like a Tyler Maruss, was viewed to step right in and be a lights out 3-point shooter. That hasn't happened at all. And then they had injuries with a Dawson Baker and Nate Pickens before the season. Those were massive losses that in the moment, I think we thought BYU will be okay because the rest of this bench is going to play out. But those injuries were huge. They do next year get the number 1 JUCO player in the country and KJ Perry to line up in the backcourt. I think Kevin Young, thing about him is he'll figure out ways, whatever ends up happening this year with this team, I think he'll adjust and he will find ways to get the personnel necessary to find that sweet spot between a lot of depth. Like last year's team had 11 guys, but they didn't have Richie was a superstar, but they didn't have much after him that you could rely on every single night, which is strange to say considering Yegor was on that team, but he was inconsistent in the college game. This year, it's more just the top 3. Finding that happy spot next year will kind of be the challenge for KY, but I'd be pretty confident that he figures that out. And I think he's still kind of learning kind of the ebbs and flows of college basketball. And he's been pretty candid about that too. And as he continues to learn on the job, he'll make the necessary adjustments. I think Kevin Young's the perfect fit at BYU to really identify personnel, build out rosters, and really enhance relationships. Because if you are a promising NBA draft prospect, what he's done with AJ shouldn't deter you. And same with Richie Saunders. The proof of concept is there that he's going to get you to the league. It's just now kind of finding that depth in the future to do that. And they've kind of got some pieces next year that would suggest they should be a little bit deeper, but we shall see.
Mitch Harper, he's our BYU insider for KSLSports.com. Mitch, as always, awesome to have you on. We appreciate it, and we'll chat with you again, man, pretty soon here.
You bet, guys. Take care.
There you go.
Mitch.
Mitch Harper. Yeah, it's a weird thing. I think people, because of the success, isn't it hard when you have such good success that first year and then people go, just do that again. Now you got better players. Do it again better.
That's how it works. You want those kind of expectations.
Yeah.
And I think Kevin Young embraces that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. We have a high payroll. We're only recruiting top 100 guys. So the expectation is going to be that you're competing for a national championship. And what we've seen from BYU recently was not good enough to even be in that conversation. So it was fair to criticize. It was fair to wonder and look at things like, what's going on here? Because this is not the bar that BYU itself set for itself going into the season. When you have the number 1 player in the country, when you've got Richie Saunders, who's an NBA talent, when you got Rob Wright, who's one of the best point guards in the country, the expectations are high. Here's the problem with college basketball. Even in this era where if you got money, you can go out and get the highest players, you can't pay everybody, and you can't have 8 deep. It's not the NBA. So you're not going to have great bench because there's not a lot of great players out there that want to sit on come off the bench. They're getting paid somewhere else. So it's not just BYU. The like Arizona, and we saw Kansas have depth. How many teams in the country have true depth? Not many. Those teams are competing for a national championship. Yeah. So that's where we've been a little critical of BYU, but BYU's got the same problem that 98% of all college basketball teams have.
It's just it is wild to see. It's wild to see that you can have all this talent assembled on one floor. I mean, you had the same thought I did, which was, you get another 36 from AJ. You get 30 from Rob Wright, which is the best he's ever had. And then you
barely win on the road against a team that's in the bottom third of the league right now as far as the standings go.
And what did Richie have? He had 15 or something like that? Yeah. So
81 of 99 points scored by 3 guys. I think it's not a lot to ask like a Kebaketa to get at least 8 or 10 or some of those guys he talked about off the bench. Somebody's got to step up.
1 rebound, by the way, last night for Kebaketa.
He's got to be better. He was very key last year.
Yeah.
He has been missing a lot this year.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll come back. When we do, have a couple things going. I've got some tickets to give away for you because it is a Win Ticket Wednesday. We're also going to listen to some audio of the people who are whining across the National Basketball Association writers. All the people who are so upset at the Jazz. I can't believe the Jazz are doing this crazy thing. We'll talk about that next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Big southbound crash in Utah County on I-15 approaching 16th North in Orem with only a single lane right up against the left barrier getting by. Not a bad drive right now on I-15 in Salt Lake County, although there are a couple spots of normal slowing southbound from Murray into Midville and northbound from South Salt Lake up to 13 South. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in wind chill pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
We'll admit, we've already thrown in the towel on the New Year's resolution.
Yeah, and we made it through dry January. But one healthy new habit we're sticking with is Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to help protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Yup, more energy and the peace of mind knowing we can enjoy the good things in life while giving our liver the love it needs.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 five-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Larry Markkinen talks about Bryce Sensabaugh making big plays against the Miami Heat.
Yeah, something in that Florida playing here, like last year too. Like I guess he likes to play here, but he's a tough shot maker, and just having that scorer's mentality down the stretch and brought us home tonight.
That's your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health at University of Utah Health. Hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Why is everybody going after the Utah Jazz so hard about tanking? Next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I have some audio for you to listen to in just a little while. It's going to be of Jaren Jackson Jr. and the media availability you've had. Of course, it took a few days, but they're finally playing basketball here in the state of Utah over here at Delta Center. Tonight it's going to be against the Sacramento Kings, who are in the lead for the worst team in the Western Conference, but maybe in the entire league.
They stink.
Yeah. Okay. And they're playing the Jazz tonight.
Like cabbage.
You're going to have the cabbage has a stink to it, but it tastes good. I like cabbage.
We'll agree to disagree on that.
Okay. But I also have some other audio, and that is more complaining across the board. The Utah Jazz have been decided on by the national media for everyone to make an example of.
Specifically at ESPN. Right?
It's very weird.
Are you seeing anybody outside of ESPN really going all in on the Jazz? Why is it ESPN?
Yeah. We played this one with Bobby Marks yesterday, and it obviously got a lot of play, but this is what the one yesterday that kind of kicked off everything was from him.
I think what Utah is doing right now is messing around with the integrity of the NBA. The ability to sit players, starters, in the fourth quarter, to not call timeouts in the fourth quarter. Orlando won the game on Saturday because they basically rested players, and it backfired on them last night. So I think if you're the league, you're looking at it. All right, can we do some gimmicks? Can we alter protections and eliminate protections as far as picks? Or can we put the hammer down?
Yeah, put the hammer down. Oh, yeah.
Just
Bring
on
the
one
hammer
team,
down.
not the other 10 that are doing the same stuff?
Bring the hammer
Actually
down.
worse, they're not even playing their guys?
I think Adam Silver hears that and kind of goes, oh, gosh. Like the league, by the way, the league does not think it's, like Adam Silver's not sitting there going, the integrity's been compromised by the league. They made the rules. They made the rules. And say what you will about how things went with the draft lottery last year. We watched that thing, and I don't care what you say about it and how weird the whole thing went down. It's a small jump into NBA, it's pub. You know what I mean? All of it is made for television, by the way. It's not like the draft lottery is not going to get a ton of ratings, but you know what it is? We watched the heck out of that thing when it was going on, and it was like watching one of your teams get beat in a massive upset, where you're like, jaw on the floor, cannot believe that just happened. And this is what the NBA has set up. I know that they don't love it. By the way, there are 32 teams in the league, and not all of them are going to be...
There's 30, but yeah.
Or 30 teams in the league. Not all of them are going to be competitive night to night, or week to week, or year to year. And it's unfortunate, but all 30 teams are not going to win this thing. In fact, you're going to get most of them at the very bottom who are going to say, how can we get better? And the NBA has made it clear there are a handful of ways that you can get better. And the league overall, I think, does a really good job of making there different ways for you to be able to build a roster, to be able to make yourself. The league wants the Jazz to become competitive. And by the way, more than anybody, the Jazz want to make themselves competitive. Okay?
And they've paid their dues.
Yes.
They've had some really rough years.
Okay. Here's Wendy, because we wouldn't be following the narrative here at the big ESPN without Wendy getting involved and also throwing his disgust Utah's way.
It's not just Utah. Utah is being the most egregious of it, but there are multiple teams that are trading for players and immediately saying that they're injured and keeping them out for long periods of time. It's not just Utah using starters and then shutting them down. What Utah has done has been more egregious because they've had players who have been playing very well, and then they bench them for the fourth quarter. Their coach, as Bobby mentioned, Will Hardy, will sometimes literally just put his hands in his pockets and not call timeouts as the team gets steamrolled over. And that's where the transition has happened. Tanking historically has been done on the inactive list. The players in the games are always playing to win. And once a player is on the active list, you rarely see them, not go full out. What's happening here is that they're putting the reins on players who are active in games, and that's the next step. And something very interesting happened yesterday. It's an important game in the tanking standings. Tonight, Utah is playing Sacramento. These are two teams that are vying to get one of those top picks. And initially, when the Jazz put out their injury report yesterday, they listed Lauri Markkanen, who has barely been playing, out for rest. And then an hour or so later, they changed their injury report and said he's actually not going to rest, he's going to play. So what happened there? Did something happen behind the scenes? We'll see. Adam Silver will address the media, and I promise you will address these questions this week at All-Star Weekend. But I'm going to say, you can't put rules in that don't exist, and the Jazz are following the rules. They are activating healthy players and playing them, and they're just not playing them all out. So I don't think anything can be done in the next 10 minutes that's going to affect it. But something got the Jazz to make Lauri Markkanen active yesterday. I'm interested to find out more about that.
Oh, yeah. Ask the question. Adam Silver, what happened with Larry Markkinen 7 days ago when he was inactive and listed as active again? What happened? Come on. Oh, yeah, they're going to ask him the tough questions. They're going to ask the commissioner the tough questions. When did tanking start, JJ? Like, how long has it been going on?
For 40 years.
Okay.
So 1984. Really good draft class. Do you know who was in that 1984 draft class?
Jordan, Dominique.
You missed the number 1 pick.
Oh,
Hakeem Olajuwon.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
In 1984, nobody knew Michael Jordan was going to be Michael Jordan, but everybody wanted Hakeem Olajuwon, including the Houston Rockets. Where did Hakeem Olajuwon play his college basketball?
Yeah, down at
Houston.
Slamma-Jamma.
Houston did everything they could, and Houston was a good team in the 80s, remember? They were in the finals in 1980, I believe. They got back to the finals in 86 after they paired Ralph Sampson and Hakeem Olajuwon together.
bad.
Remember the Twin Towers?
Not bad.
Houston tanked in 1983-84 season to get Hakeem Olajuwon, and they did it. They had the worst record, and they got it. The NBA is like, we got to stop this, so we're going to do this different. We're going to have a lottery. And then 1985, the lottery started. Right out of the gate, you ever heard of the frozen envelope with the New York Knicks? The Knicks getting Patrick Ewing, the marquee franchise in the biggest city in the country getting Patrick Ewing.
Georgetown's,
There has been conspiracy theories and problems tied to this process ever since then. Why? Because one player makes all the difference, and all 30 teams want that star guy. What did the Spurs do for both David Robinson, Tim Duncan, and Victor Wembanyama? The Spurs, what did they do? They deliberately tanked in those seasons to get those players, and it worked out for them. And everyone else is watching what the Spurs did, and that's how we do it.
So why is he saying that it's so much more egregious with Utah doing it?
I have no idea. Here, do you want to talk about egregious? Here's egregious. The Washington Wizards go out and trade for Trae Young and Anthony Davis. Both are healthy enough to play. Have they played a minute for the Wizards yet? No. Why? Why have those two players, those two star players, not played? At least the Jazz are rolling out Jaren Jackson Jr. and Larry Markkinen and Keontae George before he sprained his ankle for 3 quarters. At least the fans are getting 3 quarters of these great players. The Wizards aren't even rolling out their guys at all.
Yeah.
The Pacers just got Ivica Zubac at the trade deadline. A sneaky great move. For next year, do you think he's going to play this year? Absolutely not. They're trying to tank. Do you know who the Kings have on their roster? Domantas Sabonis. Who else is out tonight?
Is he active tonight?
Who else is out tonight? And how many of them really hurt?
Yeah,
okay?
on a 12-win team.
BS.
Yeah.
All right, and why are you picking on the Jazz? The Jazz are egregious?
He just kept saying the most.
The
but
Jazz
that's the most
are
egregious.
at least the Jazz are playing their guys. At least the people that go to watch and pay to watch these games are getting 3 quarters of the Jazz best lineup. The Jazz are tanking. Yes, absolutely. Does that suck? Absolutely. Are the Jazz doing anything wrong? No, because this is how the league has operated for 40 years. At no time has anybody who runs that league done anything to change it. Not one solution that's worked. In fact, it's been harder to tank lately because in the past, the Jazz would have had a 20% chance to win last year's lottery. They didn't have any more close to those odds, even though they had the worst record in the league. And they end up 5th. Even that's not enough to discourage these teams from tanking. Why? Because it's so important to at least have a chance to get the best player in a generational draft. And guess what we have in 2026? A generational draft. A.J. Debonsa, Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer, and the list doesn't stop there. Caleb Wilson, the Wagler kid from Illinois, that Mikel Brown Jr. kid at Louisville went for 45 the other night.
Yep.
This draft is stacked. That's why there's 8 to 10 teams trying to tank because they don't even care about getting the number 1 pick this year. Last year was all about number 1. It was all about flag. This year it's about 8 or 9 guys. And the Jazz have to keep that pick. They have to because they don't want to lose it to the Thunder because they want to be in the mix. Now it's top 8 protected, but even then they want to keep it because that's how good this draft is. Yep. And the Jazz are doing what any smart team would. So stop picking on the Jazz. Everybody's doing it. Start picking on the Wizards who have 2 All-Stars and they're not playing them a minute. That's egregious.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We have a top 10. It's Winter Olympics related. I'll say that. More to go around the corner. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Huge delays on southbound I-15 in Utah County from Pioneer Crossing down to a crash just before 16 North in Orem. Although almost all the lanes are now reopened, the crash participants now over on the right shoulder and blocking the far right lane. Prior to that, southbound I-15 is at reduced speeds in Salt Lake County from 53rd South down to 114th South. This Valentine's, take love to new heights at the roof. Open for lunch and dinner. Enjoy city views, new decor, and viral favorites, flatbread, scones, funeral potato bites, steak, pork, or salmon entrees. Visit theroofslc.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at kslrestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course
that
not.
doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. Go check it out for yourself. This is the meal prep service created right here in the state of Utah and now is shipping to all 50 states. That's right. They went from a garage operation years ago to now being so big that they are absolutely popular everywhere now. And shipping to all 50 states, JJ, means that people are liking these recipes across the entire country. And exactly like us. I mean, guess what I walked out the door and put in the pot before I left today? It was on the soup menu. It was the chicken pesto orzo soup. Got that thing rolling for when I get home and I pretend like I made it by myself and the kids can and look, here's the deal. The kids always like the stuff that is hot right in front of them. If you say, hey, what if you propose something from out of the fridge or go to the fast food place? Most of the time they're like, what's like right here in front of me right now and then what's hot? Beehive Meals is, and that's what you're going to get when you sign up with them. It's a Utah service. You're going to love it.
Take the anxiety out of dinner prep. Like, you know what you're going to have. You pull right out of the freezer. It was made fresh for you, frozen, sent to your door. You pull it out and you make it. The time that you spend having to make dinner is cut down dramatically. So you know what you're going to have. You take a lot of the work out of it. And they taste great. And then on top of that, it's going to save you money because these only cost about $4 to $5 per serving. Whereas going to the grocery store, you're probably about the same price, but you don't have to make these from the grocery store. And sometimes it's better than grocery store prices, and it's definitely better than fast food prices. Stop getting fast food every night. It costs a fortune. It's killing your budget. Get Beehive Meals. Make it a lot easier. You can go to their website. Try the subscription service. It'll be delivered to your door every month. 10 delicious frozen meals ready for you to go. It's going to make life a lot easier, simpler, and it's going to save you money. Give it a shot. Beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Febreze, la 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 la.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February. Plus, one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCFatLoss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th. Plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Catch the excitement May 14th through 16th with the Epson Tour Copper Rock Championship. Golf's next-gen LPGA stars competing on a course as stunning as it is challenging. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Tickets and info at copperrockchampionship.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Hey, by the way, the KSL Sports Zone, as always, is honoring people who make that sports youth impact in their communities. The way we do it is you nominate that youth sports volunteer at kslsports.com/contests for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week program. And then every Thursday we read off those winners. We give them love on social media, and then we, of course, throw their way $250 to Beehive Meals. So there you go. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week program. So just KSLSports.com/contests and go nominate somebody today. By the way, speaking of winning some stuff, how about caller number 12 right now on a Win Ticket Wednesday to win a pair of tickets to Brian Regan coming up this Saturday at Delta Center. Yes, Saturday is February 14th. February 14th, of course, is Valentine's Day. Win some tickets right now. You'll be the hero. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, or you can get those tickets at SeatGeek.com. JJ, quick top 10. This is one I was going to try to attempt to make you roll out for yourself, but it's just too difficult of a category. And so,
wow,
yes,
really?
It's too difficult of a
Didn't
category.
think I was up to the challenge, huh?
Well, it's not that. It's we don't have time to go through.
Am I struggling so bad? You're like trying to dumb this down a little bit?
No. Because I don't. And nobody in their right minds would know. Some of these you'd know, but it's just trying to pair together a top 10. And it's interesting. So here we go. A top 10 that is basically just going to be an education. Okay.
All right.
These are the top 10 Winter Olympic sports that do not exist anymore. Okay.
Okay.
Now, interestingly enough, the funny thing about these are some of them are, we have versions of it, but here we go. You ready for this? I actually asked somebody this the other day, and I wonder why they don't do it anymore. And we actually, I think, thought about it over the airways as well. But dog sled racing. What's going on here?
Right. No Iditarod.
No Iditarod. It would be cool. And by the way, you know what people love? The freaking dogs, man.
Absolutely. Seems like a no-brainer.
And those guys, you think about the stories that Matt Gephardt would be rolling out with the sad music of, and that's when they lost the first puppy in the litter. And then it's like you have the story of like, well, I didn't want to go.
Does that happen in the Iditarod?
No, and I'm
Dogs
just saying.
dying?
No. But like tragedy strikes the kennel, and then they come back and win silver.
Tragedy strikes the kennel. What a comeback story for the ages.
Okay, my sister's family was watching the Olympics with us the other day, and my niece was like, "Why does everybody's parent had to die before we kind of respect that they're like athletes anymore?" I'm like, I get it. We have to make these.
It's competitive.
We have to make these.
You've got to have a sad story in order to make it.
Yes, that's exactly right. So dog sled racing, ski ballet, which actually lasted 3 Olympics.
Miss it.
You're gonna. You don't like it?
Yeah, miss it.
Bandy. Any idea what bandy is?
No idea.
Okay.
Never would have got that.
Okay, it is basically ice hockey, but on snow, like on packed down snow.
That's dumb.
So you're not skating; you're running around with like regular
on snowshoes or something.
Some kind of it's something that runs around on snow.
How about snowshoeing?
But you're hitting. It's like field hockey, but with a ball and on top of snow.
Snowshoeing
with a ball.
No, is snowshoeing on the list?
Snowshoeing is on the list. Yeah,
okay.
Snowshoeing.
You don't see that anymore.
But it actually never was officially an event. It was a demonstration event back in the 1932, and I guess it didn't even make it that far after everything was said and done.
Dumb.
I don't know what this is. Ice stock sport, which is Bavarian curling, which didn't outlast the real curling.
Wow.
So there you go. Skijoring, we talked about. You know what skijoring actually is, though?
Explain.
It's athletes being skied by being on skis being pulled by horses. We need this.
Sounds like something we used to do in Star Valley, Wyoming.
I was gonna say. They said pulled by horses or dogs. I was like, these are some amazing dogs.
Or trucks.
Now this one sounds like a cool event. Military patrol.
That was an event.
Yeah. Precursor to biathlon.
Help me understand that.
Yeah, precursor to biathlon. It was skiing and rifle shooting, but it also had snow mountaineering. That's intense.
That sounds awful.
It's terrible. Like the amount of cardio that these guys do just for like the biathlon and for the cross country skiing, crazy.
Anything on a snowmobile that used to take place.
Oh, now that would be cool. And then the winter pentathlon. Any of the downhill?
Is there 5 events
there is
put together that
downhill?
You would do?
But again, amazing. Downhill skiing, cross-country skiing.
Oh, my gosh.
Are you ready for this one? Ice fencing.
Whoa.
Fencing on the ice might be the most bad A thing I've ever heard.
Fencing on the ice?
Yeah. Shooting and then horse riding.
Dang.
So, yeah, those are events that no longer exist.
I'm kind of curious to watch
I
that.
actually would like to see that one. And
Sounds
again,
like an action movie or
also
something.
sounds expensive. Like get the horse out, get the fencing equipment out, get the guns out. All right.
That's wild.
Okay. There's your events. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. More to go around the corner. We'll get you ready for Jazz basketball coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. So we're going to talk a lot of Jazz. You'll be able to hear, if you haven't, our first conversations, our first being able to hear from the media from Jaren Jackson Jr. as he's here in Utah now. So stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, "Brian, you are way too sedentary." So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a lying around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with scales and tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep, deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
So you want soft water, but the thought of hauling all those heavy salt bags and fussing with the water softener is more than you want to deal with? Do what I did. Check out Connecticut. Enjoy the softest water, lowest salt usage, and zero maintenance. Learn more. Visit softwaterutah.com. Tell them Doug sent you.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Mid-Van. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming.
Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz.
It's time!
All season long and even in the off season. It's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme
Welcome on in, everybody. Of course, if you hear that Grammy-nominated question mark opening,
Dave Tash won a Grammy, right?
Just Dave. John still hasn't won his yet. So we'll see.
There's still time.
Do they give out? I mean, there's some awards for like the music that opens up sporting events, right? Or the like stuff on networks. Has to be.
Gotta be.
Because you think about it, like John Williams does all the Olympic stuff, and Jurassic Park. So wide range there, and he's won stuff for Jurassic Park. But what about the Olympics? So I would assume that song, Round Ball Rock, has to be. If it's not Grammy nominated, there's other awards it should have
with or without the lyrics.
Well, the lyrics are inappropriate, so you got to bleep some of those out. We got lots to get through here. Well, as we walk you up to Jazz coverage, of course, coming up at the 6 o'clock hour. We're going to kick off the program as we always do right here with the cut. So let's jump in right here because, it's got a sponsor and everything. We want to make sure and give them their due. Here you go.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. It's TrajanWealth.com. Okay. And also brought to you by the awesome folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together. JJ, let me see here. First time for us to be able to hear, while he's here in the state of Utah, the newest member of the Utah Jazz, one of the newest members of the Utah Jazz. He is, of course, Jaren Jackson Jr., who had his media availability today. First time we got to hear from him here in the state of Utah, and he's going to be playing his very first game. Wait, has he been scratched? Healthy scratch tonight? No, regular. Okay, available.
Egregious.
Come on. He's available. So here's what we're going to get. We're going to roll out for you the very first press conference for Jaren Jackson Jr. given today. This is your newest Jazz man and one of the better players across the league that was dealt during the trade deadline. Here you go.
Yeah, I mean, the first couple of days I wasn't even with them. They were on the road, and I was able to go to Salt Lake with Jitty and Vince, and we're kind of just, taking it all in and getting our minds right. But, after that, meeting them in Orlando, in Miami, it's been a lot of fun. I mean, you guys know them better than me, but they just seem like great guys, and they play together as a unit, and they, it's just been a great experience, made me feel welcome and everything.
You've played against this team for 8 years, and you've played in this arena. What do you think it's going to be like when the fans kind of greet you and give you your official welcome to Utah?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be loud. Every time I've come here, it's never been quiet. A lot of energy all the time. So, yeah, I think I'm mainly excited for that, to have it on my side a little bit. Usually you're anticipating it, trying to work through it as an opponent, but, now it's with me.
The Jazz obviously acquired you not just for this season, with an eye toward the future. How do you feel like you kind of fit in terms of your skill set? What do you feel like your role on this team is going forward?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. I feel like I'm versatile. I feel like I can do a lot of things, and this system is a different offense than anything I've played in before. But it's something that I think teams and me in particular, not have had trouble guarding, but definitely locked into guarding. I think it's a system with a lot of movement, especially offensively, and I think I can bring a lot to the table. Learning more about it every day, I learn a little bit more. So, asking me right now about it is a little bit tough, but I'm still learning like a couple things every day that would be unique to me in the system that's going to help me.
What's it like playing alongside Larry? I mean, he has a lot of size. He's a potent weapon on offense as well.
I mean, there's not much he can't do on the floor, which definitely helps everybody on the team. And I think just being a threat from everywhere, you can't go under. When he puts the ball on the floor, you have to respect him. You know, when you're driving at him, you have to kind of make a choice, stay home, or it's kind of lights out with him. So, you know, it's been crazy to play against him for this many years and seeing him improve. And then, you know, at this point in our careers, playing with each other, I think it's nice.
There's kind of been a lot of talk league-wide about you guys sitting in the fourth quarters of the last couple games. I'm curious, how do you feel about it?
I mean, as a player, you always want to be out there, but you know, if you're out in the first quarter, out in the second quarter, third or fourth, I mean, you just have to make an impact when you're in the game. That's what you have to focus on. If you focus on when you're not out there, you know, you're gonna struggle as a player. If you're a rookie, a young guy, you wanted to play in the first half and you didn't, or whatever, you play in the third, like all that comes into play, man. You have to. This is my 8th year, so stuff getting thrown at me. I feel like I have enough experience to, you know, be mentally capable through anything.
You know, when you look at where you started in this league, you know, kind of as a teenager, and now you're 26, 27?
What am I? Something like that.
Something like that.
26, yeah.
But you know, you're rounded into the prime of your career. I mean, you know, what's that journey been like for you? You know, starting out so young in Memphis and honestly going to a franchise. You know, obviously the geographic part is different, but you know, a lot of similarities between the franchise that you're going to as opposed to where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's been feels like 3 years, but it's been 8, and yeah, I'm blessed to be able to be here like this. You know, people who get closer and closer to a decade in a year, that's special. You're in rare company at that point, and you know, there's so many people I could give credit for helping me get to this point. But yeah, I'll probably save that for a speech down the line or something. But I just, you know, I'm blessed. I'm blessed to be here. I'm blessed for everything that's happened to me up to this point. Everybody who's believed in me and helped me work on my game and trusted in me, and I feel like I've gotten better every year, and I want to continue that, no matter how old I get, you know. So, yeah.
You know what it's like to be on a playoff contender. Maybe not this year, but where do you see the trajectory of this team? Do you think this team with a full season, full off season with these guys, this could be a playoff team as early as next year?
100%. I mean, my goal is to come here and, you know, win a championship here. So I don't really think my mind is geared toward anything else. That's just kind of the mentality that I have. And then when you look at who we have, like, I really like what I see.
You mentioned getting better every year. This staff prides itself on player improvement. What's your relationship been like with Will? We saw you out there talking with him after shoot around, but it's early. But what are your thoughts about him and the coaching staff?
Yeah, I mean, our relationship started like hour 2, you know, so it's probably the second person I talked to when I got back to my house on the phone, you know, after seeing everybody and my own staff and everybody else, and it was a whirlwind at first for sure, but you know, they had a game that day, and we had a game that day, and I was talking to him just about how the day is going, honestly. But right now, you know, it's a lot of X and O's, how he sees me in certain systems, and I'm just learning terminology, the plays, different options, different reads, and then I'm kind of shooting ideas that I've had about certain things and just how we approach, you know, practice and the games, and it really comes from a lot of me asking questions to learn about what they were doing before I was here. So yeah, you know, we're talking about everything. Great relationship.
At 26 and 8 years in the league, you're a younger coach. How would you describe your leadership style?
I like to lead by example. I think being year 8, like the league's getting younger and younger, and everybody's just kind of like, like these guys are young. So I think just leading by example, my work ethic, and that's kind of like the main thing. Being vocal, especially defensively. I think that's where you really can make your mark. If I were to give advice to somebody for anything, to really make your mark defensively, because that's where you can be the most vocal. Offensively, you can talk offensively, but there's a lot more moving around, a lot more things you got to focus on. But if you can disrupt the other team with your voice and communicate to the guards and communicate to anybody, that's going to mess up your opponent. It's going to help us. So, yeah, just being vocal.
Looking at next year, you won't see it this year, of course, but playing with Walker Kessler might be one of the better defensive centers you played with. You might be at your best at roaming forward kind of role defensively. Are you excited for that pairing with him?
Yeah, I mean, I've played with Walt before in USA, so I know what he brings to the table, and he's hard to score over. So I'm glad I'm on this side of it, and I'm glad, they're going to see me, they're going to see him, they're going to have to make choices. That's what it's really all about, making the other team make choices and giving our team a ton of them.
Curious what your perception of Utah was and the Jazz organization as an outsider for 8 years, and is there anything different that you've learned since the short time you've been here?
I think, everybody's pretty nice. I think it's a very, I don't know if it's a homey kind of vibe when you're driving around. It feels pretty homey. I don't think I got out the hotel much when I was, well, actually, that's not true. I've been here for All-Star. Summer League, I was here. I know about Park City. I know, it's beautiful views. I used to come here to ski when I was younger with my mom. So, yeah, I do kind of know. I don't think when I was younger I was paying much attention. But, yeah, I think we're selling out games. I think just the fan engagement and everybody just being happy, and the reception I've already gotten has been great. So I really appreciate that. That goes a long way for me. And it was hard to breathe. So I'm glad to get that on my side too and get adjusted to that. So everybody else got to deal with that.
Knowing that you and Lowry are playing together, you guys are unique as some footers who play outside in, both shoot the ball, both put the ball on the floor. If just curious, if you were having an out-of-body experience and you had to guard 2 of those guys, how would you do that as an opponent?
2 of who?
You and
me and him? Oh.
Yeah, 2 7-footers who play like that on the same team, kind of simultaneously. How would you deal with that, and what's that going to be like, kind of being on that side of it?
It's a blessing to be on this side of it. How would I guard it? You usually got to make stuff difficult. We're NBA players. That's how I would approach guarding other talented NBA players. You can't just expect to take away every single thing. You have to make life difficult and force them into stuff that's uncomfortable time after time, so they get tired and they just do stuff they don't want to do.
I love when you get a guy here 10 minutes and then you're like, how awesome is the welcome, Ben? You're like, I just got here. But there was a grocery store by me, I guess called Harmon's. Great donuts.
Great salad bar.
And by the way, the guy there at the store was nice. So yeah, Utah is nice, full of nice people. So there you go. This is a press conference from a guy, JJ, who is ready to play basketball.
Yeah,
which
there's no
good.
question.
And he's a pro.
Yeah, to be honest, he was in basketball purgatory in Memphis. That thing was going nowhere fast. Yeah. And he probably, because he signed a long-term contract, may have been concerned or worried that he'd be stuck in that situation for a while. I don't think he wanted to be a part of a rebuild during the prime of his career.
No.
And now he comes and he becomes an important face and an important player in this new era of Utah Jazz basketball, which essentially will begin next season as a playoff contender.
Yeah.
And with him and Lauri Markkanen and Walker Kessler, once business is taken care of this summer, and an Ace Bailey and a Keontae George and whoever this first-round draft pick is coming up, and these pieces they have off the bench with Bryce Sensabaugh and Isaiah they have so many great players, and Flip, they got so much depth that they're going to have on this team, and they still have a lot of picks left to make moves or to add more young guys on cheap rookie contracts to this roster to keep it going in the future. This is a foundational piece of this new era of the Utah Jazz, and he's a perfect fit both on and off the court, and you listen to it right there. Great guy, great personality, but also all about business, all about ball, and he's a perfect fit for Utah.
So tonight, going to make his debut as a member of the Utah Jazz here at home for the first time. What's your over-under on points scored first night in Utah? He wants to impress everybody against a really bad, really not trying very hard. Dare I say, just what was it? Egregious.
Yeah, egregious.
Egregious. Sacramento Kings when it comes to tanking. No DeAndre Hunter, no Zach LaVine, no Malik Monk, no Keegan Murray, no Domantas Sabonis, no Russell Westbrook, although that probably helps him. So give me a stat line for Triple J tonight. I'm going to write it down. We're gonna hold your feet to the fire.
So
tomorrow.
Jaren Jackson Jr. would go for 30 tonight. But the Jazz are egregiously not going to allow him to play the fourth quarter.
Come on.
So he goes for 25 and that he doesn't rebound very well. So 25 points.
Okay, I'm gonna go he does eclipse 30.
Wow,
I'm gonna
in
say
3 quarters?
I'm gonna say he ends up playing more than 3 quarters, and I'm gonna say that but just a little bit. And I'm gonna say it's a 31-7 performance tonight from Jaren Jackson.
That would
Jr.
be a massive performance in 3 quarters.
Mark it down. Okay, hold on. Annapolis, we got to keep ourselves honest here. What did you say it was, 25?
I went 25.
25
So
points?
I'll take 25 and below.
Give me a rebound.
You take 26 and over.
Give me a rebound number then.
5.
Okay. So let's do this because I went over on the thing. So let's go.
He may have more blocks than rebounds.
So you're going to take the the point total. I'm going to take the 26.5. I'm taking the over, and on rebounds at 6.5. I'm taking the over. You're taking the under on both of those.
Yes.
Okay. Gosh, I wish you believed in the Utah Jazz new basketball player.
They're egregious.
Jaren Jackson Jr.
Ways.
How dare you? Okay.
Egregious.
We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. Hey, one of the guys who was asking a question in that press conference, questions that actually made sense, Chandler Holt of course, covering the Utah Jazz here for KSLSports.com.
Younger brother of Steve Holt. Steve Holt.
Steve Holt. Chandler's going to come back and tell us about this, the egregious actions of the Utah Jazz, but also what this game's going to look like tonight against the Sacramento Kings and the Utah Jazz over here at Delta Center. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound I-15 in Utah County is a mess, and it started with a crash just before 60 North in Orem, but the delays now stretch almost all the way back to Timpanogos Highway in Lehigh. Mountain View Corridor, if you're hoping to use that as an alternate, also with stop-and-go movement from 21st North down to SR 73. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move with purpose. We move you. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire fourth is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. Frankly, I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned too is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for team building. Like, this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, "Brian, you are way too sedentary." So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. Or is it lying around a house?
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window Sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yusuf Nurkic talks about the team buying in on its defensive philosophies.
The fact we're buying in and trusting each other. I think coach put us in a great spot defensively and offensively, but obviously we have to execute. But that length and the help when you have ex-defensive player of the year. So, obviously he have to get back to the, playing big minutes and everything. But I guess good example of what we can do.
That is your Jazz at 30 update. It's brought to you by U of U Health at University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Chandler Holt next on the Jazz, and Jaren Jackson Jr.'s first game in Utah next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G is going to be out on the road on Friday, noon to 3 at Tim Daly Mazda in Sandy, 10785 South Automall Drive. That's Tim Daly Mazda in Sandy. Got some breaking news during the break here that was no good for anybody hearing this news. And you talk about, we've talked about the kinds of things that can happen in the off seasons, the kind of stuff that happens that, and these are stories that transcend whether it's sports or not, whether it has to do with athletes or not. But JJ, give us an idea here what the notification that was that we received during the break here about a BYU football player.
Yeah, Washington County's Attorney's Office just issued a press release that Parker Trent Kingston, age 21, has been charged with felony rape. The Attorney's Office says the investigation began in February of 2025 when a 20-year-old woman reported to police officers in St. George that she had been sexually assaulted. She claimed that Kingston assaulted her on February 23rd, 2025. Detectives with the St. George Police Department then gathered digital and forensic evidence and interviewed people involved in the case before turning it over to the Washington County Attorney's Office. Kingston has been taken into police custody in Washington County and is being held without bail. He has an initial court appearance scheduled for Friday, February 13th at 1:30 p.m.
So those are the facts of it, and obviously the moving parts that go along with a case that has this type of sensitivity that deals with it is massive. And the fallout, of course, usually a lot more than what football matters in a case like this, right? And so these are cases that, are ones that we always have to just kind of wait for and see what happens. A lot of allegations, and obviously just charged right now. And we'll have to see what the future brings for Parker Kingston. Obviously a major piece of what BYU's offense would be in 2026 as they go forward here. And you're likely wide receiver one for that team as well. So lots of questions that need to get answered before this whole thing goes down. But, of course, we're waiting to see what the legality and what all the criminal activity or the criminal charges and all the things that come with it, and then, all the things that would come with that, defenses and prosecutory dealings, of course, in Washington County. So bad news for everybody involved. So there you go. And so that just came down the pike here right before we were coming back on the air here. So I know it sounds abrupt here as we make that transition into talking Utah Jazz, who have a game here coming up in about an hour and 20 minutes. That means 20 minutes until our Jazz pregame right here on the radio home of the Jazz. And, of course, talking with us today and nice enough to join us, he's Chandler Holt. And we just got done listening to the Jaren Jackson Jr. Press conference. And, of course, the newest member of the Utah Jazz making his newest debut here at the Delta Center for the first time. And Chandler asked a couple questions of young Jaren Jackson Jr. What's it like? What was it like? What was the vibe at the press conference? And what's it like having this guy now in the state of Utah playing for the Utah Jazz?
Yeah, it was fresh off of the practice earlier today. Him and Will Hardy sat there and chatted at the top of one of the three-point lines for about 5 minutes. He eventually came over and vibes were high. Everything seemed good. He talked about the Utah home crowd. He said it's always loud when he's here, and he's excited to have it on his side for the first time in his career. And they're playing the Sacramento Kings, who are one of the worst team in the league. Don't even have to add the one of the qualifier there. So maybe a third straight Jazz win for the first time this season, I believe.
Well, that would be bad.
I agree.
Do we not know the assignment? I'm joking, but not joking. We have seen Jaren Jackson on the court during this road trip, and it's looked great. What are your first impressions of Jaren Jackson Jr. on the court with Lauri Markkanen and in this offense?
Offensively, it is already ridiculous, and it will only get more ridiculous when you add Walker Kessler to start next year, both on offense and defense, what he provides. But just with Lauri and Triple J right now, you have 2 7-footers who can dribble, shoot, go off the catch, go off the dribble, run in transition. Lauri isn't much of a defender, but you've already seen Jaren Jackson's defensive impact. It has been plainly awesome so far. Jaren Jackson is averaging 22. He's had 22 points back-to-back games, hasn't played in the fourth quarter either game, but the Jazz are going to have to be a bit more aggressive than just not playing him in the fourth quarters, it looks like, in order to hold on to their top 8 protected pick.
Yes, but does he play in the fourth quarter tonight? I mean, this is the first home game back. JJ and I were trying to figure out an over-under for how many points he's going to score at home to impress the home crowd. I've got him. I'm taking the over at 20, over the 26.5 is what we set it at. But, I mean, this is a guy who can score, and everybody looks and goes, well, he can't rebound very well. What's the reality of what the Jazz fans are getting with Jaren Jackson Jr.? And it was brought up during the press conference, the pairing with Walker Kessler potentially in that front court.
Yes, so it is no secret that Jaren Jackson is not a good rebounder for his size. He also has a tendency to get in foul trouble at times, which is just sort of a thing that comes with rim protectors. I think that is a bit blown out of proportion for Jaren Jackson. There are some players like Karl-Anthony Towns who are even worse than him, and that's actually a problem for them. I think if Jaren is getting 4 or 5 fouls a night, but he's also contesting 90% of the shots when he's in on the court, then it's not really an issue. But the Jazz are 30th. They are last. There are teams with like the Sacramento Kings tonight who have 12 wins, who have all the vets, and they're just a much worse team than the Jazz, and they have a better defense. That was the main thing the Jazz needed to attack, and they did exactly that. Maybe now they need to look to get a little bit more perimeter defense, or maybe you're just expecting guys like Keontae George and Ace Bailey to make jumps on that side of the ball. But I think the Jazz really hit a bullseye with this one. I think they really went and they got the guy that fits exactly what they needed, addresses probably their biggest weakness. And I'm excited. Regarding tonight's game, I'm with you on the over. If you see the Sacramento Kings injury report, they're rolling out a glorified G League squad tonight. So even if you didn't play Triple J, then you might have won this game anyway. So I'm with you. Just go all out tonight.
How are the Jazz such the bad guys in all the tanking stuff when we see stuff like this? Jeez.
What has been your reaction to some of that, Chandler? You've watched it all, and like for some reason the national media are picking on the Jazz about this when tanking's been going on for 40 years. What is that all about?
Exactly. I'm 100% with you. I don't get why all of a sudden now. I mean, it makes sense a bit why. You just make a buying trade, a win now trade, and you're still trying to lose. From the Jazz's perspective, it makes sense why you're trying to lose. From the national perspective, it does look a bit fishy, but there's been, like you said, 40 years. Tanking, and unethical tanking, if you want to call it that, goes back to the mid-'80s. Like, the Rockets did it to get Hakeem Olajuwon when they already had Ralph Sampson. Like, that is how far this goes back. So acting like it's some new thing and it's all Danny Ainge's fault is absolutely ridiculous.
This franchise, a well-documented history of just embarrassing themselves with the tank. It's like, this is a market, and I love that. I thought it was crazy they brought up Will Hardy's name, and they're like, and look, Will Hardy's just sitting on his hands, just not even taking timeouts. You're like, while the team is getting absolutely, blasted, I'm going, why would you take timeouts if the team's getting steamrolled at the end of the game? What could you possibly say in a timeout that would help a situation where you're down by 30? That makes me angry.
I'm with you. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I think that the national, I think it was ESPN who had the big segment on it. I think they just had an open 20 minutes they needed to fill.
That's probably right. What's today's outrage of the day? Let's pick on the Utah Jazz.
Well, let's do it 2 days in a row, too, because that's what they've been doing.
The good news, Chandler, is after this season, we don't have to hear about tanking in this market for quite a long time.
We hope.
Because this roster's built to win next year and win big. What you I know you're in the daily grind. You're focused on this team each and every day. We get to lose ourselves in college football, NFL, all these other things. You're focused on the Jazz day in and day out. That has to have been taking its toll because it's not been fun over the last 3 or 4 years. What was it like for you? How refreshing was it to see this deal go down and know that there is light at the end of the tunnel now for this franchise?
Oh, I am extremely excited. I'm excited to watch, not see any of these fluky injury reports and all this stuff. And again, this is not a Utah Jazz thing. This is an NBA thing. Their system promotes this type of thing. But no, I'm very excited. I've also always liked Jaren Jackson. That Memphis team was always interesting to me. And I think pairing him next to Walker Kessler, Jaren Jackson played with Marc Gasol for like 40 or 50 games in his rookie season. But since then, not really any defensive-minded centers next to him. So I'm really excited to see how that plays out going next year. I don't expect them to be some high 50s win team, but I think they'll make the playoffs. And I think after years of gelling and also expecting more jumps from Keontae George, a first jump from Ace Bailey, and of course, hopefully, as long as the Jazz don't keep winning whatever this draft pick ends up being, I think the future's bright. And I think that Jaren Jackson was the first domino to fall. I'm excited to see where it goes.
Chandler Holt, he is, of course, one of our Jazz beat writers for KSLSports.com. And, of course, he and Ben Anderson do a phenomenal job of hosting Jazz Notes together. You can download that podcast on our website or wherever fine podcasts are found. Chandler, enjoy the game tonight. We'll chat with you again, man.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Chandler.
There you go, Chandler Holt. Steve Holt. We're going to take a break. We'll come back and we'll put a bow on this thing before we get you ready for Jazz basketball coming up at the top of the hour. So stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The biggest trouble spot on the freeways continue to be southbound I-15 from Lehigh through Linden. A crash just before the 16th North exit is the cause of it, and you'll see heavy delays right before the Lehigh Main Street exit. A new accident now on westbound 201 approaching the 72nd West in Magna and adding to typical delays there. Whipple Service Champions is Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, and they are our first choice for offering honest second opinions. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. JJ and I have been on this program for almost 2 years, and you've had to hear us talking about it. And you know why? It's because we're kind of bragging a little bit because it's actually a program that's worked for us. You know what I mean? Like, we've had programs. We've tried them. This is not pills. This is not supplements. You're not buying meals from the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
No injections.
No, this is all about a program that's going to educate you on how to make your health better and how to reset your metabolism. And you're going to drop the weight. I dropped 65 pounds in that first 60 days, and I've kept it off the whole time.
Yeah, I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. This program works. It's going to help you reach your weight loss goals. And right now, it can help you save some money as well. If you need a program to lose weight, and trust me, it's the best way to do it, you're going to get results. This program will save you $200 right now through February if you want to jump on board. Join us on this weight loss journey and give it a try. Go to their website, get a free consultation, figure out if it's right for you. And if you want to give it a shot, lock in those savings. $200 off right now through the end of February at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At
at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Tonight on KSL, pest control, parking, even trash valet fees. Ask just about any Utah renter and they'll tell you.
They want to charge you separate for every little thing.
Additional monthly costs are popping up all over the place, inflating rent hundreds over the advertised price. KSL explores a new measure that would keep the real cost from getting buried in the fine print. Hidden housing fees, a Cost of Utah report, tonight at 10.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Of course, we rolled out the breaking news last segment that the Washington County Sheriff's Office has filed charges against wide receiver for BYU, Parker Kingston, stemming from an incident that occurred last February. According to their offices, Parker Kingston has been charged with first-degree felony rape and is being held in jail down there in Washington County without bail. Obviously, as this thing, as they gathered some of the information they went through, and then they felt like they had enough to press forward with charges there. So that, of course, is another topic that we're going to be able to, we're going to have to address, of course, in the coming days, and as that whole thing rolls out there. But JJ, Jazz versus the Sacramento Kings tonight. What happens over at Delta Center?
Something egregious.
By somebody.
Might
be by both of them,
the
by the way.
most egregious thing is the Jazz are going to win tonight.
Oh, no!
I know, right? Because you can't out-tank the Kangs. Jazz are going to win tonight, and it's not the assignment, but you can't lose them all.
Okay.
As hard as you try, you can't lose them all.
Well, we'll make sure and dive into that, of course, all tomorrow as well. But you're going to get the coverage right here, pre-half and post, and the game right here on your home of the Utah Jazz. And we'll, of course, come back tomorrow and we'll talk all about it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz basketball coming right up. Stay here with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with scales and tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys,